to AFL Nation.
For 420 Pies, Australia's original fan food, and for Elders Open and Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. This is the Friday night shout out on AFL Nation for Liquorland. Whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Sports Entertainment Network. You are connected to Noah Melbourne.
Friday night shout out for AFL Nation for Liquorland. Whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers to Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Massive pre-game coming up before our coverage on AFL Nation of Sydney and the Bulldogs. A live call. Andy Maher's going to join us. Nick Davis, Dermot Brereton, Josh Jenkins has been good enough to join us as well. I think Derm still maybe, has he just arrived? Just pulled up at the SCG, Dermot Brereton as well. Firstly, welcome to Josh Jenkins, who's been good enough to join us for a little bit of pre-game chat. Welcome to you, JJ.
Evening, boys. Look, it doesn't take much to, you guys know, any opportunity to get out of bed and bath time, I am all in. So more than happy to jump on for half an hour.
A little bit of a hiccup there, but JJ, great to have you on board. Good to have you after what was a bizarre night last night. Hopefully we get a closer one tonight.
Yeah, let's hope so. Let's hope so. It was last night was a night where we were always going to learn a fair bit about the Blues. Tonight, I reckon's a night where we'll learn a fair bit about both teams. Are the Swans still alive? Is that pulse beating? And for the Doggies, I mean, a victory for the Dogs, and I can already see it tomorrow and Monday. There'll be people coming out saying they can win the flag.
Yeah, I reckon there might be a few just sneaking on at the moment, just getting ahead of time. Dermot Brereton and Nick Davis also joining us from the SCG. Welcome, guys.
G'day, Dwayno. Derm's not here at the moment. He's not far away, but it's a beautiful night here at the SCG. Conditions are pretty good. Bit of a breeze, a couple of showers, but it's a good night for footy. And yeah, look, I think JJ is right. I think it's such an interesting game. The Bulldogs sit in 8th on 32, and the Swans they've got their eye on that spot. It's probably that 6, 7, 8. The teams are on 36 at the moment. The Swans have got their eye on. If they can keep the Dogs in their sight, they could be the one they're after.
The big Dermster's flight was a little delayed. Andy Maher's ready to go. He'll be joining us very shortly. This is the Friday night shout out for AFL Nation for Liquorland. Whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers to Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. And AFL Nation pre-game for the 420 Pie, Australia's original fan food, and for Elders Open and Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. Okay, Jaron Geary's not far away from joining us. I am looking forward to tonight's game, though. There's a lot on offer, including the celebration of the Bond. He's been massive, hasn't he, Marcus Bontempelli?
Yeah, he's JJ. He's one of the champions in the competition. I was lucky enough in one of my many roles at the Swans back in the day I actually looked at his draft vision before he got drafted to the Western Bulldogs, and he was definitely one that you had circled early days. He was always that rangy left foot through the midfield. He had a really good point of difference, and he's that prototypical now, that taller midfielder, JJ, that everyone's sort of looking for, that not so in and under, and but as what you need to do it now as an elite midfielder is that he can go forward and kick goals as well.
Yeah, he can do everything. He's got amazing size, his composure, his poise, he's probably, he is tougher than we give him credit for. He often goes back as a midfielder, sort of floating forward and jumps in front of those packs and takes big marks. He genuinely doesn't have a weakness, and we can't say that about many players. He kicks the ball. Last week, and I know there wasn't a lot of pressure in the game, Dwayne, but against Richmond, some of the ball placement for his forwards inside forward 50 was remarkable. He was like a point guard or a quarterback, just laying the ball to space. There was one kick to Riley West where he almost orchestrated every step of the way for Riley West, put the ball perfectly for him. So he'll be up and about. They'll be up and about, but certainly the Swans will be keen to spoil the party.
So what about his prospects of being the greatest Bulldog of all time if he stays? He's got to sign, obviously, and stay long term. That's not far away. JJ, you'd be sniffing the wind. Is it not far away?
Well, yeah, I'd imagine so. I'm probably not the best historian. I need to get up to date with
Well, you wouldn't have seen EJ play.
No, didn't quite see EJ play. I was only just old enough to see him do his famous lap at the MCG. But Nick, I mean, he, in my mind anyway, he just doesn't have a weakness, so that sets him up beautifully. He's got the premiership, even though premierships are team accolades. We sort of can't give individuals the throne of the best player of all time unless they have a premiership. He's got that in his back pocket. If he can get a premiership captain in his pocket, then all of a sudden he's the one, isn't he?
Yeah, and it's probably a premiership that's been forgotten about, that 16. I haven't forgotten about it because I was in the box at the Swans, but it's been a forgotten team, that Western Bulldogs team. They just sort of came and went, and not a lot of fanfare about it. Tommy Boyd has sort of been the main one out of that great goal that he kicked. But look, yeah, in terms of the greatest Bulldog ever, look, you hear about it, and Dwayne would know more. EJ Witt and Charlie Sutton, Doug Hawkins, Chris Grant, like they had some SEN's own Brad Johnson, like they've had champion players, Scotty Wind, Scotty West, like champion players that I'd seen play against. But if those sides had the ultimate success, as you say, in JJ and won premierships, it probably elevates those guys to go, oh geez, it's going to be hard for Bont to get to them. But as you said, he's got a premiership. He's always up there in Brownlow contention. And for a side that has sort of been fluctuating since that 2016 premiership, he's been the constant that's been one of their best. So, yeah, it's for a club that's steeped in so much history and arguably had one of the greatest to ever play in EJ Witten, for Bont to have that mantle, it would be well deserved.
Yeah, EJ had the aura as well to go with it. There was an era when Ron Barassi and Bobby Skilton, triple Brownlow medalist Bobby Skilton, and all those guys were the kings. Lou Richards, they were the kings really of their post time in footy when they were running the media, and EJ was bigger than all of them. EJ was Mr. Football, and they called Ron Barassi Mrs. Football. So I think that added.
It's not a bad nickname to have, Mr. Football. It'd be like listen, JJ, and Dwayne, at footy clubs, sometimes you can get cast a pretty shitty nickname that you don't actually want. But if you got Mr. Football, or Lethal, you're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that added to the persona of, and everybody knew Ted. I mean, the other thing is when people like Steffi Graf came to town to play in the Australian Open, Ted was working for Adidas, and he would pick her up from the airport, and he'd be in the newspaper. So Ted was such a larger-than-life character. It's hard for Marcus Bontempelli to keep up with that, but I reckon on the field right now, he's at least doing the equal of what EJ was able to do to keep the Bulldogs a relevant team in that era. So, yeah, congratulations to Marcus. It helps Marcus that he's got Sam Darcy back as well. What an amazing player he is, JJ. He's been touted as the next big thing, but he's only young in his career. It's hard not to get too excited, isn't it?
Well, again, you talk about a player without weaknesses, and he is one that he's got the tangibles. So you look at him and it's obvious. He's 6'9". He's got long arms. Max King, I reckon, was the player who could mark the footy at the highest point in the competition. Now it's Sam Darcy, and it's by some way. He can pick it up at ground level. He can kick on his right and his left. So they're all the tangible things, the skills that he possesses and the physical skills. But he's got all the intangibles as well, Nick. Like he's selfless. He's got some mongrel in him. We know he was suspended early in his career for, there was a midfielder in his way, and he said, well, bugger this, I'm just going to run through him. So he's got everything that you want tangibly in terms of his size and his skills, and he's got the intangibles as well. And I've got no doubt there's probably some leadership in there. I was just reading, Nick, he hasn't lost a one-on-one contest since round 3. Not one.
He might have missed a few games through there, JJ, but no, look, I reckon like this. You're absolutely right. Your summation of him is spot on, and as a player, he's got the ability, if he gets the right matchup, and you might have had this in your time. Like you can, I've got a good matchup here. I'm going to take him to the square. All right. Actually, I don't like this matchup. I reckon I can go and take some marks up on the logo. I can push up and be a true centre half forward. All right. I'm not liking this matchup. I've been a bit quiet. The ball hasn't been down my end. I can go in the ruck. There's so many ways that he can keep himself in the game, and the Western Bulldogs can keep him in the game, and they can move his chess piece around. And I like the fact that they haven't hidden him, and they're putting him in the ruck. If you put your hand up and you're fit, just because he's maybe the best player in their team behind Bont, that all right, get in the ruck when you need to do that, and it just shows that he's willing and able to do it as well.
I agree, Dwayne. I think I don't see the problem with him going into the ruck. I mean, he's 6'9". He should actually.
Where else is he going to go? That's what he does.
He will have an amazing advantage when he gets more comfortable with the craft and how to use his body. Him at 6'9" with his skill level around the ground versus the second ruck for a lot of other teams. I mean, Patrick Cripps was the second ruck last night. Imagine what he'll do aerially against him. So I'm with Nick. I mean, I find it strange that people suggest he shouldn't go in the ruck.
So, Nick, what about his footy smarts then? Obviously, we know his father was a star and his grandfather was a star as well. He seems to, you mentioned go up to the wing, to the logos when you know you match up. He can smell where it's best to go, and that's the beauty of it as well, isn't it? The fact that he's smart enough not to have to be told what to do to change it up. He seems to know where to go at the right time as well.
Yeah, and that's JJ's point. He's got all the tools, Sam Darcy, and he's got the smarts to go with it. He's not waiting for the bench or the runner to come out or anyone to tell him where to go. He understands the game. He understands. He's got it for a young player. He's got a really good understanding of his game and his weapons, and he understands how his team's going, and he understands how the opposition is going. More importantly, it's a skill that is really dropped. I find in junior players that's dropped out of the game, because a lot of the content that people and young players watch in the game is on social media, and it's small bites of things, and it's the highlights, and people don't know how to work their way through a game of footy. But you can just tell that this kid has sat in the grandstand, he's watched his old man play, he's watched full games of footy, he knows how to impact and the ebbs and the flows of a game and momentum of a game of footy. And you're right, you can have all the tools, you can be 6'9", and JJ's seen it, and Dwayne, you would have seen it too. I've seen plenty of guys that are 6'8" that walk in and go, "Oh, look at this bloke," and then they just cannot absolutely draw you a picture of a footy. But this kid is, he can do anything.
Jaron Geary's been good enough to join us, Western Bulldogs leadership and development coach on the boundary. Welcome to you, Jaron. Great to have you on.
No worries, guys. Thanks for having me.
We're just raving about some of your stars. Talk us through the coaching of Sam Darcy, or the smarts of Sam Darcy to be able to coach himself in game.
Yeah, no, he's obviously doing a lot of things right himself, and Matt Spangett works very closely with him, so he does a good job. He's a competitive beast, and at that height that he has in his length, and to be a competitor, that gives him a really good advantage. So hopefully again tonight he can give us a big target up forward, and we can use the ball well enough to give him some opportunities.
Jaron, Nick Davis, just on Sam Darcy, one more, the ability for him to, we spoke about, get the right matchup and take someone to the goal square, take him to the cage and go one out, or hit up on the logos and take marks. And the thing that I've really enjoyed is the fact that, if the matchup is in the centre, put him in the ruck and he can do domination there as well. He's got such multiple ways that he can impact the footy game.
Yeah, for someone of his size, he's obviously quite flexible, and his ability to sort of use his left and right foot is a real advantage. So we just sort of look to see how he's going in different areas of the ground, and if we need him up in the ruck or up on the wings to present and give us an option, we will. But hopefully we can sort of keep him 0 to 30, and he can impact there, because as you know, if he'll have to mark the ball and bring it to ground. So he's a good asset to have, but he's not the only one up there. We've got a number of guys up there can help him, and hopefully some of those guys can impact tonight.
I know who I'd be kicking it to. Don't worry about that. There was, Jared, I've said it here before, there was a thing when Bud was here that John Longmire was blowing up that we only went to him 75% of the time. And I was like, yeah, I don't know what the other 25% of people do, and we should need to be kicking it to him every time.
Yeah, well, you got those guys, they tend to make you look good, so you're better off trying to look for them, aren't you?
Absolutely.
One guy down back, Jaron, it's Josh Jenkins. Good luck tonight. Who his transformation from forward to back, I think he's made it look so easy, Rory Lobb, that we probably take it for granted. I don't think any of us knew that he could kick the footy as well as he does. He takes kick-outs at 205 centimetres, marks the ball, had a great battle last week with Tom Lynch, but his move down back has been quite remarkable.
Yeah, no, he's obviously a really important player for us, and sort of, this period last year where he was, fighting for a position really as a forward, and then we swung him back, and ever since then he's been a real key player for us down there, and probably got to the point now where oppositions are really looking at him and how they can quell his influence on games. He's having a real impact for us, and you're right, for a guy of 205 centimetres who can run, he plays sort of 100% game time every week as well, which is helping out the rest of the backs, and the way he uses it's a credit to the work he puts in, because he does put a lot of work into his game, Rory, and hopefully tonight again he can be a big wall for us.
You guys all, will have planned for this, that, and the other with your what-if meetings. James Jordan, who, someone who does a job really, really well. He's really good at tagging midfielders, but he's very good at tagging, attacking half-backs. What are you guys anticipating? Is it a Bailey Dale sort of from half-forward you'd expect from Jordan, or do you think he'll go to one of your superstar mids?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, he has done Bailey in the past, and I think a couple of times last year he went to Ed Richards, so whether it's Ed or Bont or Digger, we'll see how that pans out. But we're pretty confident he'll go to one of them. We'll just see how that pans out, and hopefully our boys can deal with it. And if not, we'll find ways to get him into the game. But yeah, he's a nice player for them who tends to get a job done reasonably well most weeks. So it's going to be a challenge wherever he goes to. But hopefully our guys can work through that.
Another big matchup, Jaron, is the ruck. So on the Swans' point of view, Brody Grundy's probably been their most consistent performer throughout the year. And it's a position that I'm still glad that it's still dominated by. If you want to be a good team and you want to go deep into September, you need to have a good, strong ruckman, and both sides have got one tonight.
Yeah, you're right. He's been really important for him, particularly the last couple of weeks, Grundy. So big matchup for Tim tonight. He's also been in really good form for us. So it's a key battle. I mean, rucks get spoken about different areas of importance from different people with different opinions, but they're a very important part of the game. So hopefully tonight Tim can present really well for us and put up a good fight in there. It's going to be tough because he's in good form, Grundy, but Tim's up for it, and it'll be a tough battle, and hopefully around the ground we can give him a bit of a chop out and tire him out in other ways.
I know that in the coaching caper that it's about 1 week at a time in your own process, but players and staff, we can all read the newspaper and read ladders. You guys are obviously critically aware about where you guys sit and what this can do to the Swan season.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you don't look any further than the game that's in front of you, and tonight we've got a quality opponent, so we're well and truly focused on that. But we know where we're at. We've had some reasonable performances and need to continue to improve, because we haven't been able to necessarily get it done against some of the better teams in the competition. So tonight's about continuing to improve, and then hopefully we do enough to get the result, and moving forward we can sort of start to build and challenge the teams that are above us as well in the back half of the year.
Jaron, I don't think the subs have been named yet, so don't expect you to give too much away, but you went with Buku Khamis as sub last week, and we interviewed him after the game, and he held himself really well, but he was honest enough to say, he felt like he was unlucky, and he very much is unlucky to be a sub, but he came on and impacted the game in a half of footy. You have played 3 tall forwards for a long time. Looks like you're keen to sort of play 2 and experiment and explore with that, but a bit of a conversation around, do you play 3 talls? Do you not play 3 talls? How's that all tracking for you guys?
Yeah, it's just a consideration each week, just, looking at the opposition and what they have from a structural point of view and their tools around the ground. So it's just a conversation you have each week. And the beauty about Buku is, as you said, when he comes on, he has an immediate impact. So, whatever that looks like for him tonight, whether it's in the first quarter or it's later in the game, I won't give anything away, then hopefully he can have an impact. But it is interesting to sub. We actually play a bit of sub lotto as coaches here. We have a bet every week if we try and guess the opposition sub. So if you got any mail on that, that'd be good, because I'll go in and try and win the bet this week.
And Jaron, the final word on what are you doing pre-game for the Bont? What kind of celebration video? What are you doing? You making a big fanfare of it, or are you keeping it lower key? What are you doing?
Yeah, no, we watched some of his highlights yesterday, so that was about 90 minutes of vision. No, it was bloody impressive. It was very impressive. So yeah, watched a bit of his vision yesterday, which is obviously a pretty special tape. So I think the guys who put it together said the next 5 minutes was just as good as the first 5 minutes. So. Which they didn't put up, so no, it's pretty important. He's obviously been a very special player for the Western Bulldogs and one of the best players in the competition for a number of years now. So yeah, hopefully the boys can go out and put on a good performance for him tonight because he thoroughly deserves it, and hopefully they can get a win for him. But he'll be chomping at the bit to get out there and perform well in his big milestone game.
Jaron, great to have you. We really appreciate you joining us pre-game.
No worries, guys. Thanks. Enjoy.
Jaron Geary joining us, Western Bulldogs Leadership and Development Coach ahead of the big one tonight, Sydney and the Bulldogs. Andy Marr, Dermot Brereton not far away from joining us on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food, and for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. It's the Friday night shout on AFL Nation for Liquorland. Whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. And just a reminder, the end of financial year sale is nearly over at Hyundai, so you better rush in and you can grab yourself a Tucson from $39,990 drive away. Nick, the weather's pretty good tonight in Sydney. We're looking forward to some good conditions for the game.
Yeah, I've been out in the elements on the golf course most of the day, so I've got a fair idea about what the weather's like. It's about half a club and a half a wind, and it should be good. The wind will actually keep a bit of the dew off. If it's a still night here in Sydney, you can get a bit dewy and a bit slippery, but the conditions are really good. Hasn't been a game here for the Swans in a few weeks, and they got back-to-back games, so I think, hopefully the crowd will stick around a bit longer than they did for the Adelaide game.
How'd you hit them?
+1, not bad.
Oh, wow. How's that going, JJ? You're about to head off. Thanks for sticking around for a little while, JJ. But you've had a big day at the office. Thanks for sticking by.
Nah, kids were at school today. I had the day off, so my feet have been up all day. So first little bit of work I've done. Tom McCartan out. Is that the rumour, Nick? I think that's what's floating around with a bit of gastro.
I was actually over at HQ and I didn't see him, so that could be
unofficial, but I believe Tommy McCartan's out. Okay. So Sam Darcy, look out.
That's a big loss, isn't it, when you think of that equation?
Yeah, it's not official, but I'm pretty sure that's the talk getting around. So
it is, and if the Western Bulldogs do get a sniff of that, then that it might impact their sub. They might go with the 3 tools.
All right, well, watch that space. Nice little one just to throw up as a curveball.
Nice grenade, JJ. If it works, you're a genius. If you're not, you're gone. So it doesn't matter.
See you, boys.
Good stuff. The great Josh Jenkins, good enough to stick around. Massive game coming our way tonight. We've got a whole 25 minutes of AFL Nation done without a mention of Carlton. So that's the beautiful part about the last 25 minutes. If you're a Carlton fan, you've just had 25 minutes away from what was pretty much a disaster last night. But the bad news is Derm's about to join Nick Davis and I. Andy Marr, the Carlton man's about to rejoin us as well. So, yeah, we'll be talking about Carlton at some stage in the next half an hour. So stick around. End of financial year sales are on at Hyundai. Hurry into your local Hyundai dealer. Grab yourself a Tucson from $39,990 drive away. More from the SCG next on AFL Nation.
This is the Friday Night Shout on AFL Nation for Liquorland. Whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify Support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off fall stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. End Sunday at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Time to gear up. Truckline's end of financial year sale is on now. Stock up on quality parts and accessories for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Make sure your fleet is primed and ready for the new year. Don't wait. Gear up with Truckline's end of financial year sale. But it must end June 30. Shop the savings online or find your local Truckline store at truckline.com.au.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
If you're in the market to make a move, my mates at Brighton have put together something special to make your dream build that much better. The Brighton Answer deal is here with a discount of up to 30 grand off your new home. That's right, folks, a massive 30 grand back in your pocket. But you better be quick. Drop into your nearest display home today and bring your dream home to life with Brighton, Queensland's #1 builder.
This is the Friday Night Shout on AFL Nation for Liquorland. Whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Welcome back to AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 pie, Australia's original fan food, and for Elders Open and Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. Nick Davis is in the house. The SCG, Dermot Brereton and Andy Marr about to join him, and Mark McVeigh, Swans assistant coach, joins us right now on the boundary line. Mark, welcome to the program. Great to have you on.
Thank you, Dwayne. Good to be on.
And it's good to be back in form, isn't it?
It is, mate. We sort of got our game going in the right direction. Obviously, there's still a lot of work on, like most teams, but really built up the game last week against Port Adelaide. You know, we hadn't won over there against them for 10 years, so it was a big build up for us, and one that we're really impressed with some of the things we were able to do. But tonight's an even bigger challenge.
Spike, it's Nick Davis, mate. How you going?
Go, Davo.
The back line. It's probably been the most consistent area, your area, mate. Look, with Lewis Melican being out with a bit of injury, coming back in, Dane Rampy, but I just want to talk about the work of Sam Wicks down there, the ability for him to be able to make that move in the off-season and be one of the more consistent defenders, not only in the Swans team, but the competition.
Yeah, it's a good point, Dave. I think, early doors after last season, there was good discussion around, obviously, our list and where we were headed. And one of the main talking points was, can we get some small defenders back to help out with ground balls and speed? And Wixie was certainly at the front of that line, and he's trained it all pre-season. He's been able to do it really well. We have another challenge tonight with the smalls that the Bulldogs can produce, but we've been really impressed with him. Our back seven have been pretty consistent. They've probably been the line that's had the least injuries all year, which has been really good for them. So they've been able to play together for a hell of a lot of time. The last few years they've been really consistent, but he's been really good, mate. We've been really impressed with him. As I said, he gets the hardest small forward every week, and he'll do so again tonight.
Also down there, just want to talk about Nick Blakey's role down there as well. He's been able to, play with Melican there, and obviously Tommy McCartan going back from his little stint forward. He's been able to not have to play on the tall, and he's been able to get up the ground and kick the ball through the midfield and also have shots. How much importance has that been to the side?
Yeah, well, I think with Nick, there's a great balance with what he can do. I mean, he stands at 196, so he has got the ability to play on tools when required, but obviously we know how good he is at ground level and an attacking prowess he has. So we balance that every week. It's a challenge for him about getting the balance right between defence and attack, and we continue to educate him around that. But he's super important to us. Probably in the first half of the year, he wasn't getting perhaps as much ball as what he'd like. He was a little bit deeper in defending, but we also think at times if he can get off a tall forward and really expose him, it's a great weapon for us. But, obviously in the second half of the season, he's been able to, high metres gained, high score involvement, which is really important for us and have a serious impact. And he's a real key for us. He doesn't miss training, he doesn't miss games, and he's super consistent. So we're really happy with the way he's going.
You've spoken about injuries through the different lines, and the man out there with Brett Kirk doing some handballing at the moment, Errol Gould, in his first game back in the regular season last week. He was blowing a bit, Errol, but it must have been good to have his magnet back on the ball, and it just allows others to do some different things as well.
Yeah, we're wrapped to have him. I mean, his recovery has been quite remarkable, to be honest. He hasn't missed a beat. Usually with those lower leg injuries, especially from, an operation, you can have a lot of calf soreness, you get a lot of lower leg issues coming back. His was outstanding in regards to not missing a session, being able to get back really quickly. He's naturally, as you know, mate, he's naturally got a massive engine, so he can really work hard. We knew he'd have, over 15 possessions coming back. He supports our back half really well. He gets back and helps. He releases it back to help cover off in the air, and then he can get to work on our ball movement. So he's really important to our connection, especially on the outside when we defend, whether it's compressing the ground, whether it's setting up defence or giving us lanes in attack. He's just super important.
We spoke to Jaron Geary earlier before when we spoke about the ruck contest, 2 genuine rucks, and we both agreed that, look, to go deep into September, you need that position to be strong, and Brodie Grundy has been one of the more consistent performers for the Swans all year. It's going to be a big matchup in the middle.
Yeah, it's going to be massive. We've been really impressed with Brodie's form all year, to be honest. We think that, he's been one out a hell of a lot. He gets some relief from Joel Amati at times or Hayden McLean, but he's been super for us. He's really worked on his craft around long down the line, so he's getting there a lot more. He's getting into our back half a lot more to give some coverage for our back. So he's in great form, and he's got a massive job tonight. But we're really confident that he can match it. He can match it in the scramble. We're hoping he can match it around the ground. We know English is a great runner as well, but as we've seen in the last sort of 6 weeks, he's just been able to give us a great contest in the air, but also at ground level. And he's in great nick, and he feels really healthy. So we're super impressed with the way he's going.
And Mark Derm's just jumped in, so joining us for the coverage. So over to you, Derm. Good to have you.
Hello, boys. Hey, Mark. How are you?
Hey, Dermy. How are you, mate?
Yeah, good, buddy. Can I ask you straight up? Now you've got to look at Coxie over the first 3 months. Does he spin the magnets more than John? Does he actually ask to spin the magnets more than John?
Oh, he's definitely willing to change things, perhaps more than John. There's no doubt about that. He's always looking to change things if we need. He's not reluctant to take a gamble or to make sure or to ask for a player to be in a different position. He's constantly asking the coaches what we can do. He's not as structured as what John was, and he's more willing to listen to perhaps what we can do next. And I think that's a great part about him. He loves that he can delegate really well, but when he needs to make a strong decision on his own, he'll make that. But this year, I've certainly noticed the ability to move different players in different positions, and we've seen with Tom McCartan, we've seen with Nick Blakey, we've seen with Chad and Isaac at times moving them as much as we possibly can to get an advantage over the opposition. So really open to it, Derm, and it's a great flexibility that he's got in his coaching. But as I said, when he wants to make a strong decision, he'll make that pretty quickly.
How flexible is he going to be tonight when you look down at the bloke who's 6'11", standing at full forward? You've lost a tall up the forward end in Joel Amati. There's a half whisper that you might lose a tall down back. You brought in two shorter players. Does Lewis get him and engage and then look for a third man, or what is the plan against what could be the most devastating force inside forward 50 in the league at the moment?
Yeah, well, as you know, during the week, you work really hard in your lines and you present the opposition forward line in our line. So everyone's across what individual players are really good at and what their line can do really well. So Lewis, Tommy and Nick Blakey are really across their key forwards and what they do. And, if we're forced to, make a change or whatever we need to do in the next an hour or so, we'll be able to deal with that. We know how big of a challenge it is. We've watched a lot of vision behind the goals. We know what his strengths are. There's a few things we've worked on during the week that you hope to disrupt. And when I say disrupt, that's all we can do. We've got to play against an absolute, young champion of the game, and he is a force. But we do need to make sure that we can help each other in air, whether we can seal down and get a third man in, whether we can move him off the line on the ball because he's a young player and not at his peak of his powers with his strengths. All those little things and all that little craft that you do as a defender, we've had a look at this week. But it's a huge challenge, and we'd like to think we're across what he does, so we've got to get it done.
If all else fails, mate, just tell Benny to get some pressure on the footy in the midfield, can you?
Yeah, well, that's usually where the first blame goes, doesn't it?
Hey, you've got a boy who's outside the 22 at the moment. He's fully stripped and good to go, and he's out on the ground now. Jack Buller, he's only played one game, but he is 200 centimetres. Is he going to slip in?
Look, as we've spoken about, we're going to give Tom up until the very last moment to present and see how he's feeling. If he gets the opportunity, he's ready to go. His BFL form's been really good, Derm. So he's people won't know a lot about him, but he's a massive competitor. So he likes to engage body. He's aggressive. He's a really aggressive player. He'll compete in the air. He'll bring the ball to ground. And he's a hard matchup at times when he wants to be in an aggressive mood. So if he gets his opportunity, he's ready to go. But as we said, we'll have a look at our team right to the last moment. If we're forced to make one, we will.
So, Mark, how does that work? You've got it's exactly an hour till the bounce. You've got until the bounce to make that call?
Yeah, I know. I've got to be a bit early in that, mate. So we'll give him the first warm-up and see how he goes and see how he feels. And we'll get the reports back from the appropriate people, and then we'll make the call from there. But
is it a guts thing is it a guts thing, or what is it?
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
All right, beautiful. Well, great to have you, Mark. Thanks for your honesty. We really appreciate it, and good luck tonight.
Spike.
Good luck, bud.
Thanks, boys. Good on you. See ya.
Mark McVeigh joining us, Swans assistant coach downstairs. Well, that's an interesting one. We'll talk about that straight after the break. This is the Friday night shout-out on AFL Nation for Liquorland. Cheers to the footy. Cheers to Liquorland. Cheers to Drink Wise. And don't forget, the end of financial year sales are on at your local Hyundai dealer. Hurry in to the Tucson from $39,990 drive away. Tom McCartan could be a laid out. Sam Darcy is a big weapon. It's going to be hard to cover even if Tom McCartan's playing. So what will they do? They're an hour away from the bounce. Plenty to come on AFL Nation.
This is the Friday Night Shout on AFL Nation for Liquorland. Whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15 millilitre serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. That is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off fall stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. Ends Sunday at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
In 1610, Galileo discovered Saturn. Sadly, he never lived long enough to discover Macca's new McWings. Experience peak chicken now. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Rev up your weekend at the Melbourne EV Show. This Friday, Saturday and Sunday at the Melbourne Exhibition Centre. Discover over 100 cutting-edge electric vehicles. Take a free test drive. Explore the latest charging and battery innovations. And hear from industry experts in live seminars. Melbourne EV Show. Be part of Australia's #1 everything EV showcase. Tickets at Ticketmaster.
This ad is about neighbours Ryan and Jack. Ryan's home has been affected by recent damp weather, with mould appearing all over his walls and ceiling. Meanwhile, Jack is relaxing in a mould-free home. That's because Jack installed a Panasonic air conditioner with 24-hour Nano EX air purification and mould-inhibiting technology. Jack's Panasonic air conditioner means he enjoys clean, fresh air in a mould-free environment. And you can too. Search for Panasonic Air online to request a free quote today.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. New Farm's been there for Aussie growers for 100 years. Through prosperity and heartache, drought and flame. Through the unprecedented and through innovation. New Farm's high-quality crop protection products are formulated right here in Australia because Aussie growers are tougher together through choosing Australian. New Farm understands local conditions and the importance for Aussie growers to have the right products at the right time. New Farm, Australian through and through. To learn more, visit newfarm.com.au.
This is the Friday Night Shout on AFL Nation for Liquorland. Whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Welcome back to AFL Nation for 420 Pies, Australia's original fan food, and for Elders Open and Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. Massive game, SCG, Nick Davis, Dermot Burton in the house, ready to go. Andy Marr about to join them after just getting a little snack after the run home, which is fair enough. He's had a big day. Has Murray, he's had a big 48 hours, as every Carlton fan. Do you want to start with Carlton and get it over and done with? We'll start with you, Nick. Dermot and I have already spoken about it earlier on. What are your thoughts on last night, and how do they fix it?
Oh, there's some different schools of thought. One is a lock-in, Derm. The good old-fashioned lock-in.
The keg lock-in.
The keg lock-in, and don't leave until finished your keg and you've sorted this out. But it's disappointing. Look, in all honesty, they're one of the teams. If it's a Friday night or whenever it is, and I'm sitting at home, I don't mind watching them go about their footy. But at the moment, it's hard to turn away because of it looks like a car crash, and it's hard to explain because they've got such a good list of players. I've got the utmost respect for Vossi as a coach, and the external noise at Carlton is just going to grow and grow and grow, and it's part Derm, and look, you've been a part of it, and I probably was a bit more of a part of it at Collingwood. It's something that you just have to deal with, and the good comes with the bad, and unfortunately for Carlton at the moment, that you just can't quietly slip off into the abyss. Everyone was expecting this side to be in the top four and push for a premiership, and the football public and the supporters are not going to let them just be a mediocre football team. They're going to cop it the whole way down the ladder, and it's unfortunate because, as I said, I've got a lot of respect for the people that play there and coach there, and it's a hard one to turn around. Derm asked a really good question to Mark McVeigh about spinning magnet. Does Wiedering go forward? Does Mackay play back? Is there something that you can do there? Because the magnets for me, guys, are there. There's not many other names, and I'll start saying nice things about Carlton because Mari's walked in the box. But
no, don't do it.
It's like the magnets are there, and it's going to take something bold. I think what the frustration is going to be from the football public and Carlton people, if they just keep trotting out the same team that is losing every week, they're going to need to do something different. They're going to need to be bold because they've got 1 or 2 games left, and then your season's over, and you're fighting off trade rumours. You're trying to work out what your best list is, and I don't know how better this list can be. They've got genuine good players. I won't say superstars, but good players across every line, and they're just not being able to get it done. So I thought Vossi's comment last night about that they're not going to apportion blame on anyone. Everyone needs to take responsibility for their own role, whether that's the head coach, assistants, fitness, players. Everyone needs to take responsibility and have a look in the mirror. If I was at Carlton, I'd have a dirty big mirror in the change room, and don't worry about tactics and don't worry about this and that. Just have a good hard look at yourself in the mirror, and are you stumping up, and are you doing everything that you can during the week to get yourself right, because that can be the only thing. Because as I said, I've got the utmost respect for Carlton, and I think they're a good side, but at the moment it's just looking like hard work.
Yeah.
Mark Robinson, they've even overrated their own list. They do have some very, very good players. They have been to the top end. I mean, what were they? 7 goals up on Carlton, on Brisbane 2 years ago in a top 4 final. What was that? A preliminary
They made
final?
a prelim, yeah.
Yeah, they were 6 or 7 goals up on them. So they do have some very, very good players. But if you were to ask Mark Robinson, he told me last year, halfway through the year, somebody from Carlton, very high up, said to him, we've got 5 blokes running around our team, which will definitely be Hall of Fame members one day. and Robbo reckons he raised his eyebrows and said, wow, jeepers, that's pretty big. And I'm thinking, after you mentioned Cripps, maybe Wiedering, if he can keep going for another 6 or 7 years at being an absolute premier defender, but I think he's got to get some team success, or be the reason they get some team success. Other than that, Charlie Kerner has awesome ability.
He needs about 4 more Colemans to be in a Hall of Fame.
Yeah, so that I'm not saying that to downplay that comment, but it just shows that, and this was a person who is at Carlton, this just shows that they overplay their hand. They might overrate themselves somewhat. You've got to be real with yourself. You've got to ask the hard questions. You've got to make self-judgment such an accurate job to know where you're at. And we talked today, Dwayne, and I still can't get away from the 2 things. They don't retain the footy and they don't make the ball move. very quickly. So you have to address those two problems. And you'd find that, the panacea for all forwards who can't get the ball kicked through the goals is get it in there quicker to them. So if you could find a way under pressure when they could retain the footy, and if you could find a way when the opening happens and you can drop the hammer and you can make the ball sing and go quick, you'd find your forward end would fix itself up. But they've got to be brutally honest with where they are and their list.
Looking forward to Andy Murray having another say on it, and looking forward to, we'll find out probably after the next ad break as to whether Tom McCartan's actually going to play or not. So the warm-up's happening as we speak, and we're hopefully going to find out. As JJ said, there's a doubt on Tom McCartan with his fitness, and as Mark McVeigh admitted to us, he's got a bit of a stomach issue, and maybe he won't be able to take his place in the team, but they're giving him this warm-up that's happening as we speak to try and work out whether he is going to be available to play and whether he might even be able to take that job on Sam Darcy. It's great to have your company wherever you might be listening. It's a massive game tonight coming our way from the SCG. The full team in the house. Andy Marr is about to join Nick Davis and Dermot Brereton to bring you the full coverage for AFL Nation, for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food, and for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account today to win. Heading back to the football shortly, the end of financial year sale on now, by the way, at Hyundai. Hurry into the Tucson from $39,990 drive away. Ryan Phelan from Harness Racing Victoria has been good enough to join us. You can head to thetrots.com.au for expert harness racing tips and in-depth analysis from all major Victorian meetings. Welcome to you, Ryan. Great to have you on.
Oh, great to be with you on a night when hopefully the Swannies can get a victory.
I like the passion in your voice. We need a victory from you from Melton tomorrow night if you can find one.
Oh, look, it's an absolutely sensational card. Mind you, there's not a lot of value to be had. 9 of the 10 races, we've got odds-on favourites tomorrow night, but it's a night where there's just some absolute superstars going around. The first race on the program, in fact, you've got an 8-time Group 1 winner in Catchaway, but he's not even the favourite. There's this rising star, a 4-year-old by the name of Bay of Biscay, who's going to be the favourite in that race. And I think he can turn the tables on the superstar Catchaway just from his draw. That's race 1, number 5, Bay of Biscay. He's a short enough price quote at the moment, but I think he's a good way to play. There's not a lot of value on the program. I think it's a nice night if you look to the multis. I think race 4, number 5, Silver Pistol, probably looks to be the best anchor of those short prices as far as the multis are concerned. You might want to value race 5, number 3, Dance Affair. It's taking on the $1.10 favourite Storms Collide, but I like its draw to get a nice soft run at about $7-8. I like him at a good each way price. Race 5, number 3, Dance Affair. So it's a ripping night. 10 races on the program tonight from Melton Entertainment Park on Saturday evening.
And my spies tell me you might even have one in the Trotters free-for-all. Is that right? You're holding on back, are you?
Well, look, I think tomorrow night he's going to be a short price favourite, Call Me the Breeze, and deserves to be, but I just haven't been overly convinced about his trials. He's going on to bigger and better things. He's going to be racing in the Inter Dominion Series, which kicks off next Saturday night at Albion Park. So, look, he's a superstar. He's a multiple Group 1 winner. He's a Great Southern Star winner. But just a few question marks for me tomorrow night. So I'll pass on him, but he'll be a watch. But there is one that I like in the last race tomorrow night. Race 10, number 1, Show Me the Tan Lines. It's a great name, isn't it? This horse has been selected in the Proto Star, which is a big rich 2-year-old race up there in Queensland. It's had some really good trials. It's fresh up. It's drawn to lead. I think you're getting around about $3 about it tomorrow night. It's a nice way to play race 10, number 1, Show Me the Tan Lines.
Love your work, Ryan. Great to have a chat to you. We'll talk to you next week.
Let's get those Swannies home. Thanks, fellas.
Ryan Phelan from Harness Racing Victoria. Bronte Newenberg will be hosting the track action as well, calling all the action on Sky Racing, the Sky Racing Active app, and at Trots Vision as well at thetrots.com.au. So head to thetrots.com.au for expert harness racing tips and in-depth analysis.
This is the Friday Night Shout on AFL Nation for Liquorland. Whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off fall stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. Ends Sunday at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head. There's no gimmicks and no subscriptions. For just $1, you can flip a tip from expert tipsters on demand. And if that tip doesn't profit, you'll get your buck back. Get $5 free credit when you create an account. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
In 1610, Galileo discovered Saturn. Sadly, he never lived long enough to discover Macca's new McWings. Experience peak chicken now. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Jane loves flowers, but her allergies don't. Bless you. So it's lucky that Jane can now enjoy the benefits of Panasonic air conditioning. With its allergen-inhibiting Nano-EX technology, Jane's now floating in the freshness of pollen-free, clean air. Come home to your perfect environment. Search Panasonic Air to request a free quote. Results from Nano-EX are not instant, and Nano-EX is not available on all models.
Rev up your weekend. The Melbourne EV Show fires up this Friday, Saturday and Sunday at the Melbourne Exhibition Centre. See the latest electric vehicles, test drives, daily seminars. Tickets at Ticketmaster.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding? Correct.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 125 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Kick off your tool collection with one of our 3, 4 or 8-piece tool value packs. Or grab a battery starter kit and choose the tools you need. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
Great to have you back here at the SCG. Thanks to the Pipe for doing a magnificent job in the lead up to this one. Andy Marr back alongside Nick Dacos. Nick Davis. I say that about you all the time.
I know. He's better player than
Nick Davis.
Maybe for one quarter.
Dermot and Brett. You did. In fact, he can only dream of playing a quarter like that. Ooh. So you got him covered in that regard.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Well done by you, though. I mean, you deserved a break after doing 2 hours work.
2.5, and it was under real duress today.
Would have been. Have you ever?
I mean, your old man played for the footy club.
I was nearly a father-son. I nearly could have been there.
Have you ever copped as much, not at you, but taken talk back. Have you ever copped as much as today? Can you recite a game?
It's not straight off the top of my head. It is as angry.
It's right up there.
It is. It's as angry as I reckon I can remember the.
Has it gone to anger? It's past disappointment, like the 7 stages of.
Well, I'm at acceptance.
You're at acceptance.
I've gone way past all that.
Okay.
But for a lot of them,
you are the problem there.
I'm now ready for change, but that doesn't mean I want Vossi sacked, by the way. But I'm ready for some change. It's great to be here. Getting our minds back on this one, though, it does appear to be.
No, let's not.
please, can we? We'll obviously talk about the matchups and Bont and everything on the way up to the opening siren here. And so far, so good weather-wise. There's been some squally stuff across the SCG throughout the afternoon. Nick, you're the local, but we might get a bit more of that tonight.
Yeah, look, I think the breeze will actually help. It'll keep the dew off. It's sort of the different breeze. It's the southerly here, so it'll make goal kicking to the left of the dial, the Bradford Noble stand, a lot easier. Normally it comes from the north, but yeah, it might be a couple of showers, but all in all, it'll be a lot better conditions than if it was a still night. Then it gets quite slippery out there.
Ollie Florent and Buku Karmas, the subs. Tom McCartan out, so the gastro that he's been battling with, or the reported gastro, has got the better of him. And
it would have been interesting if they had any sort of information there, the Dogs, to see if Buku Karmas, they might have played him and tried to stretch the Swans' defence and not had him as a sub, but he'll come on and he'll do that anyway.
What sort of conversations would have been taking place inside the Dogs this week? Karmas came on last week after, this is both your areas of expertise.
And was all right, yeah.
He was, and he gave them something that Aaron Norton hadn't quite been able to give them up until that point, and there's just been a quiet conversations being had about where Norton's at, and
it's a great call about Norton. So the times that I've looked at Norton and thought, wow, he's probably the first bloke I'd try and pinch from any club if I was building a club.
Yep.
Now that might have been 2 years ago, 3 years ago. He got a mega deal. He got, what was it, 9 years they put him on or something similar to that, a big long 7 year. Oh yeah, at the time 7 years we thought that's big.
It's big enough.
It's gotten bigger, but and I looked at it and I thought, how does Jamara fit in? And the reason why I was thinking, how does he fit in? How does Rory fit in? How do these guys all fit in? Because Aaron Norton just, you could see from here the way he moved, knowing that area, you could see that Aaron said, anything lands this side of the centre, mine. And I'm going for it. And I don't care where it lands, which wing, which half forward flank, or up the middle, I'm going for it. I don't care about who else is in the vicinity, I'm going for it. And he bloody well marked a lot of them.
Yep.
And now, as they've got better and multiple options, it's as if he's been not corralled, but told, all right, this is your area. We don't want you to take your backman into the back of player X and make it a 4-man pack, a 6-man pack. We don't want you to spoil each other. And suddenly it's become a complicated game for him. And I think you're seeing the complications in his output results.
Yep.
When he's freewheeling and just believes anything that gets kicked forward's his, it's a simple game.
So, do either of you still hold out hope that we could see him place like centre half, the old centre half back role, or that floating third defender at any stage of his career? Or is that horse, clearly Luke Beveridge doesn't want to do it, and it's almost like a...
resisted it for a long
the
time.
more you say it, the more I'm going to not do it. That horse is bolted now.
I think Rory Lobbs, his emergence over the last 12 months that was probably I think Aaron Norton might have been the next magnet behind Rory Lobb to go and do that job, and Rory Lobb's been able to do it. We had Jaron Geary on the show. Rory Lobb plays 100% game time, and if you can have a key forward a key defender that does that, it helps your rotations out. But I think you're spot on. He was a non-thinking footballer there for a while, Aaron Norton, and I agree. He just launched it, absolutely everything, and it worked. And now he does. He needs to turn around. He needs to see where Darcy is. He needs to see where Bont is when he's down there, because we don't want 6-man packs. And look, he's still playing serviceable football. He's probably going to be a victim of his previous form and his contract, and there's only and a forward line. And I was actually watching the document. If Hawley kicked 5 goals, I was not going to kick 5, and Mick was not going to kick 5, and Snides was not going to kick, because there's only one footy. If Sam Darcy marks everything that comes down and kicks 6 goals, well, Aaron Norton's not going to kick 6. It just doesn't happen. So I think he's accepted it. I think the Dogs team has accepted that they need this style of forward line to be a premiership winning team, and it's just going to be up to the fans to accept. You're not going to get Aaron Norton of 3 years ago because you don't need it.
So I don't think he's going to answer your question, just tiny bit from me, is that you don't turn a quality key forward into a backman unless he's completely out of form, unless he's just about cooked. Let's be honest, Rory Lobb wanted to leave the club. Let's be honest, the club kind of wanted Rory to find and pursue his options. He was that close to being out. Last ditch.
Play across half back.
Give him a run down back. Oh, hang on.
So Aaron Norton didn't have to do it. But it's interesting, and look, who knows the rest of the story and the rest of the season? They've got one more to come back, potentially, and who knows?
You can always find any monkey to play down back.
But this is the whole point. It's a throwback to days of yore, because, and Rory Lobb's living history here, because when I was growing up, I'm sure you can remember blokes like Kelvin Moore and Jeff Southby, and they were champion forwards. They were recruited.
They got to the club as
forwards.
So the old days of recruiting was that the recruiting officer went out to the local footy club, and the coach would say, recruiting officer, you want to have a look at this kid in the back pocket. He's a star. He kicks it well. Have a look at the kid on the back flank. And the recruiting officer would say, just show me a centre-half.
Peter McCormick. Remember Peter McCormick at Collingwood? He was a superstar at Assumption.
At Assumption, he was a 100-goal kicker.
Absolutely.
So they just used to say, show me a centre-half forward.
And then we'll put anyone down there.
He's a bit short, that centre-half forward you've got playing at Spotswood. He'll slot into the back pocket for us.
There's no way. If there's a bloke playing in the back pocket at suburban level or junior level, that's his spot that they pegged for him at 16.
We used to
enjoy the rest of your footy, mate.
Look, we love the game. It's awesome. You might be a really good player, but when you turn up the local footy and you see a bloke playing in the back pocket at local level, he might be a really good player in his team, and he's loving it, and his teammates love him. But when we turn up and look at those blokes, we go, he's gone as far as he's going to go.
How many got recruited to Hawthorn Derm in your time going, we've got this new young centre-half forward, and you just said, down the other end, pal. Bye, mate.
Okay,
See you later.
So this is to your point, Nick. Last year, between round 1 and 10, Aaron Norton was the highest ranked key forward in the competition according to champion data. So he was as good as anyone in terms of the numbers. Can the emergence of somebody like Sam Darcy, who now jumps up, he goes above everyone at Footscray now, at the Western Bulldogs now, can it have that big an impact?
Yes.
It
can.
So, in a nutshell, we've often talked about Piggy Dunstall. So I played 50, 60, 70 metres ahead of him up the field. When I used to need a break, I said, Peter Curran, Tony Hawk, can you play here for a second? I need a breather. Let me sit in the forward pocket. Sit in the forward pocket next to Dunstall. There's never been a more difficult position.
Right, because he
can't run across his area.
His leading lane.
You've got to be dangerous.
You can't let your man come across.
Correct, because you have to be dangerous. Otherwise, your man says, well, he's just standing out there in no man's corner and you're 45 metres from goals in the pocket. I'm just going to peel off and block Dunstall. You've got to be dangerous. You can't cut across his area, and you've got to be able to read the trigger moments so you can get dangerous. There's never been a more difficult position. Sure, there's other positions which are more pressure.
I know.
But
with a big good key forward like that. It's and probably the best forward line that I've seen recently do it is the Crows with their 3 keys, with Tex, with Fogarty and Thilthrow. I reckon that I saw them play here against the Swans. They had their own space. They all had their own areas, and they worked beautifully as a triangle.
They cantilever.
And the other thing is you've got those 3 key forwards. Then the small forward, he needs to know where it's going to go, and they got that right every time. You had Dawson down there, and you had Rochelle down there, and everyone knew and they moved at the right time, and they it was like the Chicago Bulls. It was the triangle offense, and the Adelaide Crows. They've got it worked out. And look, it's Aaron Norton as a key forward, and Derm, you're a key forward. You need them, and you need a presence, and he's just trying to work that out now. He's trying to look. Sam Darcy, he's trying to bring him into the game. They've got all these other things that they're trying to work out down there, and he's just trying to still find his place. But I'd rather have him than not have him.
So the issue is for those two key forwards who are circulating through the same area. Norton can jump at everything, and he'll occasionally take a big grab, and that's like a 50-50 ball. The difference is with Sam Darcy, he's winning balls which are less than 50-50, and every other team in the comp is trying to produce footy going inside 50 that is on better terms for the forward than the backman playing on him. Darcy flips it. He's the only one in the comp at the moment who flips it and says, well, you've hacked that in, I'm still a chance.
The arm chop rule helps him. 10 years ago, Sam Darcy doesn't have the level of dominance that he would now, because all you would do is just hack at his arms. And
that rule was always there, but you could disguise it.
You could disguise it. But it's interesting how they're going to work. So it's going to be interesting. Look, Aaron Norton's going to have his day, because you're going to get the time where, okay, Darcy gets the key defender and the second defender plays on Norton and comes off. Then the rest of the Bulldogs midfielders, they need to be, okay, the message goes out, lower your eyes, find Aaron Norton, he's 10 metres in front, and then he'll have his days, don't worry.
So for you, back in your old days of, was it inside football? Yeah. You were around when Salmon was...
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You were a youngster reporting on the game then. What was your name of your column? Martyr or something?
I can't remember what it was. Mars Bars.
Yeah, something like that.
Apparently.
Some crappy title you had.
One of the most highly read columns in Australian sporting history, but never mind.
Inside footy had a circulation of 200.
Oh, righto.
Thousands.
Thank you.
Per year. No, Salmon, you see Sam Darcy out here.
Yes.
Salmon was him multiplied by more.
He was bigger.
He's bigger.
We had a bloke, Michael Byrne, who was a very good ruck. Yeah, well, you would have played North Shore. He was 6'7" ruckman who played forward. We were at odds and ends, to try and work out how to beat Salmon. We played Michael Byrne on him. He kicked 9. He kicked 9.
Yeah.
So we had Kelvin Moore, you mentioned, 6'2.5", big burly fullback. Couldn't reach. Just couldn't reach.
So McCartan's about as important a player in terms of tonight's matchup. There's better players, obviously, on the Swans lineup, but he's about as important, because he would have made Darcy earn it. So he comes out. Have you got a clear idea as to how they're going to shuffle? Jack Buller comes in, who's played one game. He played one game after the 23 mid-season draft when he was picked up. He hasn't played since. 199 centimetre, 98, 99 kilogram centre forward, full forward. They're not going to throw him back.
I hope they do.
I think they do, because I don't think it's Rampy anymore. I think that style of player, Rampy 5 years ago, absolutely. He's got the spring to be able to do it. I think that's sort of gone past Ramps, all due respect to Dane Rampy. You've probably got two schools. It's Melican and try and tie him down and then come a third man over, or it's okay, well, you can see that, all right, well, let's put Buller on him and let Melican come third man over. What you don't want it to do, and Derm, we spoke about it, is you don't want that to drag Nick Blakey back and have him having to do that sort of stuff. And that's what it was at the start of the year when McCartan wasn't there and he was a forward. They were just one tall short, and we mentioned Lloyd comes back. He's a small defender. Ollie Florence starts at the sub. So it's going to be an interesting one to see what they do. Whether it's Brodie Grundy plays a bit more behind the footy, and he might be the one. But if you do that to English, he comes forward and kicks goals on you. It's it's a fascinating one, and we spoke about spinning the magnets and Coxie's ability to do that.
You've got a toss-up to make here, because there's one school of thought where you say your antagonist type big defender, which is Lewis Milliken, knows how to lock and embrace. But if you do that against Darcy, he's still going to outreach you. Yep. And then you have somebody come over as third man up. That's the basic plan. Yeah. Now, is the kid Buller smart enough? Can he get off his man well enough to do that? Or, because you could get Lewis Milliken to be the third man up and over. Rampy can't lock anymore to a bloke that size. Yep. So do you trust Buller to lock him, lock arms with him in his second game? It's a bloody headache. Not even a selection. In the match committee, they'll flip it a couple of times during the game.
And the first game he played 2 years ago got 2 touches. So it's a massive step up, isn't it? It's huge. There's a lot to ponder and a lot to look forward to. The cheer squads are out getting ready. The players not too far away from coming out for what shapes as being a fascinating game. Can the Swans really keep their season
down there?
Well,
yeah,
well,
I've seen him play back.
Well, there you go. There's an option. We'll discuss all of that. See where the Magnets do land for 4 and 20 pies and Elders when we come back.
An odds update brought to you by PointsBet. Built different.
Jules is 2 p.m. with an odds update for PointsBet. Friday night footy lands in the Harbour City tonight with the Swans hosting the Western Bulldogs. Now the Swans, they're back in town. They're aiming for their 3rd win in a row. They'll start at $2.35. However, in their way tonight is another team looking for 3 in a row. A team that has beaten up on those teams outside the 8. That is the Western Bulldogs. They're $1.59. Now the Dogs' offense has looked pretty devastating in recent weeks against the Saints and the Tigers, scoring over 130 points in each game. Now, the returning Sam Darcy has played a massive part in that, and again, expecting to play a big role tonight. Now, despite being away from home, the Dogs should win and really establish their credentials as a finals contender to finish building on your multi. Let's have a look at some players, and Matthew Kennedy, the former Blue, has been one of the recruits of the season and in great touch recently, averaging 27.8 disposals in his last 5 games. He's paying $1.63 with PointsBet to get over 25 tonight, and on recent form, he probably should. Now, another informed dog, one of the players of the year, is Ed Richards. Over his last 10 games this season, he's averaged over 27 touches. So at $1.53 to get 25 plus in this one, that looks great value. And lastly, let's have a look at that man, Sam Darcy. So he's kicked 3 and 5 goals in his last 2 games, and at $2.30 to get 3 plus tonight on PointsBet, he brings some value to the multi. So here's your same game multi for tonight. The Dogs to win, Kennedy and Richards to get 25 plus disposals, and Sam Darcy 3 plus goals at the juicy price of $6. The Swans need to win to keep their finals hopes alive, and on recent form or this year's form, the Dogs do get the job done against teams below them. They should do again tonight in Marcus Bontempelli's 250th game. The Dogs by 25 points. For all your AFL markets, get on to the PointsBet app.
Brought to you by the PointsBet AFL Tracker. PointsBet, built different. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Time to gear up. Trucklines end of financial year sale is on now. Stock up on quality parts and accessories for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Make sure your fleet is primed and ready for the new year. Don't wait. Gear up with Trucklines end of financial year sale. But it must end June 30. Shop the savings online or find your local Truckline store at truckline.com.au.
This ad is about neighbours Ryan and Jack. Ryan's home has been affected by recent damp weather, with mould appearing all over his walls and ceiling. Meanwhile, Jack is relaxing in a mould-free home. That's because Jack installed a Panasonic air conditioner with 24-hour Nano EX air purification and mould-inhibiting technology. Jack's Panasonic air conditioner means he enjoys clean, fresh air in a mould-free environment. And you can too. Search for Panasonic Air online to request a free quote today.
Rev up your weekend at the Melbourne EV Show. This Friday, Saturday and Sunday at the Melbourne Exhibition Centre. Discover over 100 cutting-edge electric vehicles. Take a free test drive. Explore the latest charging and battery innovations. And hear from industry experts in live seminars. Melbourne EV Show. Be part of Australia's #1 everything EV showcase. Tickets at Ticketmaster.
If you're thinking of building, my mates at Brighton have put together something special to make your dream build that much better. The Brighton Anza deal is almost over, with up to 30 grand off your new home, plus a top-of-the-line luxury appliance package. And one lucky person will win an extra 100 grand off their new home. This offer must end soon, so don't miss out. Hurry into your nearest display home today.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off floor stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. End Sunday at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
How does your appeal go in the head? What's that mean? I haven't seen we appealing it. Okay, it's set a high standard for contact, hasn't it? It's really interesting, like. So that's interesting itself. There's going to be a lot of fines in the AFL. Marcus was within the rules. It's just like, I think the umpires try to stamp stuff early. There's a lot of noise. Collingwood come and supported, and that's fine. And Marcus was just physically grabbed and dragged off, and so you get some clarity. I'll put your hands in the air so it's easier to see that you're being tackled without the ball in the stoppage. So, we got some clarity.
So Ross Marcus used the same tactics against Nick.
Just to be clear, what are the tactics? I don't quite understand.
Like his tight checking, tagging.
I'm not sorry for going out and competing. I thought you were allowed to compete at AFL. I never knew playing on someone was a tactic.
It's
manning up at a stoppage. What's that? Mate, since Adam was a boy, right? People have played, and the great midfielders get tighter attention. That's just the way it is.
Go on YouTube, Ross, today. It's ongoing, this one. Give us, you got about a minute to discuss that.
Expert on crowds. He's an expert on tagging.
That's beautiful.
I love him.
I love it. To be quite of you, and God knows have a fair leaning towards Collingwood. There'd be a lot of Collingwood people at the moment going, we might have made a bit much out of that.
And what tactics were they?
Oh, you're not allowed to compete anymore.
How many people are allowed to come to the footy on a Thursday night?
He's dry.
He's making his point, though, isn't he? I mean,
he's fighting back.
He's sticking up for his team. He's sticking up for his club. He's sticking up for his players. And he's old school man, Rossi. He was a coach here when I played, and he's a good man.
Without those words, it's all one-way traffic.
Yeah, exactly. And we might see a bit of tagging tonight, so we'll wait and see how the tactics
Very good, Ross. Well done.
are employed tonight and how the tagged players respond. So there's a bit to look forward to. We'll clear our final commitments, come back on the other side of this with the opening bounce.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
Jane loves flowers, but her allergies don't. Bless you. So it's lucky that Jane can now enjoy the benefits of Panasonic air conditioning. With its allergen-inhibiting Nano-EX technology, Jane's now floating in the freshness of pollen-free, clean air. Come home to your perfect environment. Search Panasonic Air to request a free quote. Results from Nano-EX are not instant, and Nano-EX is not available on all models.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Time to gear up. Truckline's end of financial year sale is on now. Stock up on quality parts and accessories for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Make sure your fleet is primed and ready for the new year. Don't wait. Gear up with Truckline's end of financial year sale. But it must end June 30. Shop the savings online or find your local Truckline store at truckline.com.au.
Rev up your weekend at the Melbourne EV Show. This Friday, Saturday and Sunday at the Melbourne Exhibition Centre. Discover over 100 cutting-edge electric vehicles. Take a free test drive. Explore the latest charging and battery innovations. And hear from industry experts in live seminars. Melbourne EV Show. Be part of Australia's #1 everything EV showcase. Tickets at Ticketmaster.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off fall stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. Ends Sunday at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. and never dig blind.
You're listening to AFL Nation. For Elders, open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20. Try Domino's Meat Pie Crust with 4 and 20 pies.
Welcome back to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. And Elders open an Elders Rural Products repayment account to win. Both teams are out on the ground for their warm-up for remanufacturing in Australia for over 80 years. Nick Davis doing a prayer. What did I say?
80.
Oh, sorry, that's it. If I was still at school, brother, one of the brothers would put your hand out on the desk and you get a ruler over the back of your
like
knuckles.
Jonathan Brown, I love Brownie. He's invented a new word for quarters 3 and 4. The second NARF. NARF. The second NARF.
Our experts from MEGT build a winning team with Australia's apprenticeship experts. We'll go through the categories on the way through to the opening bounce. But just give us your overview. What do you think is going to happen here tonight?
Go down. I've seen this Swan side play a lot, and it's just been a bit of a patchwork quilt. One in, one out. McCartney's laid out tonight. It's going to put enormous pressure on their back half. But Gordon coming in, he allows the midfield to have a little bit more class, just the way he uses the footy. I think he had 14 or 15 last week, but they're all high quality possessions. And the midfield battle, Heaney and Bontempelli. I think Jordan goes to someone across half back for the Dogs. I think it's Dale. I just think that the balance of the Swans midfield is better if he does his defensive, competitive tagging work, as the great Ross Lyon would like to put it, across half back. But it's an interesting one, and we spoke to Jaron Greer before the game, and look, these guys have got eyes. They know how to read, and they know the Swans know that they need 7th or 8th spot. That's probably where they're aiming for the back end of the season, and the Bulldogs currently sit there on 32 points, and if they get away along with the Suns, if they ever win this weekend, it just puts that 8th spot without a reach of the Swans if they lose this one.
Yeah, they're 3 games out and a bit of percentage, I reckon. So that would just about make it not impossible, but makes it extremely difficult. You need a lot to go right for you, and they need to take points off teams above them on the ladder, and this is a great opportunity for them.
It is, and they did it against Port in their last game, and you get the opportunity, and that's all you can have. But the ball is well and truly in the Dogs' court. Look, we said in the pre-game just before you got there, they're one win away from being premiership contenders. But if they get this, then they sit sort of back in the pack. The Suns win on the weekend; they're nearly out of the 8. So they're one game away from being the real deal, or we're still not quite sure.
So I'm a believer in Sydney getting their game together, getting their team together. You call it's a bit of a patchwork quilt over the season's over. I'm a believer that they have a good team.
The quilt
They just haven't had it out on the ground.
Agree.
For the first time in season 2025, they had a semblance of something that gets close to their best team. And they knock off Port Adelaide, who had been on fire since the break. They beat the Giants on the road. They strung together another win after that. They'd been very good. And I thought, no, maybe not the first game up for Sydney. No, they took them apart. And Errol Goulden's 14 possessions, 12 of them in the first half, were enormous for the team. In pressure moments where in the first 12 weeks, Sydney give the ball up in those moments, no, he hit targets. They stopped, secured the ball, and it went forward again. He actually gave them multiple, it was almost like compound interest possessions. So I'm a believer that this is their team getting their best names together. The Dogs as well, I'm a believer in them that their best game can challenge anyone. But every time I say that, they get knocked off by somebody inside the top 8. Yeah. They need a scalp of somebody who's a top 8. Now, I think this one's, I think they're not in the 8.
I think they count.
I think, I'm with you. I believe that this team, based on, it's going to sound terrible, but based on one win, that best team is capable of being a final 8 team. It might run out of time by the end of the year.
I agree.
But what they put out now will be close to their best team. I didn't like hearing that McCartan is out.
Yeah.
That's got a whole lot of hurt attached to it. But I'm so locked into the feeling that there's a system like if you have with Sydney, the three great midfielders they have, Warner, Goulden and Heaney. You can't live if all three play well. You won't beat them if all three play well. If you can knock over one, you're on the way. If you can knock over two, you probably beat them. But if all three play well, you won't. And the Doggies, right now, I mean, they've got some very, very good players, but their two best players in the middle are Richards and Bontempelli. Then you say there with all due respect, because they're all very good players. But only because they're uber good, you step down to the next level. So if you can knock out one of those two, whether it's Richards and the other one that's not far behind them for giving them importance to their game style is Dale on the back flank. If you can stop him as well, he hurts you as much as a midfielder. So that's where the key elements are there. But the Doggies need a scalp and the Swans need to keep playing their best footy that their best team can deliver. It's going to be a cracking match. It may as well, I would think, after watching last week, I'd seed these two at probably, like 6 and 7, 7 and 8.
Power rankings, you'd have them.
I think the Swans with Goulden in are a completely different proposition.
Ground weather report for Pacific Seeds, proven performance, trusted by Australian farmers, growing possibilities. There's a bit of scattered stuff off the coast out to the east, but hopefully it stays away. It's pretty chilly.
Yeah, it's chilly. The southerly breeze is in. That'll keep the dew off. It can get a little bit dewy out there and a bit slippery, but it's the best win for goal kicking out there. It should be no excuse. The Swans don't need any excuse after last week.
After last week. The weather update, we just mentioned that. It is 13 and a half, feels like a bit over 11, and hopefully those showers for Grundfos. From farm to family, groundwater, crucial. Grundfos pumps, serious reliability, built for life. Hopefully that rain stays away. Both teams have completed their final warm-ups for Ream, steady, hot and strong. What's going to be an unmissable moment tonight for either of you two blokes for drink-wise? You won't miss a moment if you drink-wise?
Well, he's the talk of the town at the moment. Sam Darcy, what number will he finish on tonight? Yeah. How many will he kick?
Yeah.
And how many of them were did you see that moment?
The thing about him is, I remember speaking to Bob Murphy years ago when Tim English first came to the Dogs. He said he'd never seen a bloke that size so good below his knees. Yeah. Well, they got two of them now.
No, I agree. Look, I think for the Swans, it's going to be interesting what to say too. I think it's going to be Goulden's second game. He's like that, the racehorse that needed the run the last week. I think he'll nearly double his possession tally tonight. I think he'll get to 30.
There's a few out there who these coaches can throw around if they want a bit of flexibility for Flexalt, the only flexible oral ice treatment for sheep.
Probably for the Swans, it's Buller, Francis. I think Francis warmed up in the back 7. I think he's one that, look, depending on how Norton goes down there, whether it's Francis who starts down there, Jack Buller who's in, for Tom McCartan who's out with illness, how flexible he is. Derm threw up Hayden McLean. He could go down there and do a job. It's going to be interesting to see how they handle this. And
I think you're on to it. Rampy's actually taking young Buller through a bit of personal tuition.
So this is how to spoil, mate.
Are you actually seeing that, are you?
Yeah, he's down there now. He's pulled him aside in the crisscross handball and just give him a little bit.
Introduced himself. My name's Dane. I'll be playing next to you in the
I'm the one who you'll feel the knee into your rib cage when I come
bend over a little bit and I'll just launch. But it's going to be interesting how they spin the Magnus. But I've seen this and heard it so many times where we look at key defenders out, the tall forwards are going to run berserk. But it doesn't surprise me that one of the small forwards of the Dogs comes out and kicks 4 or 5.
So the two skippers are gathering. Marcus Bontempelli, special night for him, the 250th in one of the great careers that we've seen in the modern game. Callum Mills is interesting. Yeah, back in the team, and I was talking to a former great Swan before we went to air who said that Mills was really charged up last week. Get back across a play with that physical edge that we know you can play with now that he's got a couple of games under his belt, Nick, and he did a bit of that last one. You wouldn't be surprised if Mills at some stage ran a bit of interference on Sam Darcy.
Yeah, look, and it's a captain's knock. He could be the one that is the one to stand in front of the pack, and it was probably not a criticism of Callum Mills, but earlier on he was kamikaze with how he used to go into packs, and he's got that bravery, and he's got the captain's armband, and look, he's been under the pump. He hasn't played a lot of footy since he's been given the captaincy. This team hasn't gone that well since he's had the captaincy, so he'll be looking for a big game.
Toss of the coin for Keno Go. $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes with Keno Go. The Dogs have one of their kick into the right of your dial. Keno Go, play with $2 today. Dermot, we're looking for a unmissable moment, not an unmissable. Oh, hang on, have you had a delivery at home, have you? What's going on? Oh, no, they're dead pigs. What? Why is he doing that to me right now, Nick? Can you just ask him to be a bit more
And it's on in the middle.
Oh, it is.
It's on.
Gee whiz.
Perhaps. Tom Batley's had a crack at Sam Darcy.
Sam Darcy's, I want to say something.
Norton's lost his jersey.
Sam Darcy's having a laugh. Hayward's gone up to him here.
Aaron Francis has gone back.
Francis is back. Mills is back.
Libber and Grundy are having a go. Heaney goes in. This is interesting. So the final word for the coaches before the bounce for best sheds, Australian sheds at lowest price. That's added a bit of spice. Now it's going off inside foot. Vandermeer, of course.
Oh, West has run up and just charged it.
Derm's sitting up here going, that's cute, boys.
Ellen G's used to say to us,
that's cute.
Don't go out there pushing and shoving. That might fool the little old lady up in the stand.
AFL, that's on down here too. Gordon and Bailey Dale are having a go. So this, dare I say, there's spot fires all over the place, but there are.
Jordan starting in the middle.
Little ones, Dermot.
Yeah, not real ones.
Not real ones, but we're underway in a game that's got a real edge to it all of a sudden.
It's a shepherd umpire.
Yeah, it was. Umpire, the ruckman lock into one another. No one came back to it. Maybe the umpire said they were both doing it as Libber, and now they're paid the free kick late. So they have given the shepherding free kick to English.
Well, they must have heard Term's call. It was spot on. They shouldn't give free kicks to ruckman. Just let them do what they do and just move the game
just
on.
Punch it out, you reckon?
Just punch it out.
So English goes inside forward. 50 out he comes. So they run and push and bump into him all over the place. Now there's the afters as Darcy takes the mark.
Might give it up here, Andrew.
You wouldn't want to. We were wondering how long it was going to take for this young fella to stamp his mark on the game. It was Melican who's got the matchup on Darcy. He let out, the ruckman hit him lace out, and it was uncontested.
It was a beautiful lead. He actually lost his man. He ran a little half circle out to the pocket.
It was beautiful craft turn, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What a moment this is for Sam Darcy from 45 out directly in front. The umpire does not move. What a perfect start for the Western Bulldogs. So they take a bit of this and a bit of that. There's a bit more after the Darcy goal. But Sam Darcy makes the first really big statement of this one in the opening minute.
Bonus goal. I mean, there's no real pattern in the play apart from Darcy. Yeah, a free kick. And it wasn't. Was it actually for the ruck infringement?
Well, it had to have been because the umpire played a shepherding blocking.
Right. Okay. It took a while to get it. Brent Wallace was the umpire then. So the only play there is Darcy has started in the goal square, run out of there on a 45-degree angle to the left-hand forward pocket, and then at pace curved back to the spine and marked it uncontested. Yeah, lovely lead. Beautifully done.
Our experts for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Back in the middle we go. Grundy almost gets a hand of it again. He's done the same thing.
He runs past the drop of the ball to make contact with English.
If you don't touch it then, it's a free kick.
And he didn't touch it, so English again goes forward. Norton with the broken jumper. Off hands, Blakey, Mills. They go up to the pocket, Cunningham, Wicks. They exit defensive 50. That's a lovely kick out to Papley, who felt the traffic coming, but his hands were good, and he takes the mark. Half-back flank out of side of the ground.
Rory Lobb trapped on the mark now.
But the ball movement's slow. He tries to get around Lobb.
Him on.
Cuts to the boundary side. Then the kick was affected. It's a dribbler along the ground. In goes Warner, flips it out wide. Roberts. Now they Get it back to Papley, up towards half-forward. Hayward, trapped by Williams. Umpire says, I'll ball it up.
They've been getting stuck there, Derm, throughout the season. The Swans across half-back. Unless it's in Blakey's hands, they'd just be trapped in their back half.
Grundy gets the better of it. Warner cuts through the traffic and lays it off to Lloyd. Has he started forward?
He did.
Marks at centre-half forward. It's a good-looking kick. Blakey drifts down inside forward 50. Vandermeer gets into his back. That's a very, very ordinary piece of defensive work from Latham Vandermeer.
I think he went a little bit hard when he got into his back, so we'll get a look in a second. But Blakey came back at him then. Nick Foote was the umpire on the spot. We'll have a look here on the Makita replay. And he tried to act a bit, and Blakey gave him the double fister into the chest, but the umpire said no. You both had a crack at each other, so we'll go with the original decision.
Yep.
Yes, the right decision.
It's pretty crude by Vandermeer, who wanted to
Twice.
make
Twice.
He chopped his arms first time and didn't get pinged.
Okay.
Not that two half-frees should make a free kick.
No. You'd back him on the run. He kicks from just inside 45 and he's pushed it out to the left-hand side through for a behind. Host Plus scoreboard, that's a plus. It's a goal to the Dogs. It's a behind to the Swans. Short ball to Bonampelli. He gets his first touch. The handball was very scrappy. Back to Dale, who was under all sorts of pressure. They cough it up to Lloyd. Around the body, misses.
It was sloppy. Didn't move his feet. Bonampelli took the mark in the back pocket. Just fired off a hand pass through the corridor. One that he'd hit 9 times out of 10, but just a bit sloppy with his footwork.
Dale short inside defensive 50 to Williams. Down in front of the interchange gates. Davidson takes a good mark in front of a 3-man pack. They want to move it on quickly. The short ball to Johannisen up towards half forward. Malikin's got his sit. All the punch from Mills was dangerous. Back into the corridor. Darcy, they get it out to Fraser. He gets it onto English. Good gather, spins, gives it off to Darcy. Darcy kicks his second.
On the run.
Good luck.
You know the amazing thing about that?
He was in the contest.
He was in the contest. He had Lewis Melican wrestling him, and when the ball came, 2 others jumped against him. He got it to ground. It was 1v3, and he left the scene of the
contest
the first. Well done to the kid Cooper Hines. He came back and got that first handball out.
Yeah, it's important, and it's going to be important for the Swans. If you commit 3 or 4 to the air and you don't, and Mari, you called it perfectly. The spoil was dangerous into the corridor. You need to spoil them. You need to clear the area, because if you get a soft drop there, and the Bulldogs are going to outnumber you at ground level, and the person that goes up for the mark gets forward of the contest, who's 6'9" and finishes on the run.
Tactical battle here. Errol Goulden for the 3 bounces has been on the wing. Bailey Dale is opposed to him. Do you give each other latitude, or do you go, our bloke's better?
You shake hands and go, good luck.
So Grundy tried to jump on that occasion and he couldn't get near it with English. So already something in the back of the mind of the ruckman for the Swans. Bonampelli toe poke, didn't go very far. Blakey, lovely little touch kick. Grundy with a wide sweeping handball out to Papley. Is outside the centre square. Driving ball into the pocket. Just had a bit too much on it for McLean. And it went over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in.
Be interesting to see if it's the old-fashioned Bulldogs have sent something to the AFL. Like 2 free kicks against Grundy in the first 2 centre bounces. Whether it's a tactic of his.
Well, everybody wants to make physical contact with English.
As Ross said, you're allowed to compete.
Grundy gets front position. Lovely little poke. It was at Sheldrick, who has a flying shot across the face of goal. Campbell. The bounce wasn't his friend. Johanneson's under pressure now. He wanted the boundary line, and the umpires pinged him.
Had to be done. He actually went to ground thinking he was going to be tacked
over,
and he was trying to play it into out of bounds and act like he had no time. But that was so clever by his opponent there, Campbell, who just waited on the tackle.
He'll come out and kick on the wrong side for a lefty. It's a poor connection. Didn't even make the distance, and it's gone into the hands of O'Donnell. He kicks it to a 2v1. McLean, one of the 2, turns around, bangs it straight back to him. Hard to believe. O'Donnell goes wide, and that kick was slow and telegraphed, and Lloyd read it from 30 metres away and drifts in front of Johannisen, the intended receiver, and he takes the mark about 35 out from goal.
He gets told by his teammates, to settle down, just take a shot at goal. They're actually going all right here, Sydney.
Yeah.
He'll come into the corridor, around the body, hits it pretty well. That's a lovely finish by Jake Lloyd. Back into the side. He kicks there first in relatively unfamiliar territory, but it was one they needed just to settle themselves into the game, and it's provided by Jake Lloyd. It was a lovely finish, Nick Davis.
Yeah, it was. 38 possessions in the VFL last week for Jake Lloyd, 2 goals, and he's sort of been toiling away on the wing, but with Goulden coming back, I think the Swans have worked out he's too good of a player to not have in the side, and they've found a spot for him across half forward at the moment, and he's a beautiful kick of the footy, and kicked a couple of goals in the 2s last week and finished. But you're right, Lou, there's been 2 inside 50s for the Dogs for 2 goals. The Swans have had the territory. If it wasn't for the 2 centre bounce free kicks, the game would be well and truly in the Swans half. So they've started well.
So you've seen it's been talent that's won the Dogs 2 goals, free kicks to get them in there, but talent have got them the goals. At the other end, it's a good system for Sydney.
Grundy gets hands on this one, favoured by the bounce. He's been shaky coming out of defence, the Dogs, haven't they, on 3 occasions now? Back in the middle we go. More numbers from Bonapelli's handball off to Kennedy was a thing of beauty. Got a bit too much on it for Darcy. That was outstanding by Melican, who stood in front, worked to the front position and took an outstanding defensive mark.
Well, that's
members side. Grundy up in front of English, takes the mark. He goes short to Campbell, who's working the members wing.
Look at Elroy Goulden. He's second game back, and he's telling blokes who played 300 games, get out of my area.
So the kick from Campbell didn't have much on it, and Lob read it from a long way out, came to the footy and took a lovely mark. Right in front of the interchange gates. Keep an eye on everything down there today. Lob called to play on now. That's a brilliant little kick under the arms of McLean to West. Barely 15.
So that's what he can do. It's 205 centimetres.
West, he's not going to get around Warner. He does get around Warner.
Yeah.
Just bulldogged his way through in the end. He has to get it away quickly. Got the handball from Davison. Fumble, chance. Harms back to Davison. There's 3 Swans who just gang tackled into the ground by the ball up.
Pressure's been good. It'll be something. It's an easy one. It doesn't take much talent. The Swans, their pressure rating will be through the roof at the moment.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and Elders. Richards gets his first look at it.
And he's kicked it out in the full, Andy, and that's because Rowbottom had him at that stoppage, and he got boot to ball, but Rowbottom just tipped him on impact.
Has Jordan gone to him? That appears to be the matchup. We're going 10.5 minutes. Opening quarter, New Tech clock. Automation for manufacturing. Rampy up towards the members' wing. Lob again. Brings it to ground. Grundy did the roving. Hacks it up towards half forward. Nice stretch from Hayward. No marking fringed. O'Donnell couldn't get to the footy, so he took the arms. Oh, that's a lovely little layoff ball to Papley. Across the half-forward line.
You've got to hit him.
What did you see?
A lead was Campbell. Roberts from the forward pocket, and he had him wide open for a good 8 or 9 steps.
Now he goes short, and he's turned it over.
He had to have seen it.
He had to hit him on the first one.
Dale will take the short to Williams. That's not 15. Called to Plano. Donald fumbles. They are very shaky in defensive 50. Harms goes all the way back to Dale with a handball. His kick out of defensive 50 was in the path of his teammate Johannesson. So all's well that ends well. Down the line he goes. McNeil can't mark. Melican has got the talls and the smalls, and he sees that one over the boundary line. The boundary throw in. Centre wing position, member side of the ground. Dogs 2 straight, Sydney 1-2.
So Darcy's going to go into the ruck here against Buller, and McLean's coming up, so Melican's going to get his rest now, so he's nice and fresh for Darcy when he goes back forward.
Nick Davis for MEGT along with Durham. Harms gets it to Richards, to Davison, balances up. Francis came at the footy in front of Norton. West, caught one from Mills, straight down the middle. It was a good hip and shoulder. McNeil hard up against the boundary line, tumbles it into the goal square. Bounce is going to be crucial. Oh, brilliant work from Cunningham. That took a right-hand turn and was going to go through until Cunningham got there to smack it through with a rush behind.
I have not seen one turn like that since the great Shane Warne had it working out here at the SCG. That was going to be a miraculous goal.
Quick ball in, quick movement from McInerney to Weeks. His ball had a bit of height on it towards Haywood. It's turned over. The fist was good. Harm shares it with Fraser. Middle of the ground gone.
Pressure. Tackler. First tackler in stopped him. He had to take another avenue out of the traffic.
Sheldrick was the tackler. Sorry, Dern gives it to Weeks. He goes short to Rowbottom, too far out to score. Goes on the 45. Gives his man McInerney a chance. He can't mark off hands. Williams in attendance, out of bounds.
Finals like Derm. The pressure, it's right up there. Both sides understand where they sit on the ladder.
Well, you feel like they're not going to play at this tempo all day.
No,
One
you're right.
will break at some stage and go, that's enough. Let's just go into a bit of control mode.
McLean gets there first. Oh, the gather from Darcy over the top of Jordan was like a circus trick in the end. The Dogs thump it out towards the wing position, outer side of the ground. Norton fought hard. Bonapelli runs through, gathers the crumb. Handballs to his man in a bit of space. Vandermeer, he was pushed just as he kicked him. The umpire said it was in the back. Gee, the replay for Makita XG40 v Max will be interesting here. That looked in the side initially.
Sort of got him on the back. It was on the back of the hip. On a 45-degree angle. It wasn't side on, but it wasn't in the back.
Vandermeer pokes towards Norton. Got good hands on it. Couldn't complete the mark. Bonapelli crashes through. Ball stays alive until it doesn't. Then the umpire comes in and says, I'll ball it up 20 out.
It's not the same conviction, Derm, in his jump, Norton. Ever since that knee injury, just not the same, conviction in how he attacks the footy.
Darcy wanted to take it. Fraser had half a look. Richards just bulldogs his way through. Cop one high.
Late in, wasn't he?
It was. I thought that was an opportunity there for a free kick to the Dogs.
Jordan came in. Ball up. 8 metres out. Darcy again. Tries to take it. Harms over the top. Mad pack around the footy. It's not coming out.
The Dogs need to open this up. Just let Darcy go one-on-one with McLean. Take it out of the ruck.
He tries to lay it off to Fraser. It was a lovely hit, but there's too many players around there to do anything with it. West goes in head first. Good umpiring. Have another ball up.
Yeah, he drove head first then.
30 out from the Dogs' goal. 4th ball up in a row. Harms cruises through. Can't find Richards. Jordan goes through. Hacks it out of there. Haywood with the one arm. Can't mark. Good defensive work from Caulfield. Williams. Sanders. Dale. Balances up. Goes inside forward. 50. Norton. Excellent body use.
That's better.
Excellent body use. Fraser gives his man Francis a little bit of a talking to as Francis hit the deck.
Talking to? He was on the ground and Fraser walked up and double hand slaps him on the chest.
Yeah.
I don't know why you have to do that.
So Norton around the body on the right foot. He's hit it pretty well. He just worked hard at the end and across the face and through for his first score of the evening and behind. 2-2, 14, 1-2, 8. Host plus, that's a plus scoreboard. Swans quickly out of defence. This is a lovely kick from Mills.
Yeah, Buller.
It is. First look at Jack Buller in his second game, 2 years after his first. Mid-season draftee in 2023.
Well, Rory's not down the line, so they're a chance to mark it.
Haywood works his way to the front. Caulfield brings it to ground. That Bramble was taken heavily to ground. Umpire says, I'll ball it up.
He can run, Buller, can't he?
Yeah. He's a good athlete.
Both big fellas grapple. Harms can't do anything with the footy. Hacked off the ground. Davidson gets first. Gee, the Swans' tackling is impressive.
Their tackling's been impressive. Yeah, the Bulldogs' hands out, if they haven't been tackled, have been just as impressive. It's been a hot contest.
Experts for MEGT tonight. Grundy, there was an arm over his shoulder here against Darcy, and it's going to go to Grundy. 2 kicks from home. He rumbles his way. He's got a man wide open. The identification of Jake Lloyd was outstanding, and then the delivery was perfect.
So Williams was his opponent, and he was double guessing. He thought Grundy might have been going to goal, so he took a step in that direction. Saw the body change direction on the kicker and tried to push off, go the other way.
Fell over.
Just slipped, fell on his knees, and you just watched the mark happen.
You're right. He probably thought the ruckman, I'll hedge my bets, he'll go long. And
straight down the line to the goals. Yeah, they don't think much.
2 to Darcy. Could it be 2 to Lloyd to square it up from 45 out directly in front? He's pulled it across the face of goal. So through from behind.
He's getting a bit of it though, I'm telling you.
Yeah, cross half forward,
3 scoring shots already.
5 possessions for Jake Lloyd.
2-2 plays 1-3 for Host Plus. So Caulfield driving footy, wing position, outer side of the ground. Liberatore hasn't been able to get into the game just yet. Quick hands, ends up with Warner. 52, open goal square. He goes for home and he puts it through.
Not exactly playing in the depth of the pack at the moment, Warner. He's sort of like a handball to the outside and uses his sidestep and his first 5 or 6 paces of burst speed to advantage. But watch him. Remember about 90 seconds ago down in the back line, I think you called, Nick, that they just need to pull away. Warner didn't even go in there.
Yep.
They had 14 defenders in there. Normally that's all your midfielders and all your defenders. Warner actually pulled back to the 50-metre line. So they want to use him as an offensive weapon slightly ahead of the congestion.
Yeah,
having said that, he's pretty quick to get away.
No, I believe, Jeremy, you're right. He does his best work 10 to 15, 20 metres in front of the ball because then he can then burst forward from there.
Yeah, he's playing in the pocket now.
It's his 15th goal of the season. He is dangerous in the front half. So, repeat. Ball up here, this one thrown. Grundy did well. Heaney likewise hasn't been able to get into the game. Fraser was shoulder to shoulder with him at that centre bounce.
It's a name we haven't called much yet. Libba.
He's been quiet.
Cruising past here. I think he's got Heaney. Oh, well played.
Fraser to English and the kick.
The last two inside 50 entries
beautiful
from the ruckman have been outstanding. And you would, if you're a defender, you're just going to default back to the top of the square thinking that the ruckman's got the footy outside 50 and these two have just laced them out.
So Kennedy was in between two Swans. The kick had to be absolutely perfect. He's been a goal kicker for them as well this year from 48, slide angle, on its way, across the face. Across the face or not? No, it isn't. It held its line. So Matty Kennedy gets his first and gets the answer to the Chad Warner goal. So Dogs back in front by 5 points.
They've done their work from the centre bounce. The Dogs, haven't they? Their 3 goals have come, from free kicks and straight out of the centre bounce. And it's an area that the Swans are going to have to tidy up in because you just can't give this. We've sort of identified that they're under strength in the back half of the Swans. You just can't give free kicks to an under strength back line.
No. Yeah, well, it's one time in the game where you're putting the ball into 6v6 and one bloke's got a really good advantage.
Yep.
So you can't be doing it.
That's his 18th goal for the season. What a pick-up he's been. 3-2 to 2-3.
Would he be in Carlton's best side at the moment?
Yeah, he would be.
Yep. And you mentioned before Sydney have struggled from half-back finding a target coming up. That's kind of McDonald's forte, who's been out for the season.
Kennedy again to English as they rumble forward. The kick again, Melican just doing some lovely body work. Got rid of Norton, takes the mark, goes wide, beautiful kick to Goulden. Half-back flank outer side of the ground.
I like his balance there. Look, Melican, I think he's worked out Aaron Norton to play him from behind, and Sam Darcy, I think he'll play him from in front and sort of tempt him to try and jump on his head.
Dermott and Nick for MEGT tonight. Papley kicks it up towards half-foot. English just had complete control of that, a long way from home. Outmarks Sheldrick, turns everyone around.
That's that kick you're talking about, Nick. Just doesn't go any further than where it lands, about 80 metres out from goal.
And he's done it again, Nick, exactly what you said. The long kick in from Williams, but Melican just planted himself in front of Norton and takes his third big mark of the quarter. And they go short to him again as they look to switch. It came back to Melican.
And this is the one, Durham, we picked it up without Logan McDonald, without Joel Amati. This is where they get trapped here.
Yeah.
You've got Justin McInerney out here on the logo as your key target.
So they switch more completely this time. It comes to Cunningham, goes down to a 1v1. McInerney up in front of Joe Hennessy, got no eye contact.
Yeah, that's not a bad isolation though. McInerney against Joe Hennessy.
Yep. If you can get a one-on-one.
Looks to come in board. He had 2. Sheldrick was 1. Lays it off to Blakey. Wrong side for the left footer. Missed the target. Buller at ground level. Bonampelli, Davidson, Bramble. Wanted to go out wide. Norton's at half-back. He flips it into space to no one really in particular. There's a whistle. And there's a hold, was it, against
Yeah, the whistle's getting them out of jail a little bit, the Dogs. The heat's on, the Swans' pressure is through the roof, and they're getting handball chains, and they're just getting bailed out a little bit by free kicks.
Yeah, the replay from Makita showed that Papley did just hang on once the ball was exiting the area. So the Dogs come up towards half forward, but everything's a contest. The Swans are on to every loose ball really quickly, and we'll have a ball up in between wing and half forward, outer side of the ground. 3-2 to 2-3, 22 minutes gone.
Dogs
plus scoreboard.
Dogs 6 free kicks, and Swanee's just the 5.
Cunningham.
There's Warner out the front again.
Spot on. Has a bounce. He ran out of options, though. Had to get rid of the handball. It was coughed up to Caulfield. Davidson over the top of it. Warner again goes back in, thumps it inside forward, 52v2 here. Swans are a chance. Brilliant way off to Papley. Papley around the body.
He won't miss.
Cue celebration.
So the reason that goal happened was because Fuller gave that ball off. A nice little give. He actually stopped the ball coming forward. He didn't draw the footy as a forward, and that's why Warner stopped.
Warner stopped.
And he went, well, there's no movement. And the boy Fuller, he's just standing.
He just sort of watched Warner going, what are you going to do with it? You still got to give him an option.
Drag the ball. You've got to lead to the ball or run to the goal square. One or the other, and he did nothing. So Warner stopped. He gets tackled, but the ball still comes forward. He makes up for it, Fuller. He gets his hands on, dishes the little handball off, and Papley read it beautifully. Just too good for Bramble there.
Yeah, he was too quick out the front. It was Warner getting out the front of the contest again. You picked it up, Dern, really well. It's been Jordan, it's been Rowbottom and Sheldrick who have been in and under the packs, and they've allowed Warner to be 10 or 15 metres out the front, and he's looked dangerous running forward.
It's a good game of footy, this. Grundy again. He's done it again, boys.
No doubt the Bulldogs have sent a little memo to the AFL and going, Brodie Grundy runs under the ball.
English drives it forward again. Big pack of players. Lovely gather by Kennedy. Couldn't find West. Again, the pressure from Wicks was immediate. Gathers the footy eventually. Tries to get a McInerney who goes bang on Liberatore. Never took his eyes off the footy. Tumbles it back inside forward 50. Francis goes back. Gets it out. They just a lovely kick and a half volley from Goulden. Lloyd, Wicks around the body. He goes up towards the wing position. McLean in front holding against O'Donnell. Play on immediate. Campbell takes the advantage. Sweeping handball. McInerney a good runner. Look at Lobb cut him down. Knew he had Hayward. Tapped the footy to him. Hayward looks corridor. Goes to Grundy in the square. Takes the mark. Wanted to go over the top to Blakey. It was on for a fraction of a second. Now he has to play on. Gee, they're looking for the 45 all the time, Sydney. Johannesson woke up to that. Brought it to ground. Davidson back to Johannesson. Half back. Out of side. Johannesson balances up. Norton works hard. And he wanted to play on. But the boundary line was close. He slipped over, so he has to go back.
25 and a half minutes on the clock. What a game of footy.
It is very good, isn't it? How good was Goulden's kick under pressure? That's the difference in the team. I mean, that kick normally gets turned over.
Bontempelli, Bramble, drop short. West read it better than anyone else. And he marks 25 out directly in front.
As you should do as a small forward or any forward. Always, you've got that ability to have your eyes on the footy as much as you can and pick up the drop there. But Brodie Grundy looked across. Johannesson was able to pick that off. But, yeah, West, he sort of got out. He kept his eyes on the footy. Wicks just backpedaling, eyes on the footy. Easy chest mark.
I think he was aiming up for Cooper Hines.
Yeah. On his way in, he's just pushed it. It's held its line as well as Kennedy's did. So immediately off the boot, looked like it might have been drifting across the face, but it held its line. Riley West kicks his first of the evening. And the fourth on the board for the Dogs, 4-2-26. They reclaim the lead, 3-3-21, 26 and a half gone. Host plus scoreboard. We'll keep an eye on the clock for New Tech.
It's been a game this term. It's been an absolute beauty.
Absolutely. So that game, that play by West, he saw the ball coming forward in a straight line, and he's running kind of parallel but forward of the footy, running the straight line as well. And then he just does a hook lead.
Sort of what Buller didn't do for the Swans at the other end. He just sort of didn't give enough. He didn't. The movement of West meant that Wicks had to defend him, where Buller didn't move when Warner was moving into the forward line, and the defenders can just know where you are stationary and intercept.
So back in the middle we go. Richards reads it off the Grundy hand.
6-1 Bulldogs.
They go quickly into attack. Ball hits the deck. Francis keeps it in front. Nice work from Mills. Tahini, geez, quiet. Out the back to Blakey. Blakey out the back. They come out of defensive 50. Rampy with a lovely kick to McInerney.
Looks like he's got the job, McInerney, being that outlet.
Short to Lloyd, who's working from one end of the ground to the other.
Yeah, he's the hit up forward, isn't he? Yep.
Papley, likewise, he's getting up the ground. Mark's just shy of the wing position.
He's got it back again.
Looks inward. The kick was perfect to McInerney. He wanted to lay it off. There was no one immediately there to give it to. So now he does with the kick.
Pulling him apart here.
He was trying to draw a move.
Yeah, he was. He's trying to get a 50.
Just taking it off the line, aren't they, Sydney? Yep. Lloyd goes back inside. Forward 50, Grundy. A bit too big and a bit too strong for Caulfield. And did him cold in the end. Takes the mark 40 out.
Just they moved the ball off the line. Murray caught it really well, and English just sort of lost Brodie Grundy in the transition of the ball down the field, and he got the right matchup, and the Swans were able to isolate Brodie Grundy. They were unable to get a third man up, the Dogs, and it was too big and too strong.
Made a good start. He's given away some free kicks, but he's going all right, isn't he, Brodie Grundy?
He needs to.
Free kicks now are at 8-7 in Sydney's favour.
It's a lot off.
15. We're in line for 60. Oh, Brodie.
He's pulled that to the left through for a behind.
Kicks it like you.
Through 4:22 to 4:2:26, 28, nearly 29 minutes gone. Host Plus scoreboard. So the Dogs bring it out a bit more cleanly this time. Bramble down the line, 2v1, but McLean too strong in the air then. Norton had his work cut out.
Free kick. Was that a
downfield?
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Downfield or?
No one knows. So Norton's got the free kick. Oh, he comes into the corridor. Hangs up in the air for a long time. O'Donnell had his arms chopped. Papley got there, but then gave away the free kick.
I don't think Papley could realise that he was like stunned that he actually kicked it, and he was stunned that it just hung in the air.
I agree with you. Dale on the logo. He comes back into the corridor to Bramble. Thinks about O'Donnell. Doesn't go.
That's close to 50. You can't swap them out on the mark like that.
Now he does go to O'Donnell. Everybody in front of him. So just
he'll get it here.
Post the high drop punt inside forward 50 out the back. Norton had half a chance, half a look at it. Swans have got numbers everywhere. Blakey got the kick away just in time. 2v1 Hayward, you've got to be good.
He's very good.
And he is. And then that could have been 50. It is. He took the mark and was slammed to the ground by Caulfield. He doesn't realise that he's got the 50-metre penalty
here. He's called time off, so he'll get it back. I bet you he gets it back. He called time off.
Now let's see if there's a double 50.
I can't. No, Will doesn't know it's his ball. Norton doesn't know who to give it to. I think.
Hang on. It's a good 50.
Yeah.
So Hayward, he goes long and strong, top of the square. Lob getting back. Hands on it, no one can mark. Road bottom, lovely step, and then just couldn't finish. Through for behind.
Inside 50s as we hear the quarter-time siren. Sydney 11, the Dogs 15. That gives you a feeling of the way the game's going, but they've held up pretty well defensively, Sydney. What have we got? 3 points in the Doggies' favour, Murray?
Yep, get your thoughts.
No idea who you'd say had the better of it.
No, we'll give you a chance to think about that, and we'll get some more thoughts on the other side of the break. At quarter time here, it is the Western Bulldogs 4-2-26, leading Sydney 3-3-21. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and Elders for Australian Agriculture.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Host Plus. Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 8th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
This ad is about neighbours Ryan and Jack. Ryan's home has been been affected by recent damp weather, with mould appearing all over his walls and ceiling. Meanwhile, Jack is relaxing in a mould-free home. That's because Jack installed a Panasonic air conditioner with 24-hour Nano EX air purification and mould-inhibiting technology. Jack's Panasonic air conditioner means he enjoys clean, fresh air in a mould-free environment. And you can too. Search for Panasonic Air online to request a free quote today.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Serious outdoor work needs serious tools. With the world's largest 18-volt system, Makita LXT delivers the power, performance and range to tackle any job. From edging paths to slashing weeds, LXT has a tool for every task, all on one battery platform. No fuel, no fuss, just pro-grade cordless power. More tools, more choices, more power. Makita, rule the outdoors.
Makita back. Time to gear up. Trucklines end of financial year sale is on now. Stock up on quality parts and accessories for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Make sure your fleet is primed and ready for the new year. Don't wait. Gear up with Trucklines end of financial year sale. But it must end June 30. Shop the savings online or find your local Truckline store at truckline.com.au.
Are you ready to kickstart your career? Choices Flooring is offering paid training for new flooring installers. A Choices Flooring apprenticeship pays you an income while you complete your accreditation in one of Australia's highest paid trades. Work alongside experienced flooring professionals and earn while you learn. At Choices Flooring, our Certificate 3 apprenticeships cover both residential and commercial floor covering installation. To join the team, simply visit choicesflooring.com.
Rev up your weekend at the Melbourne EV Show. This Friday, Saturday and Sunday at the Melbourne Exhibition Centre. Discover over 100 cutting-edge electric vehicles. Take a free test drive. Explore the latest charging and battery innovations. And hear from industry experts in live seminars. Melbourne EV Show. Be part of Australia's #1 everything EV showcase. Tickets at Ticketmaster.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. New Farm's been there for Aussie growers for 100 years. Through prosperity and heartache, drought and flame. Through the unprecedented and through innovation. New Farm's high-quality crop protection products are formulated right here in Australia because Aussie growers are tougher together through choosing Australian. New Farm understands local conditions and the importance for Aussie growers to have the right products at the right time. New Farm, Australian through and through. To learn more, visit newfarm.com.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20. Try Domino's Meat Pie Crust with 4 and 20 pies. Macca's, I'm loving it moments. Making their debut, it's the new McWings from Macca's.
To Fraser, he gets it onto English, good gather, spins, gives it off to Darcy. Darcy kicks his second. On the run. O'Donnell goes wide, and that kick was slow and telegraphed, and Lloyd read it from 30 metres away into the corridor, around the body, hits it pretty well. That's a lovely finish by Jake Lloyd. Quick hands, ends up with Warner. 52, open goal square. He goes for home and he puts it through. Swans are a chance. Brilliant lay off to Papley. Papley around the body. Oh, it's a good game of footy here at the SCG. Huddles break for the resumption of play. Second quarter. Nick Davis, Dermot Brereton, give us your thoughts.
Oh, it was a great game of footy to start the Friday night. It was. I feel like the Swans, they probably had the better of the open field play. It was centre bounce clearance to the Western Bulldogs. They were 6-1 in that quarter, and a lot from free kicks. Brady Grundy crossing the line and giving away free kicks. and the goals sort of came from there for the Dogs, where the Swans had, a fair share of the footy around the ground.
They got repeat entries, the Swans, because they were able to make the Dogs cough up an exit kick out of the back line.
Montempelli messed up a hand pass.
Yeah, that's a good game. This is a good game.
Davis and Brereton for MEGT Australia's apprenticeship experts, AFL Nation. For 4 and 20 Traveller and Elders, we're back underway. It is a 3-point margin the Dogs' way. Blakey toe pokes to himself. Sanders goes in to lay a bit of body pressure. Nice work from Hines, who just fended his way out of trouble, to English, to Bramble. He's got time and space to size it up towards half 40. Goes, it's out the back. Darcy needs a bounce. He gets the bounce. He run the right foot. Don't you dare!
Oh, wow.
This man is ridiculous.
Oh, wow.
He's... you two tell me, but that is just so exceptional for a man of his size.
You've played enough footy. I've played enough footy. We've all played enough footy that's top of the square every day of the week. You get told, and
Ron Barassi would drag him for that.
Unbelievable.
He didn't centre it.
But he was in the contest. He
did pick up the length of the ball on the drop, and he started turning back to the back of the pack earlier. In fact, I don't think he even aerially competed for that ball. He read the depth of the ball. We watch it on the replay here.
Yeah, first back.
Kind of pushed off it. Now we have a look on the replay. He looks inside.
He had a look. I'll give him the credit. He did have a look. There's not many better players than him in the comp at the moment, so you can have a look, and you've got all every right to just have a shot. And he did.
Having a look there on the Makita XGT 40-volt max, that is some sort of goal.
Heaney gets the clearance, bangs it inside forward 50. O'Donnell comes out hard. He gathers it, ground level too high.
Oh, Paps is angry. He's directed his anger at the umpire, Nathan Toner.
I reckon he's dislocated his finger, Paps. He's in a bit of drama. He's heading off. I think he's put a finger out.
So Hines, good hands, gets it from Joe Hannison. They go through the middle of the ground. A couple of Swans collided. Centre half back with the mark was taken by Sheldrick. Cunningham's in a bad way here. He bore the brunt of the Sheldrick body, but they go short. Mills to Haywood, wing. Cunningham's hobbling into the pocket. McLean marks on the arc of 50.
They've been impressive going inside 50 term, the Swans, and Murray's called it a couple of times. Paps is getting his finger put back in.
Bloody soft Paps.
You go off for that.
And now Cunningham's coming off as well.
But
do it yourself.
They've just been off the line a little bit, the Swans here.
Gordon drops it into the hole. Hines fielded, goes in and gets it, spins. Oh, lovely couple of moves from the young fella. Darcy at centre half back. He gives it to Bramble. Thinks about going one way, then ran out the other side to Dale. Steps away from Lloyd twice, then drops it into the hole, and that's a lovely bit of composed footy to Fraser.
I agree, Dermot. It was applause. And Jake Lloyd, he's played enough footy. He just had to keep him on the boundary side. They had him penned in, and he just allowed him to come back in, and that's the only space that they could get out of that.
Sloppy kick from Fraser to Sanders. Then he's just all right. He's tried to kick that 80 metres, and it's gone 25 off the side of the boot, out of bounds on the full.
That's a shank.
That was a shank.
That's missed the pitch that much. That was like, who's the bloke? Armisen.
Yep.
Steve Armisen.
It was a Steve Armisen delivery.
So Cunningham up and walking down on the boundary line.
Good sign. So Melican up towards half forward. English with a big fist. Brings it to ground. Dogs have got numbers at the fall of the ball. Liberatore to Dale. Sanders was in that phase of play as well. Dale rides the boundary line, keeps the footy in play. Got rid of Melican. They might be out. Sanders had to be clever. He was a bit too clever. Hines wasn't on the same page. Swans have got numbers. Excellent smother. That was from Hines again. He's doing some nice things this quarter. A second smother from Hines. They keep the footy alive. Brilliant. Bontempelli ends up with Liberatore. They go inside 450. West flies. Can't mark Swan. Got numbers down there. Got to be clean. Rampy was good. Got it to Wicks. He can turn around, drive it out of defensive 50. Another pack. Good game of footy this. Bramble lays the tackle. Buller got out of there. It was a good second effort. Warner just crashes through. The Sanders tackle has the bounce, runs away from Bramble, comes inside forwards towards 450, but the kick had nothing on it.
He kicked off his wrong step.
He kicked it left foot, but the Doggies defenders just had the shoulder on the Swans foot. Sometimes you just got to work hard to get past and Derm, I know you love it, and then come back up at the kicker.
Yeah, yep. If your forward's going to stand there and get the back of his head belted in, you can take some punishment upfield.
It's been a game of footy, boys. It's been...
Yes, of course you can.
So blokes who run off the line to avoid contact when they're trying to kick the ball to you.
That replay for Makita of what Warner tried to do then.
He was on the wrong step.
He was.
It was the
like Froggy Thompson.
Right hand drop, left foot kick.
Ball thrown in. Roberts has to cough it up. Dogs had numbers, but none of them really committed to taking the footy. They're all trying to shepherd for one another. Mills off the ground to Hayward, back to Mills, out in the path of Warner. He couldn't gather it. Bramble just needs to find a teammate here. He's under pressure. Mills read the situation beautifully, made it a 2v1, gets it to McInerney, wheels around, sizes up into the corridor. They fly against one another, Swans. Ball to ground, a couple of tackles, trapped in.
You needed to see that, McLean. Will Hayward, he was in the pocket of space, and McLean just had needed to engage his opponent just so he didn't get there. And
you had to fake Shepherd there as an attempted mark to protect Will's back.
Ball thrown in. Ball thrown up, I should say. Williams was good, clean, a Liberatore to Bramble. A bit of space. Needs to hit a target. He does. Look at the lead provided by Darcy.
He's kicking, and on the left.
Wheels. It's crazy. I don't know which is his natural. Clearly he's a right footer, but he looks so natural on the left. Ball in dispute. Coughs out. Sanders into a bit of space. Mills can't really go with him. Has one bounce. Thought about the second. Chips it in. Board. Oh, it's an excellent second effort from Norton, whose feet went from underneath him.
Yeah.
But then he lunged and took the mark, Nick Davis.
Everyone down the left hand of your dial, the Bradman Noble stand, has slipped over. And there was a concert down there earlier on in the year, and the grass has been relayed, and it just everyone's slipping over. The
Andre Bocelli.
He's the man. He does beautiful work. But
that's a free kick against Kelly where the ball came from. He tackled, kept the ball free of the tackler's arms, and then missed the handball.
So Norton comes in, it holds its line again.
Geez, they're just sneaking them in.
They are. The goal umpires are doing a bit of work, but at the end of it, they're putting two fingers up, which is the most important thing. Norton gets his first, and the Dogs get the second of the second, and they skip it out now to a 15-point margin, biggest of the game, 6-2-38. Sydney 3-5-23 on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard. Save $180 over 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code MATE30 at checkout.
So if you're a Swanee supporter, don't lose too much sleep here, because they've actually had 8 true shots at goal. Sydney have had 6. So this is one of those games at the moment. So this 15-point lead, nice. It's purely determined by accuracy kicking goals, which is part of the game, I know, but your time will come and you will get them.
Let's keep an eye on that bench and everything going on around the ground for Chemist Warehouse. Papley's finger's been put back into place. Grundy gets the clearance, driving footy. Oh, and it's falling into the hands of Buller, who had a couple go up in front of him. His concentration was very good. He takes the mark 20 out directly in front.
Oh, I like Buller. The pack of 8 ice creams, they're fantastic.
Good value for money too.
Spelled differently though, I think.
Yeah, with the A.
Yeah.
Correct.
I like the...
There's a caramel one in there.
Yeah. The 3 colours come out.
Yeah, it's strong.
Totally different spelling.
Yep.
Let's see if this boy can spell 6 points.
So,
what about that runner?
He was doing this in the warm-ups. A little staggered sort of approach, but... And he's missed.
I was nervous.
They say kick it hard. He tried to kick the cover off it.
That's like standing up at the first tee of the lakes and you got water all down the left and you're going, it's just a terrifying shot.
Just go and hit it in the hill on the right, Nick, and just take your medicine.
Take a 5 and 6.
Just take the medicine. So they turn it over. Blakey, bit of time. Balances up into the pocket. It's a beautiful kick. There were 4 Dogs.
His hand saw Papley.
I almost swore then.
His hand, you know when your hands are so sore, you start like doing the little toe poke. You sort of
Watusi.
Yeah, his hand's so sore, so he's doing the sort of
such a great kick.
The funny walk. His hand's so sore.
Come. Is it plumber. Come on.
He's kicked one.
Haven't you seen Landman, the first episode, where Billy Bob hammers his own finger off?
49 metres out. This one does start to the left and draws through for a behind.
It's starting to haunt them. 3-7. Last week, 7-17. Joel's sitting back going, it's hard, boy, isn't it?
I'm not even playing. Stop mentioning him. Davison down the line. Fraser's just come off the bench. Can't mark.
Oh, good throw.
It was Lions' imaginative handball over the boundary line, ball in front of the interchange gates. It's a good game of footy. The game is running hot for Rooney.
It is. It absolutely. The Swans' pressure is running hot. Their pressure, it's kept them in the game. And
some of the front liners have been quiet, haven't they? Heaney's been quiet. Bonapelli's been quiet.
Grundy gave away those 2 free kicks. Tim English has kicked the ball well. But Grundy's winning this battle.
He's going right.
Oh, my word, he is. I know we've said he runs under the drop of the ball, negotiates with the contact and doesn't get back to the drop of the ball. That's free kick for shepherding. He's done that 3 times. But he's playing a really good game.
His 4th possession coming up for Heaney.
He gets off Davison. 2 kicks from goal.
Bailey Dale with 16, leads all comers on the ground.
Gee, they're a tall back line, the Doggies, aren't they?
Yeah.
So he just hoists it high
That's
to
a hold
about
umpire.
45. English goes back, takes the mark. Gary Dempsey did that thousands of times for Footscray, and Tim English doing it for the Western Bulldogs.
Yeah, the boy Buller went to run and Rory Lobb grabbed him. He put a wrist lock on him.
Just drops it into space. Richards can't really get into the game either. No. Jordan doing a good job on him.
Jack Bullard, if he's played 50 more games, I reckon the umpires give you those. They give you. You're like, come on, mate. You're in your second game. You got to.
Make no mistake. You go past the umpire and we used to do it.
Yeah.
Say, hey, watch for the holding.
Absolutely.
Grundy up in front, clean take. Handball to Papley, who tried to knock it on. McInerney came hard out at Robot and gets the handball. Drives it into a dangerous spot. Caulfield goes back. Lobb wanted the mark. Swans have got the ground level players. Campbell gets it, gathers it, dispossessed. Dogs have got numbers. Quick hands, Bonabelli step. Oh, and again, thing of beauty. Bought a bit of time and space when there appeared to be none. Francis couldn't take it with him. Hines kept his eye on the footy. Gets it out to Sanders, half back. Takes some pace out of the footy and gives it to Vandermeer. He's been quiet too. Up towards half forward he goes. Bonapelli taken high and held. 1-on-1 v Lord plays on straight away. High drop punt. 2v1. Darcy can't mark. Melican came at it. Ground level Hines. Tries to cut through. Taken. Holding the ball against Sydney. It was Richards who came up the secondary tackle. Blindsided. I think it was, I'm not sure who it was, to be honest, the Swan, but it's a free kick to Ed Richards.
Yeah, I just reckon down that end of the ground term, you just need to be careful, and your first option's your best option. We've seen so many players at that left-hand end of the dial slip over on that new surface.
Roberts,
okay.
There was Roberts there, and it just had a look, and it probably is.
So to get Ed Richards into the game, he's flayed that one across the face of goal, and it scrapes through for a behind.
He's been quiet. James Jordan's had the job there. He's been doing a good job.
6-3-39, the Western Bulldogs. 3-7-25, Sydney. Mate, internet and mobile scoreboard. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, and their Traveller and Elders. Could have been 50 to McInerney, who was taking the ground after he took the mark. The umpire said it was bang, so play on. There goes Richards again, falling over on the Bocelli patch. Williams, the kick was intercepted, steps around, gives it to Harms, laid off to Fraser. Fraser drops it over the top. Oh, it's a good kick. Sanders can't mark. Blakey didn't interfere. Clever going back with the fly to the footy. Oh, good contest. Coming hard was O'Donnell at Hayward. Excellent give to Warner, but his quick kick around the body intercepted by Bailey Dale, who's brought his own footy tonight.
Brave was Will Hayward in that contest.
Into the pocket, set it up for Norton, who had a clean jump at it, and he takes the mark.
Yeah, it was so disjointed play then. They lost their man, the Sydney Swans. It was going out.
Couldn't get any body work on him.
Yeah. It was very disjointed. They couldn't locate him. A clean run at it.
Tell you what, these two, Norton and Darcy, they get their act together. They're a solid duo.
From 45 out, it's a beautiful kick. That's his second of the term and his second for the night, and it's the 7th on the board for the Dogs, who are building nicely into this match. 3 goals this quarter, all kicked by the Bulldogs. They move it out to a 20-point lead, 7-3-45. Sydney 3-7-25. We've been going 14 and a half minutes on the new tech clock, automation for manufacturing. All the numbers on the Mate's Internet mobile score.
Good reward for effort for Norton. He's hit up. I've just been I've watched him. We spoke about him a lot in the pre-game, but his movement, he's been constantly on the move. He's not allowing Francis to get any body work, and he's able to draw the footy there, and he's been able to win his possessions in multiple ways, and that one there was he got out the back, and as on the replay they're starting to show the Bocelli grass, but as a forward, a lot of forward craft at the moment is talked about coming up at the footy. The dangerous space, if you can get out the back of your opponent, Derm, you get 360 and you can go wherever you want.
Darcy and McLean in the middle. Warner read it better. McLean goes in, misses the handball to Heaney. Harms crashes through, takes the footy, scrapped away nicely. Liberatore to Dale.
He's had 20, Dale.
He's on fire. He puts it out to Davison, who wants to go back inboard to Liberatore. Reaches for it, tumbles it back inside forward 50. McNeil couldn't read the ball. Chance for Norton. Around the body, kicks his third.
So you're getting an issue now. They're the key forwards. They're getting supply. So you've got Darcy on 3 goals, Norton on 3 goals. If Sydney are to match this, so they've got 8 now, you'd assume that even if they fall over and slow up after half-time, the Dogs are going to kick minimum of 12, probably 14 plus. So you've got to find another 12, 13 goals from Sydney. And I'm looking at that forward line with the structure right now.
Who is it going to be?
Papley would have to kick a 5. Will Hayward would have to kick 4. And you'd have to have some contributors like a McLean would need a couple.
Going to need to be down there?
Yeah. You might even be worth throwing Isaac Heaney down there now until half-time to try and make them think we've got to defend this bloke as a backman, as a forward.
Because at the moment, Rowbottom is that midfielder that's been squeezed out, and he's not a noted goal kicker at all.
3 in a row for Aaron Norton, and they get first hands on it again. The Dogs. Sanders to Kennedy, gets it away just in time. Sanders again puts it into the path of Kennedy, runs to half forward, stops, comes back inboard on the left foot, pokes it into McNeil, who stood up in front of Sheldrick and takes the mark.
That's a one-hander. I reckon we get a look at the Makita replay here, and it's like Craw. He just puts the one arm up.
No, not the Craw,
Craw, not Craw. That's smart.
It is.
Yeah, so we have a look Kennedy here on the replay. Goes back onto the left. Nice. Craw! There we go.
One of the greats.
Makita XGT 40-volt max.
So McNeil from 45, he's lets himself down every now and again with his finishing.
He kicked it like the Craw.
Scrapes through for behind. 8-4-52, 3-7-25. Mate, Internet Mobile Scoreboard, AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 Traveller and Elders for Australian Agriculture. So Blakey comes to the members' side, and they're starting to read the kicks a bit. O'Donnell, mark or free kick, take your pick.
Talking about running hot for him. Bailey Dale, 18 disposals, going at 94% efficiency. He's had 6 kick-outs, but 94% efficiency with 18 disposals.
Halfback flank in the All-Australian team. Those 2 spots are going to be hard-earned this year.
He can have both of them.
Of the square, ball alive. Cunningham rushes it through for behind. 8-5 plays 3-7.
Just these exits, Derm, they get trapped here. They're just a key forward or a marking target short. They just don't have that bailout option, the Swans. You got Grundy down here on the wing with Buller and McLean. It's got to come this way.
So down the line goes Mills, long and strong for the pack. It's an excellent mark from Brodie Grundy.
His leading Swans disposals, 11.
5 or 6 man pack there, and there were some big boys in it.
So that's a long kick, 4 seconds hang time, and now they go the same again down the line.
Big fly at the deck. Gordon releases his man Campbell with the handball. Here's a bounce. He needed Papley to get a bit of separation. It never really came, and he wanted it the whole time. Fraser takes the footy over the line. Papley begging for the free kick.
He needed to not be behind the defender, Murray. You called it right. He just needed to work harder, a little bit off the angle. He forced a hard handball from Campbell running at that speed.
So should he have kicked it in the end?
On his right side, though, there. It was probably, if he was going to kick, he needed to probably cut hard.
Grundy's hit to Heaney was magnificent. Oh, and then the Heaney finish was the equal to it.
I think the Heaney finish might have even been a little better.
Well, if you're telling me that's a set play, I'm buying it, and it was magnificent.
It's brilliant. Libba come over and said that was a fluke. They're stretching jumpers and Father Isaac Heaney. That was extraordinary. So Brodie Grundy, the ball has had 3 stoppages along the way. He's won 2 of them.
Yep, he did. He took the mark down here across halfback. A long kick in. He worked his way down to the ruck contest.
He's the Swans' best at the moment.
Oh, he is. He's leading disposals for the Sydney Swans with 11. But that long hit there for Heaney.
He's had 8 contested out of 11.
Yeah. He's making up for those early free kicks.
Gee, that was... It's one of the things we often say stupidly, really much needed.
Yeah. The key to replay, Heaney, before the ball was hit by Grundy, just got body on Kennedy to get that separation. It was outstanding work. Back in the middle, umpire calls advantage. It was going to be a Sydney free kick. McLean up behind Lobb. Lobb got good purchase.
So you still have to come down with it, and he didn't.
Didn't you have enough of it, I reckon?
Control.
Yeah, it stopped in the hands.
Oh, we're under pressure here. Fraser gets it back from Caulfield, goes back to Lobb. Lobb wants to go sideways. There's really nothing there. That's awful. That is awful. He's picked out McLean. He wanted to go sideways so badly and then just couldn't change his own mind.
He just needed to take his medicine and dump kick to halfback.
That's a great expression. That's a golfing expression when you hit him wide. Just take your medicine. You've been on the course today.
So big kick this. They kicked 4 in a row and Heaney's got 1 back.
They had a chance for 5 in a row, the Dogs.
Hayden McLean, he'll think that he should kick this. Tight angle, right side for the right footer. It's off the side of the boot. It's a poor kick. Off hands out of bounds. It was within his wheelhouse, the big fella. The boundary throw in deep into attack for the Swans. 22.
That was Rory Lobb covered in mud on his back. There's no mud out there.
He took him down on the interchange early, dude. He took one.
Grundy in front, shark by Bontempelli. Down the line he goes. Lloyd, good contest.
That's a good contest.
Fraser.
Was there mud down there?
Just on the interchange.
I thought he looked like a Labrador that'd been rolling around in his own.
You do the right thing. You take your dog for a walk, and then you got to deal with that.
And then you got to put the high pressure hose on him.
And I love that.
Push.
Free kick Grundy again. He's proven a bit of a handful here. In fact, it was off the ball. Liberatore holding Warner.
But like most ruckmen, they still looked up and thought,
they look guilty.
We've got no idea what's going on.
So Warner high drop punt to about 30 out. It's a poor kick. Bailey Williams suited by it, takes the mark.
Yeah, no one was on the same page.
Oh, they're out here.
Again, he looked to go backwards with the handball. In the end, takes the space, driving, drop punt out to the wing position. Norton couldn't get there. Blakey could. Low, quick ball into Papley, who'll back himself here. He'll want to wheel to about 48.
Isn't that amazing? So, nobody's standing on the mark, and the player that was closest, Williams, backs away from it and calls another player in. Anywhere else on the ground, that's 50 in this day and age. But given that he's elected to take a shot at goal, a set shot, the umpire says, no, that's permissible.
It's a good-looking kick. Hard, low, driving drop punt from Tom Papley. He gets his second. And the Swans dig in here for the fight. Heaney and Papley, just as the game was getting away from them, big goals. They're back in it.
Yeah, goals of the day. Beaumont Tiles, massive range tiles on sale now. There was a goal there. It was the Western Bulldogs had a chance for 5 in a row and to really bury the Swans, but they've been able to dig in. Murray, it's a good call, and it's what they've done. They've been able to just keep the ball in their front half. The Western Bulldogs do them. Some of their foot skills coming out. Rory Lobb picked off the wrong target. That one there, Aaron Norton just ran into the pack, and Nick Blakey came over the top. But it's
a makeshiftish forward line.
It is, and I think it's how they're going to. It's how they're going to score. It's going to be sporadically. It's going to be twos, maybe threes for people. They're just going to need to keep the ball in their forward half.
Nick Davis, Dermot Brennan for MEGT. Back in the middle we go. Haven't seen much of Bonampelli in this part of the ground. He gets his hands on that. Farms it out to Liberatore. Brilliant tackle, Errol Goulden.
He's looked to distribute by hand a lot tonight, Bonampelli.
Ball up. Step or two outside the centre circle.
He's had 11 disposals.
Libber over the top again, tries to farm it out the back, ends up with Goulden, just pokes it into space, gets him out. Papley, just a little bit of a head fake. Goulden on the right foot's a lovely touch kick to the lead provided by McLean. Kick and a half out from goal. Looked to go short to Papley, decided against it. Now needs someone to come at this footy. Hayward does, brings it to ground. Davison goes back. Heaney intercepts out of bounds.
It's going to be the way they score, Derm, I reckon, off repeat entries. It's not net with this makeshift, the forward line with no sort of alpha key forward. It's going to be off a repeat entry when the Bulldogs' defence is a little bit off its game.
They've got a shot here now. Grundy's been winning these.
He gets in front, brings it down row bottom. Papley really wants it. Jordan! What a goal!
Get it again, Grundy.
And Papley goes straight to Ed Richards and assaults him.
I haven't played for 2.5 decades. He's a ripping fellow off the ground, but if I was playing it, I'd have to belt Papley.
How far would you run to get him?
I just have to give him a belt. He just has no.
They're after Richards here.
Sure are.
He has no right to go up to anyone. He wasn't even involved in the play.
And they only do it now because they know they're not going to cop one back.
Well, it used to be the unwritten law now, but I've played under umpires where I've turned around after being clipped and the umpire said, yeah, you deserved it.
You deserve it. Or you've got an opportunity, give him one. Make it a good one. It's a great finish, and we've called it. They're scoring from stoppage. The Swans in their forward 50. Brody Grundy is he's dominating there against English.
So this is a great test for Tim English. Now have another bounce.
It is. Grundy's changed his technique in the centre. He's not sort of coming under the ball. He's jumping, and he's coming out the other side.
And again, meets him right in the middle of the ground, gets the better of it. Jordan had a look, just couldn't take it with him. They would have been immediately inside forward 50 again. Bonampelli's tackle was strong.
So now that there's
on again here. Heaney, Liberatore.
There's going to be a throw up here, and this is what suits Grundy because he can stand and negotiate the contact straight away.
Agreed.
Heaney's working Bonampelli over around the centre circle. Bonampelli lays a tackle.
A strong contest here, both sides. Look, 10 points the margin. It just shows how the Dogs, they had him.
Grundy again in front. Warner just handballs into a bit of space. McNeil first one to it. Did he cop one?
Oh, he caught one from Rowbottom.
Bramble gets the loose footy to Harms. Back to Bramble. Nothing immediately to give it to. Steps sort of around Mills. Up towards half forward. Grundy goes back. Can't mark. Good attack on the footy from Darcy. Gets rid of his tackler on his left foot. Into the pocket. He goes 2v2. Davison gets the crumb. Wants to dribble it home. Can't do so. It's in that pocket. There's a whistle. There's a free kick to Sydney.
They ended up paying that free kick. I think the central umpire.
Yeah, Davison just
radioed down.
Out of it.
Yeah, it was a bit crass.
Geez, you've got to be careful in this part of the ground, though, don't you? No sudden movements.
Around. Just give it to him.
Yeah, let's do that. He brings it out of defensive 50 with a magnificent kick.
Does
to Melican.
Miss.
No. Melican, long and strong. over the top of the outer wing position. Ball punched back to the logo. Hines was clean with his hands. Bramble wrapped up. Umpire says, I'll ball it up on the logo. 8-5, 6-7, 29 minutes gone, second quarter. Grundy dispossessed. Excellent by Liberatore. Umpire said it was high. Liber doesn't believe it. Grundy plays on straight away. Sweeping handball to Jordan. Cuts inboard. Gives it to McInerney. He's got one over the top. He goes the ground route instead. McLean pokes it into the corridor. Brilliant piece of work from Hayward. The gather was magnificent.
This is swinging. This is swung all on Grundy.
Sam Darcy needs to get in the centre bounce. They need to make a move. Grundy, Derm, you're spot on. He's controlled the air, whether it be a kick mark or his stoppage work. He's controlling this game. They need Darcy in the centre.
Every time he goes to a clearance outside the centre circle, he wins it.
Yep.
Sydney Swans win the ball forward.
Hit out 17-11.
This is quite damning on Tim English around the ground ruck work.
He doesn't kick many, James Rowbottom, from 45 out, and he misses it. You see, that would have been a big goal. A couple of behinds for him tonight. 6-8, 44. Sydney 8-5, 53. The Bulldogs.
Tackles Sydney Swans 37. The Bulldogs 16.
Yeah, and I reckon of that, how many were there for Sydney?
37.
I reckon 30 of them have been big tackles.
Like strong, I agree, yep.
Bailey Williams as they exit defensive 50 carefully. Pokes it over the top to Richards at half-back. Just thinks about the handball to Harms, gives it now to Johannisen through the logo, out of side of the ground, up towards half-forward. Melican's been outstanding for a bloke who's got his hands full with direct opponent. He's certainly done his bit. There's the siren. Now, let's wait and see what happens here around the footy. Let's wait and see what happens here.
Richards is underneath the pack. Someone's accidentally on purpose fallen on him.
Was it Sheldrick who went over the top? Looks like they're going to...
Jordan's in there.
Pull each other apart here. It was
Harms,
a couple of old Melbourne teammates. Harms and James Jordan.
Still a bit going on as they walk through one another. A bloke at Waverley who went through an opposition team's huddle one day. Can't remember who that was.
It's a bit late now for the Bulldogs players to put body on Brody Grundy. They should have done it 20 minutes ago.
Just unnecessarily provocative by that bloke who I can't remember anyway. That'll come to me. Perhaps 8-5-53 is the Western Bulldogs at half time. They've just taken the score off the board.
It's over here. 8-5-53 to 6-8-44.
Righto, we'll clear some commitments and come back with our thoughts from what's been a compelling opening half of footy here. AFL Nation continues for 4 and 20's Traveller and Elders for Australian Agriculture.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Mate Internet and Mobile. Save $180 over 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code MATE30 at checkout.
Jane loves flowers, but her allergies don't. Bless you. So it's lucky that Jane can now enjoy the benefits of Panasonic air conditioning. With its allergen-inhibiting Nano EX technology, Jane's now floating in the freshness of pollen-free, clean air. Come home to your perfect environment. Search Panasonic Air to request a free quote. Results from Nano EX are not instant, and Nano EX is not available on all models.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 125 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Kick off your tool collection with one of our 3, 4 or 8-piece tool value packs, or grab a battery starter kit and choose the tools you need. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito, only at Bunnings Warehouse.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off fall stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. Ends Sunday at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
An important message from... When insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose... Visit chaingroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Rev up your weekend at the Melbourne EV Show. This Friday, Saturday and Sunday at the Melbourne Exhibition Centre. Discover over 100 cutting-edge electric vehicles. Take a free test drive. Explore the latest charging and battery innovations. And hear from industry experts in live seminars. Melbourne EV Show. Be part of Australia's #1 everything EV showcase. Tickets at Ticketmaster.
You're listening to AFL Nation. For Elders, open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20. Try Domino's meat pie crust with 4 and 20 pies. Macca's, I'm loving it moments. Making their debut, it's the new McWings from Macca's.
Bramble. He's got time and space to size it up towards half forward. He goes, it's out the back. Darcy needs a bounce. He gets the bounce. He on the right foot. Don't you dare!
Oh, wow.
This man is ridiculous.
Oh, wow.
McNeil couldn't read the bounce. Chance for Norton. Around the body, kicks his third. Grundy's hit to Heaney was magnificent. Oh, and then the Heaney finish was the equal to it. Brings it down row bottom. Papley really wants it. Jordan! What a goal! Fantastic half of footy here at the SCG. Welcome back to AFL Nation. For Elders, for Australian Agriculture, recruiting now in 4 and 20 pies. It is the halftime floor show for Choices Flooring. Shape your future with the Choices Flooring apprenticeship.
The halftime floor show for Choices Flooring. Shape your future with a Choices Flooring apprenticeship.
So Choices Flooring are giving away the ultimate VIP grand final experience. You and a mate could experience all the hype of grand final week firsthand, then be at the big match itself, the 2025 Toyota AFL Grand Final. Head to iCanWin.com.au to enter now. We've got a good game of footy here at halftime. The Western Bulldogs kicked the first 4 of the third to blow it out to 26. The Swans kicked the last 3 to cut it back to 9, 8-5-53 to 6-8-44. Darcy and Norton have got 3 apiece, singles each to Kennedy and West for the Doggies, 2 to Papley for Sydney, singles each to Warner, Heaney, Jordan and Lloyd. Dermot Brereton's here alongside Nick Davis for MEGT. Derm, this has been we were hoping this was going to be a really good game of footy. Conditions have turned out to be fantastic. It has delivered.
So if you're doing your own seeding rankings, you've probably got the Dogs somewhere 6, 7, 8, 9, somewhere there. And even though the Swannies are outside the finals, outside the 8, your seeding rankings on what you've seen last week when they got their best team together, they're matching them. And this game is showing everything of that. So if not for inaccurate kicking, this would be absolute line ball in every department, including the scoreboard. They've just kicked better, the Doggies. They're playing a different game style, but they have kicked better, and that's why they hold their slender lead of 9 points.
So just repeating, in case you've just joined us, Tom McCartan, the laid out with what we think's gastrosis, stomach complaints, so it really doesn't matter. He's not playing, and Jack Buller comes in. He's playing his second game, his first after 2 years of breaking through at AFL level. We thought that was going to be a telling omission, and it has turned out to be significant because the two key forwards of the Dogs have got 6 between them at half time, but the rest of the Swans digging in behind their ruckman have been outstanding.
Absolutely. So they've had their moments. It's kind of come in flurries. I mean, the Dogs got 4 in a row, and I thought they're not far off breaking this open. And we even I made mention that at this rate, they're probably going to kick 12, maybe a 14 plus for the game. Where do the Swans find that total from to come back at them? And they have already. I mean, I didn't count Isaac snapping one out of the pack. I didn't count
James
Jordan snapping one out of the pack. So they're making up goals, but they just keep doing it.
They do. They're
fighters, aren't they?
They are. They've got 5 goal kickers amongst the 6 that they put on the board, and Papley is looking dangerous enough. So we've got a second half to look forward to here. Give us your thoughts, Nick, before we work our way through the categories at half time here.
Yeah, I agree with sort of the term. It's been the Dogs that they had the opportunity to get 5 goals in a row and probably, put the wind up the Swans a bit, but it's been Brodie Grundy and around stoppage. They've just smacked him around the stoppage. Talking about tough, Brodie Grundy has just bullied Tim English around the stoppages around the ground, and then the Swans have been able to manufacture goals is probably the best way to put it. It hasn't been clean, it hasn't been predictable. They've been manufactured and they've been hard working, and they're precious strong. They've doubled the tackles of the Western Bulldogs, and they're just going to have to grit this out, the Swans, if they're going to win it.
Rhino, who's been the toughest player in the first half for Truckline? Keep your truck on the move with Truckline.
Don't want to give it to the same bloke just several times over. We'll get to him down there in a couple of the other categories. There was a moment where Will Hayward ran back with the flight of the ball and backed into the pack, and it brought the ball to the ground. Swans secured, and then they were able to neutralise, reload again. But that was a massive effort from Will Hayward. So give him a pat on the back for that.
Either of you got an unmissable moment for drink-wise? You won't miss a moment if you drink-wise?
There was about 4 of them. It was a fair goal, Sam Darcy's goal, where he sort of he picked it up really well. He read the flight. He didn't commit in the air, let his direct opponent Melican go up and ducked out the back. Had a look to centre it. It was a legitimate look, but then finished beautifully from up against the boundary.
He's got 3 to half-time. Got a breakout player of the first half for Australian Outdoor Living, bringing backyard dreams to life.
Breakout. I don't know if there's anyone who's broken out, but look, if you have a look at the player that you thought might... I actually thought Bailey Dale was going to play on the back flank, but he's playing on the wing, and he's still had it 18 times.
94% disposal efficiency. That's a high rate for a high possession.
If I was moving magnets around on the board and writing little captions next to the opposition team down there at half time, there'd be a fair bit of red ink around Bailey Dale's name.
So do you assign someone to him?
Oh, well, Jordan's he's doing a good job, Jordan. Maybe it could be Lloyd or someone like that. It's got a little bit more of a defensive mentality goes to him on the wing, but...
Yeah, you play him. You play against them.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with saying...
Manning up.
All right, you know what? when it goes out of bounds, when it's centre square, when it's here, when it's there.
Identify him first, everybody. Find him, and then let's work everything else out.
Stand shoulder to shoulder at the start and take it from there. See how we go.
Anyone making it look easy out there for Insitec Pivot, quality assured, nutrient guarantee with IPS Easy Liquids?
Well, there's a few that are, but Brodie Grundy is making it look easy physically against Tim English. This is the classic case of Tim English is a fine player and he can do Tim English rucking things, but this is a classic case of a powerful ruckman playing Tim English in Tim English's weak area.
Physicality.
Physical contact. Physically lean into him, belt into him at boundary line throw-ins, around the ground ball-ups, and Tim English, I won't say he's powerless, but he can't stop him.
Yeah, he's been awesome, Brodie Grundy, after giving away 2 or 3 free kicks in that first quarter.
He's changed his technique, credit to him. He's jumping in the centre bounce now.
Around the grounds to Chemist Warehouse, get discounted prescriptions and save more money.
Start yet?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you about. You'll be listening to the cricket here on SEN around Australia from about 11:30. What are we, 82 in front with 6 wickets in hand?
Yeah.
Travis Head and Bo Webster in the middle. Top order has been fragile at best.
The one thing I'd say is it's hard to say our top 6 is better than our bottom 5 at the moment. I reckon 6, 7, 8.
Can we be in trouble without Travis Head?
Oh yeah. Well, he's the only one you could look at from the opposite, from another Test nation, and say he's the class.
He's without Steve Smith in the
he could take the game away from us.
So we'll keep an eye on that tonight. Obviously, a lot to look forward to, and a nervous night. If they lose one of those two quickly, the West Indians will give themselves a real sniff.
And the issue is, I don't think the West Indies have improved all that much.
They're just as bad with bat in hand. Well, I mean, 120 might be enough to beat them, but we'll wait and see. Who is leading the power play rankings for Red Energy for 100% Australian electricity and gas? Red Energy?
Yeah, I'm trying to get that up.
Hang on, you've been too busy thinking about fights, and pigs and all sorts of stuff.
I can't work it out.
And I'll get it for you. Here, for Red Energy. For Red Energy, the leading, no surprise, Brodie Grundy on top, with 68. Bailey Dale, 64. And only 2 other players over 50 to half-time, which is a low ratings game. Norton with 55 and Papley with 54 for Red Energy. Have we got a flexible player that we could see move maybe in the second half? Flexalt, the only flexible oral ice treatment for sheep.
Darcy's the one. I think he might have to spend a bit more time. If English is getting pushed around in the ruck, it might be that different, that jumper that goes up against Grundy. He might have to jump over him. That could be a flexible one for him.
Who's laid the most tackles in the first half? The Bar Crusher Boats.
Oh, the beautiful Bar Crusher Boats. Angus Sheldrick with 5, Warner with 4. The Swans they've dominated the tackling as a team.
Wasn't he a character in what's his name, Mr. Bean? What
Australia,
was Rowan Atkins. What was that?
Mr. Bean. Australia's ultimate fishing
Baldrick.
weapon. There you go.
Right,
the subs, neither have been used yet. We're still waiting for Florin and Karmas. We're getting to a break here. Choices Flooring halftime floor show. Spaces for living. Live bold, step bold. Sail on now. As we go to the break, let's hear the goal of the opening half for Beaumont Tiles.
The Beaumont Tiles goal of the day. Beaumont's massive range of tiles, all on sale.
Bramble. He's got time and space to size it up towards half forward. He goes, it's out the back. Darcy needs a bounce. He gets the bounce. He on the right foot. Don't you dare! Oh, this man is ridiculous.
Oh, wow.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20 buys. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 buy.
Time to gear up. Trucklines end of financial year sale is on now. Stock up on quality parts and accessories for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Make sure your fleet is primed and ready for the new year. Don't wait. Gear up with Trucklines end of financial year sale. But it must end June 30. Shop the savings online or find your local Truckline store at truckline.com.au.
My tips for kicking goals in life: getting up early and making your bed.
Just go for it. Reach for the stars.
Eyes on the goal, eyes on what you want, and everything you do, go about it with integrity.
Plan, plan, and plan.
It's important to set an achievable goalpost.
Kick goals with a fixed price funeral plan with Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Are you ready to kickstart your career? Choices Flooring is offering paid training for new flooring installers. A Choices Flooring apprenticeship pays you an income while you complete your accreditation in one of Australia's highest paid trades. Work alongside experienced flooring professionals and earn while you learn. At Choices Flooring, our Certificate 3 apprenticeships cover both residential and commercial floor covering installation. To join the team, simply visit choicesflooring.com.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
This ad is about neighbours Ryan and Jack. Ryan's home has been affected by recent damp weather, with mould appearing all over his walls and ceiling. Meanwhile, Jack is relaxing in a mould-free home. That's because Jack installed a Panasonic air conditioner with 24-hour Nano EX air purification and mould-inhibiting technology. Jack's Panasonic air conditioner means he enjoys clean, fresh air in a mould-free environment. And you can too. Search for Panasonic Air online to request a free quote today.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20. Try Domino's Meat Pie Crust with 4 and 20 pies.
So back underway here at the SCG. Dogs get the first footy straight out of the middle, and Aaron Norton has latched onto it from 25 metres out. Set shot on his way. He's hit the post.
They've been close all night, Murray. They've made the umpires work. But Aaron Norton, I've just loved his movement, Derby. He's getting back. He's getting behind his direct opponent, losing them, and then coming back up at the footy.
Yeah, it's giving him a clean jump at it. Kick in.
Mills brings it in to Campbell, who was dragged to the ground after he took the mark short to Cunningham, all taking place inside defensive 50 for the Swans. Early stages of the third quarter. Darcy moved on the mark.
There's been 5 of them already.
Yeah, and that's not what the rules are about, is it? There was half a flinch, and we're going to get rid of that. Mills goes short to Papley. Looking okay. Driving footy into the pocket. Oh, it's a good mark. Isaac Heaney. Manned up alongside Matt Kennedy. No slouch, strong body. And Heaney does well, takes the mark.
Just having a look at the replay.
Oh, it's because he came from the... There's been,
Well, that's what I said. If you're shooting for goal, you're allowed to do that.
You're right. It was at the other end. I agree. Yeah, it's the consistency there. But Tom Papley's looked dangerous outside 50. He's been the one that looks like he's going to hit a target going forward, and he did there with Heaney.
So Norton misses at one end, opening seconds of the quarter. Heaney comes in from the other and kicks his second of the night. So he's starting to emerge after a slow start. Isaac Heaney's got his second, and this is suddenly a one-kick game after the Dogs, halfway through that second quarter, had kicked it out to a 26-point margin. Deutz Far Tractors scoreboard, Sydney 7-8-50, Western Bulldogs 8-6-54.
Backmen love it when they look down the field and they see the forwards kick the goal. They just get a sigh of relief, go, there's a bit of breathing space. It comes back this time. We got a buffer. So when Aaron Norton pumps one into the post from 22 metres out, it goes the other end and they punch their way through it. And Isaac Heaney is able to protect the drop of the ball. Fairly flat kick. It didn't lob in there, and it didn't give Kennedy much time to reposition himself in the body contest.
Dermot Brewer and Nick Davis for MEGT. Warner, explosive takeaway from the middle. And then a brilliant kick. Had a bit too much on it for McInerney. Not enough for Francis. Francis gathers, gives it to McInerney. Swans go bang, bang.
Well done, Warner. Yeah. He's looked so dangerous, Derm, out the front of contest 3 or 4 times now. Chad Warner, he hasn't been at the coalface. He's been just on the periphery of the contest. He's bounced out. He's taken bounces. He's gone forward. He's cleared the contest with his leg speed. The entry kick, Murray, you called it, was 6-1, half a dozen the other, but McInerney was able to be clean at ground level and finished beautifully.
8-8-56. Sydney hit the front 8-6-54. Deutz Far Tractor scoreboard, Derm. This is a very good game of football.
Oh, this is super. But, gee, have a look at the Makita replay here. And that, once again, Grundy hit that with the face of his palm over his own right shoulder into the path that Warner ran. That should go down in slow motion as one of the best ruck tap outs of the season.
Grundy again gets it to Warner. Now they're rolling Heaney out the back to Gould. He'll cut back into the corridor. Goes inside forward 50. Lob can't mark. Ball to ground level. Free kick. Lob arms taken. Kennedy will rumble and roll on. They'll pay the advantage. Norton pushes up. Two kicks from home. Takes the mark. Bonampelli out the back. He ignored him. Goes to Davison on the arc of 50.
Both teams, when they make the intercept, it's not as if they go intercept and then sit back, squares it up to Frazier on the top of the 50 here. They're not making the intercept and go, right, where should I go? They just go. Drop the hammer, explode, let's catch them on the rebound.
It's up to the people in front of the ball to be ready and to make a move for them. It's great counter-attacking footy. Tim English, he was slow to get up and leave this last centre bounce.
This will take his best, won't it? From 52. He lays into it. Oh, that is a brilliant kick.
Flush.
Gee whiz. Well, he knew what some maybe didn't, that he had it from 52. He had to probably kick it 55, 56 to carry the line, and in the end, Nicky did it pretty easily. So the Dogs reclaim the lead, seesawing a fair 9-6-60, 8-8-56 Sydney. Deutz Far Tractor scoreboard AFL Nation for the 4-20 sausage roll. Elders for Australian Agriculture.
Physio out to English as he's walking back to the centre bounce. This is the one, this is a big game for the Western Bulldogs. It's a big game for Tim English this second half. How he sort of grits his teeth through this. Sam Darcy's got the matchups down forward.
It looks like he's carrying a 5-pound weight around his right ankle.
As we look, just landed on the back of Brody Grundy's heel, twisted the ankle. He's got a small dog biting at his ankles.
6 minutes in now, 5 minutes played prior to this on the New Tech clock, and there's been 3 goals kicked in this quarter. Darcy slow to pick himself up. Grundy had exited the stoppage, laid it off to Jordan. They go forward again. Half volley, sort of accidental kick out of defensive 50 from Lob. Davison goes in, wrapped up by Goulden. Umpire says, I'll ball it up.
So when the ball left that centre circle, and Grundy got it about 7 metres on the outside of that centre circle, Tim English was the last to leave.
He's been beaten again. Needs to bite down on the mouth guard here, Tim English.
He does look
proppy.
He
He's
does.
still last to get up.
He does. Row bottom to Campbell, hard up against the boundary line. Bramble wraps him up.
Yep. This is
he can't go
This is
here,
where one of
English.
your leaders needs to get to him and just eyeball him and come on, mate.
We can see it.
So
the teammates will know it.
Oh, imagine what Brodie Grundy's thinking right now.
He's licking his lips.
Oh, absolutely. So they fight hard.
Well done,
Liberatore.
Yep.
Hacks it into the corridor. Dangerous kick, though. Roberts takes the mark. Now, he is a thumping kick. It's a low, driving drop punt. The mark probably should have been taken in here. And the umpire did see that.
He saw it. He saw it.
It was Buller who had a golden opportunity, and he's grasped it. 35 out, as good as directly in front, or the ball up. Grundy locks body in. Brilliant tap to Papley, who just didn't quite hit it as sweet as he wanted across the face.
You have to make a move now.
Yeah.
You've got to.
It's got to be Darcy. It's got to be someone.
I know Darcy's your number one forward. He's your number one danger. But Brodie Grundy is doing so well. He is feeding these smaller players into score involvements.
Grundy takes it, busts through. Heaney around the body. It is pure football.
You've got to stop it.
Genius.
Grundy takes it out of the ruck. Now, Bevo's a smart coach, but this is going to get critical. He is going to get better and better, Grundy. I don't know if they can.
He's coming off.
He might sub him out.
He might. He might. It's Dermy. It's at that critical stage where you need to talk to your big ruckman here. You need to find out if he's good to go, and if he's not, you sub him out. And if he's good to go, you speak to your mids. Like Libby here needs to be into him, or you need to have one of your mids just watch Brodie Grundy's hand and try and shark it.
They are running hot, particularly you, Isaac Heaney, for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water.
Libba hunting the footy. Your first role as a midfielder in a defensive 50 stoppage is to defend, and he did not.
So he's like a great white shark here, Brodie Grundy, with the smell of blood in his nostrils.
Now he's got the kid.
Taking advantage, and he's smashed that ball 10 metres his team's way. Bailey Dale comes at it. Wrapped up once and twice. Somehow the ball gets out just in the nick of time.
This is all momentum from the ruck term.
Yeah, absolutely. He's changed this game, Brodie Grundy.
So gets front position, drops it down in front again. Darcy tried to reach over the top. Bonampelli toe pokes it off the ground. Cunningham takes it. Vandermeer's been quiet, but as we see Tim English going to the rooms here. Yep.
Well, even that for your team.
It's a pretty big moment, this appendix breaks. So ball thrown up. Sanders wrapped up by Lloyd. Grundy goes in to make it 2v1.
See, I disagree with that. I know they didn't dangerous tackle him, but he gathers the ball in, he cradles it in one arm, they tackle and pin the other, and they let him roll to ground and say, give it to me.
Should have been holding the ball?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It was a great tackle.
Sanders gets it again. Steps. Bramble from 50 can kick the goal. Oh, it's a wonderful kick by Lockie Bramble.
How good's this game?
This game is off its head.
It's on. Will Hayward's trying to fight everyone.
It is at centre half forward. Bramble's put the Dogs back in front, 10-6-66 to 9-8-62. But it's one of those games, every time there's something, you know there's an after.
Yeah, there's the momentum shifts, but Brodie Grundy's been the one. The Swans have been able to get the momentum there, but the Dogs have been with good finishing term there. They've taken their opportunities, apart from Norton, who powered one into the goalpost with the first shot of this quarter. They've been able to nail some outside 50 kicks, and your call term has been swell. This game has had it all. There's been tackling pressure. The Swans have really dominated that area, but off turnover, you're right, that the counter punching has been swift and has been really effective.
So it's 13 shots to 17 now.
Yep.
Sydney have had the 17 shots.
It's a good game. Hopefully you're enjoying it wherever you are. So Darcy got the better of that one. Out the back to Bonampelli. Harms can't take it with him, then coughs it up. Exploding through the stoppage was Campbell. Thumps it wide of everybody. Surely the boundary line will beat all comers here, as it does, and it trickles over on the arc of 50. 10-6-66, 9-8-62. Deutsche Tractor scoreboard. Been going nearly 12 minutes into the third quarter on the new tech clock, automation for manufacturing. Grundy and Darcy.
He's killing him.
Davison.
This is one term, look, I know that the footy these days is so scientific and there's rotations. This is the one where the runner goes out and goes, Brody, you go for as long as you can. Do not come off until you are absolutely tired, because he is dominating this game.
West nearly coughed it up from the restart. Went got his own footy, hacks it around the body. Brilliant stuff from Mills. Did not flinch, did not take eyes off the ball as the pack was coming. His kick across the middle of the ground was half battered down. If you are Sydney, though, Dean Cox, you're not unhappy about Sam Darcy in the ruck.
No, not at all. And you just want Brody Grundy just keep going.
He's going to take.
He's got him here. Look, the
roundhouse
smashes at 15, 20 metres forward. Hayward came up at it. Lloyd, Fraser, Sheldrick lays the tackle. Fraser not getting out of that.
And this is where I reckon Coxie's good. I reckon someone with an iPad will be there. Brody needs to. No, do not come. Yeah. Coxie's been in this position. He knows as a ruckman when you've got dominance like this.
Does it again.
You have to keep going.
So
what he's doing now, there's going to be another. He's absorbing the contact of Darcy, freeing his right arm and roundhouse swatting it 10 metres ahead.
Tries to take that one out. Warner read the drop off the hand of Grundy.
They've sent some extra numbers to the stoppage of the Western Bulldogs here. It's good coaching.
They're getting Fraser up there just to be the first tackler.
Yep. MEGT. Grundy again. Row bottom.
High.
The kick comes out. Oh, ball.
Yeah, ball.
Gee, context of this game, that is a quick call.
Yep. But now Grundy's manhandling Darcy as he's trying to get forward. It's going to wear him out because he's going to have to play forward again. Harmus is doing some laps up and down the boundary.
I'll just sub him out anyway.
Lays it off to Caulfield. His kick was intercepted by McInerney. Driving footy corridor. It's a brilliant kick. Two Swans hit the deck. Heaney again. You can't stop him now. 3 for the term, 4 for the match. And they need to find a way to curb Isaac Heaney.
I'm just subbing Timmy English out now. Even if forget he's injured or not, I'm just making it tactical. You can't ruck him. If you can't ruck...
Look at Sam Darcy in the middle. He's cooked. You're asking a lot of a young kid.
Well, throw Norton in.
Put Norton in. It needs to be someone else. Look, he's absolutely buggered. Sam Darcy's asking where Tim English is. The runner's pointed to the change rooms.
This is Tim English's Achilles heel.
Explain that. Well, here comes the physio.
He's a very good runner, as we know. He can drift forward, find space, and take a mark. He can compete for a while when it turns into a genetics contest at ruck. Who reaches highest? Who can reach highest with jump and run up? But once it turns into a maul, if that player keeps going in the maul, they'll eventually grind him down, and that's what Grundy has done.
He's off for a rest, Grundy. I would have kept him going.
So McLean takes his turn against Darcy. McLean gets the better of it. Warner, decisive takeaway.
Heaney.
Driving ball top of the square. Heaney brings it to ground. Francis gets half a look at it. They're under pressure now. Williams fumble. Bramble goes over the top of it. Rowbottom fights the good fight. They're slipping over in the Bocelli corner. Lloyd pokes it to the top of the square. No one can mark ground level. They are swarming. Rowbottom the snap! Out of nowhere, and the Swans are on fire.
Warner out of the middle.
Yep. And it gets to a point, Dan, where it doesn't matter. Sam Darcy's coming off now. Tim English needs a rocket. Get out there, big fella. There's no time for run-throughs. Norton's now in the centre bounce, but the ruck.
Wow.
The game has turned. 8 minutes of footy.
So is the Western Bulldogs' real credibility on the line?
Absolutely.
Right now?
Well, as we said, if you're doing your seedings, a team that gains Hapley and Goulden last week, they retain them for this week, they're a much better team than where they're sitting, a 6-win team.
No doubt about that, yep.
and they're not able to beat a 6-win team. Let's call them an 8-win team. They're still not able to beat them at this point in time. Something might change, though.
So Aaron Norton onto the ball now, contesting that centre bounce. They are wheeling the Magnets around everywhere. Bramble gets it from Harms. Inside forward 50, tumbling footy. Blakey in front. McNeil puts pressure on. Then Norton comes crashing through. Takes Kennedy off the line of the footy. Swans defend. Cunningham's kick batted down. Frantic footy, 30 out from the Dogs' goal. Finds his way to Bontempelli. Bontempelli! Game's got absolutely everything. 11-6-72 the Dogs. 11-8-74 the Swans.
Wasn't even aimed at him, that handball. It was aimed at a teammate on the outside of the pack, but Bont just intercepted it and then snapped.
Tim English making his way back on the field. And so don't remember, the Western Bulldogs had a shot from 40 metres in front to go 30-odd points in front.
32 points in front.
Yeah. That's a good goal. It's a good game. It's a good contest. It's a good everything.
Out of the square, Bont.
So big effort now for Tim English. Done to him whatever they needed to do to him.
So when Norton has to come off after spending him in the ruck, you've got to get presence up forward. So Bont comes off the bench. He's probably eating into his rest time here.
18 minutes gone on the New Tech clock. It's been a hell of a quarter. Goulden finds the footy, tumbles it up towards centre half forward. Johannesson can't make. Great tackle by Buller. He was like a bear.
So I reckon he's hurried to get English back on while McLean is on the ball.
English gets body on McLean, beat him. Liberatore sharked it, couldn't get the boot to ball. Kennedy over the top, tries to wrestle his way out of the tackle. He can't. We'll have a ball up, centre half forward.
It's a good move. Get him on there with the secondary ruck for the Swans. Try and get him some confidence. McLean's just bowling into him.
West gets the crumb, gets it to Bramble, to Sanders. Now they've got a bit of running room. Harms back to Sanders through the wing position. Outer side, cuts inboard, goes looking for Vandam. Here comes out of good hands. Takes the mark, wants to go quickly. Does now, but Rowbottom read the eyes. Never stopped concentrating. Wrapped him up. Brilliant tackle. Well done, James Rowbottom.
That's the one where he cradles the ball in one arm. The left arm gets pinned, and he just refuses to try and put it on the foot and rides the ball and the tackle to the ground.
The Rowbottom handball to Wicks is a bit sloppy, but he had time. Balances up, drives it to half forward. Francis goes with one hand. Buller can't hit it at the ground. English gets it to Dale. Gets it to Williams. It's among Torp. Wicks underneath the foot. He just got his man up high.
He was going to pay that.
He did. He put the whistle to the mouth and then thought better of it.
I won't ruin this game.
And you know what? Not bad. Malikan to Cunningham. Now look at him on the outer side of the ground. It's in Errol Goulden's hand. He's got acres of space. Has a bounce. Got a man further down the line. It's Warner. He could have kept going. He wants to give it back to Errol because we all want Errol to get it back. West hits him just as he was taking the mark. He goes with that little laser into the corridor. Sheldrick. It's touch off the boot. Sheldrick plays on around the body. Bounces 30 from goal. Desperate times for the Dogs. Williams toe pokes it into space. Sanders runs onto it. Cuts back. They slip over in the Bocelli grass again. It's hard out there. Bramble's done some nice things. Cuts past two. Balances up nicely. Bontempelli comes at it. Marks it half forward. Turns around. He's got Fraser running to the square. The kick was perfect.
Footy. Both sides. Andy, have a rest.
This game is going at warp speed.
What a game of footy. This is high-level stuff.
So the kick took Fraser slightly into the pocket.
Yeah, but it's where he could mark it without contest.
It had to go there.
So he kicked a beauty earlier in this quarter. This around the body seems to have hit that pretty well. It's another lovely finish.
Lead change.
Joel Fraser kicks his second of the term, second for the game. And the Dogs are back in front. 12-6-78 the Western Bulldogs, 11-8-74 Sydney, 4-20 Sausage Roll, and Elders for Australian Agriculture, bringing you AFL Nation's call of a cracking game. All the numbers on the Deutz Far Tractor scoreboard.
Damn, it's the elite level of player. Bontempelli in the last 5 minutes. His team has needed him to be a forward.
Going inside 50 when he's got it,
He's kicked a goal and he's come up, he's taken a mark and set one up. That's what if you're an elite, and we're talking elite midfielders, you need to be able to do that.
On the back of, that is the third time Bramble has carried the ball for 30 minutes.
Got out of jail, didn't he?
And banged the ball as far as he can kick it, but with directional purpose.
Yeah, not up the chimney.
Yeah, and it's gone to advantage.
All right. Those 2 goals happened while Brody Grundy was off the field. I would have kept him going.
4-1 to 5 straight this quarter. It is high quality stuff. Back in the middle we go. Liberatore, his handball intercepted by Goulden. He just took on all the tacklers, ran straight into it, and the umpire says, I'll ball it up.
Timmy didn't quite jump at him that time. So this is an interesting watch here.
Grundy, English reaches over the top. Goulden read it better than anyone. Tumbled it over the top of a couple of keeps running in on him. It is slippery in that pocket. Williams was very tentative as he came at the ball.
The Bocelli,
Oh, is it what? It's dangerous down there.
People are going to be asking, who did he play cricket for?
If you just have the long stops on in the olden days, wouldn't you? I'm not sure they'd be any help to you right now, but they are nervous.
No, that's what coaches hate, players who slip over because of the footwear selection.
Sheldrick stands up, kicks it into the pocket. Dale carries the footy in the footy holder. That was Campbell.
I shouldn't say they hate players. They hate when players don't select the correct footwear.
Ollie Florent, vest off.
Okay.
On the phone.
I wonder who they've pulled out of this one. Grundy again. Shark by Harms, wrapped up by Papley. Umpire says, I'll ball it up. No injury concerns for the Swans, are there? We haven't missed one.
Hayward looks okay. Heaney looks okay. Rowbottom, Florent.
I'd look at I'd look at the kid who's come in for his second game. Yeah, I'd look at him. He's been all right, but I don't know if you're going to get much more out of him.
Bramble stepped around a man, then the high kick was a bit aimless. McInerney probably should have taken that one, tried to hit the volley. Dogs get the spillage. Latham Vandermeer gets it from Sanders, gives it back to him, cuts around one. Handball along the ground. Fraser again, runs to 49. Joel Fraser's having a corner.
Wow.
Kicks his third for the term.
Two things on that. Wonderful finish, wonderful play from the Dogs, and awful play. But was it McInerney? Who, rather than put his nose over the footy and try and win it, and
someone else's problem.
Yeah, he just tried to hack the ball out of while it was free rolling. Just I'll kick it inside my forward 50 with a hack off the ground, which wasn't what was required. You needed a better effort than that. Thereafter, the Dogs were superb. He just keeps rolling on this kid.
Kicked 3 in the turn.
Yep.
Here it is here on the replay for
take
Makita XG2 40V.
You can't make it someone else's problem. In a game that has demanded a
It'll
high...
come down to a moment.
Yep. Our experts for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts.
Dane Rampy, sub-injured.
Wow, okay, so there you go. English spikes it about 30 metres forward, almost inside forward 50. Goulden gets the crumb to Sheldrick, puts it out in front of Roberts, who just half took his eyes off the footy as he felt for it. Fraser's having an unbelievable corner. Goes in hard body over the cod. It doesn't come out. We'll have a ball up between wing and half forward outer side of the ground.
He's a good size too, Fraser, isn't he?
They're all that size now, Term.
Thrown up, Grundy.
191.
Tries to lay it off.
Midfielders.
Sanders got time. They sag off him. Gee, they give him a lot of time to balance up, and he finds Norton 51 from home.
Yeah, that was Grundy. Couldn't chase him.
It was the first time, I reckon, we've seen a bit of the Sydney drop-off around this contest. It's been manic. They go inside forward 50, covers everybody. Florent into the game. His kick has been smothered by McNeil.
Derm called it earlier. It's not going to be who keeps going. Who drops off, and it's hard to hold your gloves up for this long, Derm, and play that way the Swans have been going.
Ball thrown in.
That's a free.
Could have been. Sort of both holding Jordan. Hacks it out of there by hand. Bramble again. Around the body, top of the square. Darcy nearly marked it. Hits the deck. Here's another one for the Doggies. Harms runs in.
Does that so well.
Kicks another one. So they make a move here, the Western Bulldogs.
It's mark or free kick to him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Once he gets that, and I spoke earlier where Melican, he needs to play him from in front, because if he plays him from behind and he goes to reach, he's going to grab, he's going to chop the arms. He needs to be in front of him and make him reach over him.
He's had a good night as well. James Harms. He started off very, very well, but when things started to go a little wrong, Bevo put Harms into the middle. Yeah. They just needed a bit of his. When Warner started to get on the end of the Grundy hits, they just needed somebody who could make a little bit of stink. You know, just a bit of physical prowess about him.
Well, after that row-bottom goal at the 16-minute mark of the quarter, we wondered, didn't we, is the credibility on the line here of the Dogs? Well, they've kicked 4 in 9 minutes.
Grundy will fancy himself here again.
This has been a terrific answer. English back in. Grundy got the better of it. English stayed in the contest. Didn't put hands on it.
It's better. He needs to do that. It was just one way there for a little while from Grundy. He's been better the last few contests, English.
They lock in again. It spits out to Liberatore. Florin runs through the tackle. Handballs it to no one. Lockie Bramble gathers. Inside forward 50. Norton up, takes the mark in front of Blakey.
Rampy out. Blakey's going to have to play tall.
Big call.
Yeah.
It's hard. Ollie Florin starting as sub, coming into a game that's this hot. He's just been a little touch off the place.
That was just decision making then, wasn't it? He actually played it all right to get in the position to win the ball. I just kick it on Darcy's head.
It's going to be English. Oh, he could have marked that. May have been dragged to ground. Umpire said play on. Hacked out of there by Goulden up towards the edge of the square. McLean can't hang on to the footy. Sanders got through one, not the second. Hacked out of there by Vandermeer, but only as far as Roberts, who dropped back in the hole and takes the mark 25 out from the goalies defending.
This is a good press by the Doggies now. They're holding the ball in their forward half.
28 and a half gone third quarter. They could do with one here, Sydney, just before three-quarter time.
Yeah, there's a big Bendix breaks, big moment coming up here soon. 5 minutes to go.
Lloyd goes short to Melican. It has been a hell of a quarter. Across the goal, they're defending to Mills, to the arc of 50 defensive. Goulden takes the mark.
Stuck here a bit.
Yeah, they've lost a bit of their run and...
He's calling for Grundy to get across there. Oh, pulls the kick.
He does pull the kick. It doesn't get to Heaney on the full. Heaney had it under control, however. Jordan takes the handball up towards half forward. He goes. Pack fall over. Chance for Haywood. It's got to sit. He carts away from O'Donnell. Buys a bit of space. Then drops it into the path of Warner. What a mark! Oh, umpire's called now. He's paid it. Oh, Derm, you would have been proud of that.
That was a super mark. I'm looking at the Doggies fans. They're calling that the ball was grounded.
You're paying that, aren't you, Nick?
Oh.
Did he bring it to ground? I thought he brought it to ground.
He didn't.
I don't know. In the West Indies, it's a catch.
On the Makita XGT40 V-Power Max.
You're paying it or not?
They pay him in the West Indies.
Didn't really control it.
So Warner's got a 25 tight angle cross the face of goal. It goes through from behind.
The crowd is standing. The crowd this time last home game against the Crows, the crowd had gone home. They're right into this, and both sides have got the crowd into this. It's been a beautiful game of footy.
He held it longer than Gary Ablett did at the MCG.
You're going back a long way.
Well, it was mark of the year.
It should never have been. But anyway, it was a good leap. Williams goes short to Fraser. He's put together an outstanding third quarter.
Signs going up down there. The Swans will be shut down mode.
Bramble, Caulfield, 15 points to the margin. Dying stages, third quarter. It has been a slashing quarter of football down the line. Bonampelli up against two. Swans have got numbers at ground level. Roberts gets it to Grundy. Thought about the handball. Goes back to Melican. He got Wicks in board. He pokes it down the line. It's a poor kick. Intercepted by Vandermeer. Oh, he goes back. Oh, Caulfield. No. Haywood had, was it Papley had half a look at it.
3 minutes.
Bramble. Oh, that's a shocking looking kick. Volley Liberatore gets it back to Bramble on his left foot. He's got a couple. No, you don't. He's got a couple out there. Johannesson, one of them, gives it to Lob. Lob can balance up. Goes down the line. Norton comes at it, brings it to ground. Hines
got an extra running forward of the Dogs.
Hines gets the handball to Norton, but he was dispossessed and tackled and holding the footy.
That saves a goal.
Yep. One more clean possession away, Derm.
Yeah.
Well called.
Vandermeer took the punt and thought, I'm going to run forward to this.
Errol Goulden, the tackler. It's a lovely kick down the line. In between the seams.
Hayward wants it.
They need one. You feel like they need one before three-quarter time here, Sydney. They'll steel themselves to come again.
They gave them their best shot and they're 15 points behind.
Heaney goes short to Grundy. So they're inching their way into attack. Grundy holds it up, waits for something. Roberts inboard. He decides not to.
Good decision.
Now he goes down the line. Wants the flies to fly. France have got nowhere near it. Umpire said play on. Liberatore takes it. Ball spills out. Rowbottom stands over the top of English, who hits the deck. Will have a ball up.
Francis did well, though.
Yep. Did he?
Yeah, because English was standing under and was going to take an easy intercept mark down the line. And Francis just disrupted it. Brought the ball to ground.
That was important.
The Pacelli end. Nick for MEGT Williams has already had some issues with it. He stands up there, just hacks it out of there. Blakey intercepts, tries to turn it around, get the Swans rolling, but the boundary line is there. And it's against Vandermeer. That is good umpiring. He just ushered that footy straight over the boundary line.
Minutes ago. Swans just need to get it in the mixer. Get it down the Pacelli end.
He won't miss.
Anything can happen down there.
He doesn't miss, but he goes very short-term to Lloyd.
Yeah, I think he wanted it back.
Just smack it in there. Someone will fall over.
Numbers all over the place. Can somebody jump and latch onto it? Big pack. No one can. Grundy the crumb. Good stretch by Hayward. Tries to farm it out to someone. Sanders, the handball was intercepted by Warner. He fights the good fight. Bramble gathers the footy to Liberatore. Stands up on that shifty grass down there. Around the body he goes. Swans have got good numbers. Blakey looked a little bit proppy there. He looks a bit proppy, Nick Blakey. Hope he's okay. Goulden gets it short. Grundy is okay here. He's still not going at full speed. He's going to get it back from Papley. Taps it over to Rowbottom. Rowbottom around the body. Hasn't got enough on it. And the spoil goes. And his body's all over the place behind the ball.
This is a cracking game of footy.
Now, Blakey hobbling here.
Yeah, you called it. He found a gear, as you do, get with a handball receive going inside 50.
Favouring his left side, though. So deep into attack here, the Swans. Can they find something? Ball thrown in, Grundy in front. Fraser, Johannesson takes his man high. Yes, he's made it. Two of them have.
They've all had a crack. I don't know. I'll look at the MEGT.
Did he bend the knees, Nick, as soon as he saw the tackle coming? Isaac Heaney.
The Makita replay. Oh, just across the back of the head.
Get another look at it here. You know what? He was down and you were entitled to bend down for the ball. Did he stay down the half millisecond longer so that the tackle would get him high? Because the tackler would have thought he'll be on the up.
Now, he's been told to wait here because Bramble's in the hands of the trainers.
Who has been very good.
He's being moved away from the man on the mark, Marcus Bonampelli. Heaney's kicked 3 for the quarter. You said, Nick, who's going to kick the goals? They're going to have to cobble them together. Well, this bloke has stood up big time this quarter. This is the one they need just before three-quarter time. Isaac Heaney delivers. 4 for the quarter, 5 for the game. There aren't many better than him in the league. What a player he is. 12,981 Sydney, 14,690 the Western Bulldogs. Deutzfahrt tractor deals are on now. Contact your local Deutzfahrt dealer today. The grass is greener.
It's greener.
Straight.
Yep.
Remember he had the yips? Was it not last year, the year before? Yeah.
But again, we spoke about Bontempelli, his ability to go forward and influence the game inside of forward 50. Isaac Heaney's done that. Brodie Grundy, we've said they've had to manufacture goals. They've come from a variety, but the majority do from inside 50 stoppages. They've been able to win that clearance cleanly and or win free kicks.
It's a 36-minute quarter, and there'll be those out there saying, the game goes too long. Who wants this quarter to finish?
Ever.
12 goals kicked in it, and there it is.
Stand and applaud.
It sets up a magnificent final term here at the SCG. What a display of Australian rules football these two teams have produced. At three-quarter time, the Dogs take a 9-point lead in 14-6, 90. Sydney 12-6, 81. 3 goals each to Norton, Fraser and Darcy. 5 to Isaac Hooney. 2 to Tom Papley. What a last quarter we've got, AFL Nation. For the 4 and 20 Sausage Roll and Elders for Australian Agriculture.
That quarter on AFL Nation was the Deutz-Bar Tractors. Deals are on now. Contact your local Deutz-Bar dealer today. The grass is greener.
Jane loves flowers, but her allergies don't. Bless you. So it's lucky that Jane can now enjoy the benefits of Panasonic air conditioning. With its allergen-inhibiting Nano-EX technology, Jane's now floating in the freshness of pollen-free, clean air. Come home to your perfect environment. Search Panasonic Air to request a free quote. Results from Nano-EX are not instant, and Nano-EX is not available on all models.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 125 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Kick off your tool collection with one of our 3, 4 or 8-piece tool value packs, or grab a battery starter kit and choose the tools you need. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito, only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Time to gear up. Truckline's end of financial year sale is on now. Stock up on quality parts and accessories for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Make sure your fleet is primed and ready for the new year. Don't wait. Gear up with Truckline's end of financial year sale. But it must end June 30. Shop the savings online or find your local Truckline store at truckline.com.au.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15-milliliter serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. That is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
If you have ideas on how you want to be celebrated and you don't express them with others, they won't know. So you may not always get what you had in mind.
Yeah. I'm just thinking for my parents. I wouldn't want to do something that they wouldn't have wanted. And I don't know if they've put these plans in place.
Even simply, do they want to be buried or cremated?
Yeah.
Have an open and honest conversation with your loved ones and start pre-planning your funeral today. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today. It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify Support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off fall stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. End Sunday at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20. Try Domino's Meat Pie Crust with 4 and 20 pies. Macca's, I'm loving it moments. Making their debut, it's the new McWings from Macca's.
Grundy takes it, busts through, Heaney, around the body, it is pure football. You've got to stop it. Genius. Driving footy corridor, it's a brilliant kick. Two Swans hit the deck. Heaney again, you can't stop him now. 30 out from the Dogs' goal, finds his way to Bontempelli. Game's got absolutely everything. It was off its head that quarter. It really was. A spectacular game. 6 goals apiece. Final quarter, Nick Davis, Dermot Brereton. You've got about 35 seconds before we get underway. What's going to happen?
Well, Jim English has to nullify
hit-outs. 41-18 hit-outs. Brody Grundy's dominating there.
It's around the ground too. I mean, he's just physically dominated him. So he's got to get a break even at least. This is a really good lead. I mean, this is a lead. Yeah. You can't protect it from here, but it's a great head start of a lead.
Because the Swans gave him their best, and they're still the same distance away as we were at half time. So,
Nick, it has. You know all about this. It's been a game where momentum shifts have led to multiple goals.
Yeah, they have.
In a row.
Both sides finished a lot better in that quarter. It's going to be, Derm called it before, there's going to be some moments here. It's going to be some Bendix breaks, big moments coming up in this quarter.
So the Dogs lead by 9 points going into the final quarter. It had some loading on this game, and it remains for the final third. It was a throw from English, had one arm pinned by Isaac Heaney, who after a slow start has erupted in this game. Plays on quickly, finds Lloyd, cuts around, Swans get the first entry. Top of the square they go, lob goes back, McLean brought it to ground. Williams has got to be good. He was trapped and hunted by Papley, who almost hooked it back behind him. With a ball up.
So once again, it's 8 metres from the goal face in the pocket. Brody Grundy.
He goes in, swats it. Tapley off the ground. English gets it to Richards, who has been invisible tonight.
Jordan, he's done a job on him.
Ball thrown up. English. Bontempelli dangerously swats it. Well, that could have been a free kick. No, said the umpire. Papley at the bottom of the pack. Grundy, gather. Grundy snap. He's a man mountain. And they come from everywhere to get around him. Oh, what a game. 3 points the margin. Dogs lead.
Thought you were going to say 3 votes. Yeah.
Well, he's had 20 disposals. He's had 37 hit-outs and 20 disposals. Brody Grundy.
Score involvements. Is he double figures for a ruckman?
He'd have to be. Have to be. He's kicked 1 goal, 1 himself. He set up 2. He just needs to ruck for as long as he can this quarter.
10. Leads everybody on the ground.
Not many ruckmen get 10 score involved.
He's got the most of any player on the ground, Brody Grundy.
Yeah, but he's got them as a ruckman, not a ruckman drifting and resting forward.
No, he hasn't been resting forward at all. He's been...
Tyre Power scoreboard 14-6, 13-9. Early stages, final quarter. Richards inserts himself. Kennedy marks just the required 50.
Unlucky.
He's dead stiff here, Mills. He thought the ball hadn't gone the required.
That's where...
Could the umpire give him some slack there?
That's where the black and white... It's a hard one. It's 50, but it's not.
The kick, how far did that kick go? Let's be honest.
That didn't go far. Kennedy feigned the hand pass.
It's probably just got the 15 if you use the centre square as you...
So Kennedy from directly in front pops it through. So the immediate answer.
And it's they've had that, the Dogs. They have. They've answered. The Swans got a few in a row, but they've been able to... If the Swans got 2 or 3, the Dogs got 2 or 3 back. And
on the umpiring side of things, that is defensible. You can defend that decision. Common sense would say no. That is
push. Just let him go back.
Come back and stand on your mark.
Well, you said you...
Letter of the law is a 50. Common sense says... It's not that common, though, dude.
So there are going to be some big moments in this last quarter. There's an early one for Bendix Breaks.
Yeah, we want the big moments to be dependent on skill, not the umpires.
Great. Do you reckon it was 15? The replay, as we see it from Makita.
Well, how long is a cricket pitch? 22 metres?
Yeah,
it went from half a cricket pitch to half a cricket pitch.
So,
where you're running in from?
Back in the middle we go. English gets the better of it. Kennedy again. Can't break the tackle. Bonapelli dispossessed. Goulden steps through the traffic brilliantly to Jordan. He goes around the body. Inside forward 50. Jams out the back. McLean almost. Hayward gets it to Papley. Wheels around. Cuts back. Williams has got him. Papley audacious. Has a bounce. Ball bounces. Lob's got to be good. Wrapped up. Ball spills free. Swans hunting. In goes English. Brilliant gather. Gets it to Bramble, who's okay, but he's only as far as Lloyd. Go quick, Jake. Go quick. Don't let the numbers get back. Well, that could have been 50. Crowd wanted it. Lloyd goes long. Pulls the kick.
That's as much 50 as the other one. And Derm, you're right. If it's in the back half, that is 50. If it's in the front half, they just will not pay it. It's like the deliberate out of bounds.
13-10, 15-6, 8 points the margin. Early stages, 4.5 in. Joe Hennison
we
goes
ask for another quarter.
English. I don't think the Dogs are coming off that 5-day break. They are going to be exhausted at the end of this one. English still hobbling.
They've played heroically already.
Vandermeer down the line. Darcy, Melican's done a pretty good job. Goulden hits it, coughs up the handball to West, goes inboard to Liberatore, threads it through Richards to Darcy, into the pocket. Brilliant stuff.
Beautiful hands, Derm. Well called.
Norton takes the mark.
Just brilliantly played.
They absorbed the pressure. They didn't flick their hand pass too quick. They drew the opponent and then got rid of it. They just didn't make it someone else's problem.
MEGT, our experts today. Norton kicked 3 in the second quarter. That's what he's got for the game. He comes in, tries to drift it from right to left. It goes right to the line. Vandermeer, the flyer, off hands, out of bounds.
Pacelli and claims another victim.
It was Davison, the flyer.
Was he playing to that Don Bradman stand?
It's right to left out there.
It is. It has been a problem throughout the night. It'll definitely be a talking point when this one gets carved up at the end of it all, off hands from the ruckman. It trickles towards the boundary line. Have another throw in. 15-6, 13-10. 6 minutes gone. New tech clock.
Look at that. I didn't leave that big a divots at golf today.
We saw the ground staff at 3/4 time, didn't we, going out there repairing the divots? It's a concern. Bonapelli! There's a whistle. There was a whistle.
Yeah.
Free kick before the kick. It's going to go to Roberts, who comes up a bit ginger.
How good was Bonapelli, even though that kick doesn't count, because the free kick happened before it? How good was he at scooping the ball up and getting it to boot? Nick Revolt would look at that and say, I wish I could have got them.
Oh, don't say that. He's just...
I'm just thinking of blokes who were slow hand to foot compared to how quick Bont is.
Roberts goes looking for Cunningham, but Norton intercepted, goes to the top of the square. Good quick ball, English, can't mark. It was a big defensive fist through for a rushed behind.
Unfair?
No, it's 15-7, 97.
We can't all win comps, do
He was very good on the front bar the other night.
Was he on?
He was very good. Yeah, teddy bears, you know that? He brought his teddy bears down from Queensland when he first came down, moved in with Justin Kaczynski. Two of them. No, teddy bears. Kaczynski had a dead fox's skin that he murdered on his bedroom wall. Anyway, this game of footy's too good. The Bull is still out there, takes the mark.
Yep. Rampy subbed off, injured.
Inboard to Roberts.
Bulldogs yet to make their sub.
Lays the handball off to Blakey, who looked a bit hampered in that third quarter. His kick's a poor one around the body. Gives the Dogs a chance. Daly gets rid of it just in time. Williams can't find Richards with the handball, but he toe pokes it into space. Almost found its way to Norton. Pushes Melican in the back. Umpire says play on. Ball alive at half forward. You've got to be good here, Chad Warner. Here's Campbell. Tahini now. They're out. Florence Florent got a bit of running room. Into the pocket. Can McInerney get the yes? He can.
What a great kick. Beautiful. Well done, Ollie.
Plays on. McInerney's played on. Lays it to Francis. He slips over. Francis handballs it back in. Buller, it's your moment.
Chaos. Pure chaos. And an accurate snap at the end of it. McInerney saw the player coming in the other side of the field to the goal square, unmanned, so he flinched, made out he was going to play on. The man on the mark, the doggy, was having none of it. The umpire calls play on, and it turned into scatterball chaos. Somehow they get a snap out of it, and 6 points.
What a moment for that fella, Nick Davis. Jack Buller.
Yeah, Story first one. Yeah, Story, late inclusion. Tom McCartan withdrew an hour before the game with illness. Kicked his first goal, but there were some big moments. Warner won a hard ball.
Did he what?
Campbell was able to finally get his hands on it. It was a beautiful kick to Ollie Florent, pinpointed McInerney, and then it was chaos. It was manufactured, but
sometimes through chaos, players use talent.
Simplicity through chaos.
Yeah. 15-7, 14-10, 3 points the margin. It's been one of the games of the season. Goulden, what an impact he's having. Second game for the season. Faked.
That's
Kelly one way and finds Cunningham, who takes some time. Comes back in.
7 metres.
Yeah. That one's legitimate. All the way back, however, to Melican, who has played a good game.
Yep.
Goes short as they switch now to Blakey.
He's been off the lizard.
His kick was poor, intercepted by Fraser. Drops it over the top to Liberatore. Blakey's maybe playing a bit hurt here.
Darcy.
Liberatore goes to Darcy. Oh, he can't mark.
Free kick.
Body came back onto him. Umpire said plant. Florent fumble. Bad fumble. Darcy, Norton, Fraser, goal. Oh, the Florent fumble was costly. And Fraser kicks his fourth.
It's 7 a game.
What a game. I thought it was a free kick. I thought Darcy had front on contact. It was a beautiful kick from Libar.
I think he just dropped it himself, and then the contact came. Yeah, from what I was reading on it.
Yeah.
But they looked like they had 3 half opportunities to get a shot away at goal there, the Doggies. And in the end, they made absolutely sure of it through some cagey handball, an accurate handball, and Fraser was the recipient running past.
The game. He could never have dreamed of kicking 4 goals in a game of this magnitude, could he, this early into his career?
Yeah, he did drop it, having a look at the replay there.
Darcy went back, got his own ball. That's still a classy finish there, up against the pocket, 4 goals.
So on my old theory of the first to 100 wins, but it's 16-7, 23 shots to 24.
Our experts from EGT, all the numbers on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Hopefully you're enjoying it as much as we are. Ball back in the middle. They fight hard for it. Sheldrick over the top, only as far as Dale. He just hoists it. Oh, it's on for Young and Old down in the goal square. It is on between. Is that Robin Francis? They are having a go and the crowd are unhappy. They've got field umpire and boundary umpire separate them. Back in the middle, English has got the footy. He goes long and strong. Inside forward 50. Norton comes hard at it. Davison gets the crumb. Around the body he goes.
Got him.
Top of the square. Hines gets it. Quick snap. He probably had a bit more time than he thought there. And Wicks
He should have done better. He got Cunningham. He spun him. He got out the back of him.
From 15 out, Wicks drifted back. The ball didn't make the distance, and he took the mark. Short to Lloyd. Back pocket out of side of the ground. 12 minutes gone. 9-point margin. Sydney playing for their season survival here. Down the line to Buller. Heaney's been magnificent. Tumbling ball up towards Lobb. Crowd let him know. Ball hits the deck. It's on again between Lobb and Francis. They don't care about the footy. It is on. Rory Lobb is manhandling Aaron Francis. Now Francis goes back at him. There's a bit in this. There's a bit in that. That's real. The umpire just says play on.
Just left him. It's like ice hockey.
That is real animosity between 2 blokes.
And now they're buggered. They won't even make it back to their position.
Lobb is exhausted. Ball thrown up. It comes to Rory. He can't look. Dermot, he couldn't bend down.
worse than that.
It is so exhausting.
What about round one, Derm? You get in a bit of a scuffle and you look over at your opponent and you're like, why did we do that for?
Look at him running back. He might flake it. He might just hit the deck.
Has had everything. English drops it down to Bonatelli. Had a little fumble. Fraser's been magnificent. Around the body, pokes it into space. Kennedy can't mark. Surely Florent wrapped him up. That's got to be a free kick. In between wing and half forward, outer side of the ground, Kennedy gets on his left, goes quickly. Darcy comes at it, can't mark. Blakey hit the deck, slow to get to his feet. He's not right, Nick Blakey. Melican, Roberts, farms it out. Sheldrick around the body, didn't want to slip over. Harms in front of Heaney, takes the mark, 45 out.
It needed to be better with that Sheldrick. It just needed to be further towards the boundary. He was careful. Where are these two? Are they fighting again?
I don't know what started all that.
It started down here off the ball, and Rory got the upper hand.
Everyone sort of came in, and then everyone just dispersed and said, all right, you two.
And then when Francis caught Rory with the footing, he had a soft kill on him in the tackle.
Because he was bucket.
Yeah, and he threw him to the ground, and Rory got up and said, I'm not appreciative of that.
So Harms from 50. He makes pretty good contact, but it's miles wide. Out on the full no score. It stays at 9 points, 16-7, 103, 14-10, 94. Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert scoreboard. There are crucial moments everywhere here for New Farm.
And Brodie Grundy needs to be the next player back on this field. He needs to just get through this last quarter.
Blakey,
they're getting stuck.
He's got no penetration on his kicking. There's something wrong with his left side here.
He called it in the third quarter. He got a knock and he just hasn't been moving right.
With Grundy off the ground, Sydney are just in a holding pattern.
They're stuck.
They just cannot get the ball forward of the wing.
Harms with the kick back in. The intercept marker. Blakey again. Bonapelli cruises through. Great stuff by Lloyd. Road to tackle. Interesting kick into McInerney's chest. Now the corridor opens up for him. Goes one way, then comes back out wide. The kick's got not enough on it. Hines dropped one he should have marked. Kennedy, Cunningham goes to Florent. McInerney keeps it in front brilliantly. Then the handball's turned over. Fraser again. Hard running by Caulfield. Puts it out in front of Bramble. McInerney wanted it more than anyone. Couldn't do anything with it when he got there. Norton tumbles it down the line. Terrific hands from Kennedy. Dispossessed, however. Rowbottom off the outside of his boot. Not far enough. McInerney's got to play on. Lovely vision. Good execution. Gordon takes the mark and has a little breather.
He'll make the right decision.
15 and a half, nearly 16 gone.
Just watch here. If Rory gets underneath the kick here, Aaron Francis will smash him.
Gordon goes all the way back to centre half back. Melican was all on his own.
26
They all sagged off him.
Errol Gordon, 26.
Goes to Blakey's. He got anything left in those aching legs of his on the left side. Just a little toe poke down the line to Lloyd. He pulls the trigger. Hayward deep. Hayward flies. Can't mark. You've got a chance here, Jordan. Lays it to Francis. Oh, his kick was battered down by Davison just as he pulled the trigger. They come now through Sanders. Richards. What a great outlet kick that was to Norton.
Sub's been made.
Buku's
Thomas is on.
Fresh legs might be big here, and he's going to get one straight away from Vandermeer.
Needs to pick up the speed of the game here. He's watched an absolute cracking game of footy.
Who was it that pumped the long ball in? The short was on the lead.
Lloyd? Yeah, Lloyd. Karmas goes short to Norton, and they're just taking time off the clock here. Now they get numbers 4 to the footy. Norton kicks it into the pocket. Lets them come at it. Big fist from Melican. We'll have a boundary throw in 45 out from the Dogs' goal.
They do have the answers here at the moment, the Dogs.
McNeil. Yep. Deal's been subbed for the Dogs.
Well, they put McNeil to Goulden on the wing, and I reckon he said to him, run with him, shut him down, and he's done anything but, so that might be why he's come off.
Ball dropped down. Harms trying to crash through. Gee, that was a big smother.
It was big. It was big, and the way the Swans boys would have got around Aaron Francis after the fracas.
Ball thrown up. English. Warner over the top goes Norton. Ball spills. Oh no, Sheldrick's just kicked it straight out of bounds on the full.
That's 2 for him.
That's a huge shank.
Nearly 30,000 people here tonight. And they're going to remember this game for a while.
Absolutely.
Ball back in. Sanders to the top of the square. Big pack up in front. Karma's had a little look momentarily. Norton gets it at ground level well. Gives it to Liver. They fall over again. This grass has been a problem all night. Bonapelli had half a look. McInerney. Two Marcelin boys wrap each other up.
We need preferred lies down there, Murray.
It's no good.
We need preferred lies.
Liver through that.
Lift clean in place.
It's been poor down there. It has been real problematic. Liver through it.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Ball thrown up. Whistle. Free kick. Swans. So Grundy gave away a few early. He's worked his way into the game.
They're static now.
Yep.
Even the key forwards who come up to compete with this are too close, which means they can't lead, otherwise they'll gobble up their own room.
That's not it.
He wanted something, he couldn't find it. Vandermeer, Sanders are coming back to English. He's going to mark it.
Yeah, we called it probably
Back
5 or 6 minutes ago. Yeah. You're right. They needed to be further back. It's an art. So you need to be 60 so you can run into the drop of the ball.
You work out where the ball's going to go,
and be 10 metres
and then
back.
you recoil away from that, and in the moment where you know he's coming forward in the kick, then you start to hit up at that space.
Let some of the little, it's like Jack of the Pack term at school, let some of the little fellas get in there.
Let Murray stand in front.
Let Murray stand in front and we'll just come over the top.
It's a massive kick, this. It's a 9-point margin. He's been part of the storyline tonight, Tim English.
That's a good
It's a great-looking kick off the boot. Oh, it's hit the post.
Out there.
Tell you what, they've loitered on the 102, 103, 104
This game, goals dried up.
Up the middle.
7 minutes to go.
Hasn't been a goal kick for 10 minutes in this quarter.
They just can't get out of there 50 here.
Now there's a chance. Blakey hasn't been able to hit his targets tonight. Brilliant gather by Heaney. But the ball was difficult. Francis falls over again. Don't know how many players have lost their footing down there tonight. It's been treacherous. Swans go back. Numbers everywhere. Lloyd to Warner. You know he wants to play on. He does to Florent. Has it bounce. Got to go here, Florent. Does. Tess Liberatore. Bounces to McLean. Gathers it okay. Handballs it back in the park to Florent. Got to take it cleanly, all. You had a chance. Batted down. Williams stands up. Flicks the handball out to Sanders. Moment passes. O'Donnell. Just a fumble from Ollie Florent. He couldn't afford it. Down the line he goes. Up goes West. Can't mark. Grundy hits the footy hard. 2v2. Big ball to win. West kept his eyes on it. Extracts it beautifully. Has a bounce. Stops. Goes inboard to Hines. Ball can't be trapped by the young man. Finds its way to Warner. Over the top goes Hines. It won't come out. Hands all over it. Umpire's going to ball it over.
Massive win by Riley
How
West.
big was that term?
Massive. And I actually thought when Grundy had the ball under one arm, went to stiff arm him, and the tackle jarred it free. Probably should have been his free kick.
Yep.
Gordon fights hard. Can't extract ball up.
Agree. It's important here.
52
5 minutes to go. Interchange is important. You need the right players on for both sides to finish this game.
Doggies have got one behind the footy now.
Got to find something here, the Swans. Season on the line. Big fist from Bailey Dale. Have another reset. Another boundary
He's
throw.
one I wouldn't be taking off with 5 minutes to go.
Who they taking off?
Bailey Dale.
Joe Hennison comes on.
Yeah, that's not wise.
That's not wise.
Swans have got... There's no one within 100 metres of Sydney's goal here. Ball thrown in. Grundy in front. Darcy made it an honest contest. Offhands, it goes straight back. Out of bounds. We'll have another boundary throw in.
With Karmas now subbed on, it allows them to have Darcy in the ruck and not be too short down forward, the Dogs.
Can they find something, Sydney? Hanging on by their fingernails to season 25. Warner goes back and gets it. Florent comes in but just misses the handball. Gordon had to reach for it. Liberatore's kick was batted down. Now they're a chance. Grundy gives it to Heaney. Too far from home. McLean had to mark it. Free kick surely. Lobb got him high.
Laurie just wants to punch him.
He does. So who can McLean find here? What have they got inside?
It's got to be Heaney. Heaney needs to get 60 metres and he's cooked, but he's got to go forward.
They've got an extra though. He can't just lob it.
He does just lob it. He does just lob it, Durham. Finds his way to Goulden. He goes across the face of goal. What a kick.
He's a star. That's why this team is different with Errol Goulden in it. He's absolutely spot past that, directly across the ground. It's probably gone 50,
Yeah.
52 metres.
27 disposals, 81 efficiency.
It's a 50-metre bullet pass.
So it's found Harry Cunningham. He's going to kick from about 51. Hasn't kicked a goal this year. They really need it. It's on its way. It's on its way. It's drifted through for a behind.
And the Dogs haven't had much trouble exiting.
No, they haven't.
Not
their
lately.
defensive 50.
But they have had trouble scoring, Derb. You said they've been stuck on 103, 104 for a little while.
Yeah.
Bramble short to Caulfield. Who didn't want to go? The kick's got too much on it. Chance for a turnover. Bramble does well. Kept a cool head. Cuts it inboard. Sanders fumbles. Got to get rid of it. Just kicks it away. They've got numbers. Richards doesn't mark. The umpire says it was. Oh, what a moment that passed.
That was a big moment.
Dale down the line. Francis goes back, puts the hand up, traps it okay. Mills is handballed inboard, finds Wicks, back to Grundy. They've got to be perfect here. Malikan goes inboard. It's stop and start stuff. Wicks gets the handball away to Goulden. It's in good hands. Size it up. Over the top to Warner. Over the top to Jordan he goes. Jordan can go down the line to Wicks. He's got to come up out of McInerney. Leading it beautifully was Williams. Intercepted the footy. Gave it to Caulfield. Caulfield to Sanders. Back to Caulfield. Missed the handball. Kennedy was there to back him up. And he knew he had Dale. And he finds
he ran it out.
And they are exhausted.
I think he knew if he ran it out, it would have been deliberate. So he just altered the angle to keep it in.
Both sides completely stuffed. That ball went 8 metres. The umpire said, I'll pay the mark.
It covered one of the mowing strips, and if you count the mowing strips between the top of the 50 and the goal line, there's 5. That's 10 metres.
There you go, that'll do. Sanders goes long, bottom Pelly can't take the mark. Drifted across the pack.
Inside,
not coming out. Pull up.
Sorry, Andy. Inside 3 metres. 3 minutes. 3 metre kick. Inside 3 minutes.
So they're going to get one. They're going to get one in the next minute and a half, you reckon, Sydney, to give themselves a chance. Warner does brilliantly.
Here we go.
So does Mills. His handball just missed. Richards intercepted. West was very clever. Lovely kick. Finds Karmas.
Needs to be calm here. Out the back, Norton.
Goes quick. Vandermeer can't mark. Blakey, come on, Nick. You got to lift and find something. He's fallen over again on that horrible grass down there. What's happened to the SCG? Row bottom. They find a way out. Wicks has a bounce. Dashing stuff. Goes looking for Goulden. Coming back with Sanders. Can't mark. Gathers the footy. Finds Bailey Williams. He's got a bit of time to balance up. Has 2 bounces. Drives it to half forward. Surely they'll take the time now as he finds Riley West, who can go back too far out to score, I think.
Well, the man on the mark's going to have his toes on the chalk at the 50.
This is just... Karmas needs to turn around. Just got to go in the pocket, spoil it out,
Take the full 30, and even then go short
and then make him go the length. Have a stoppage. The worst result here is a point.
They're going to be talking about the surface down this end of the ground.
At least it's not at my end.
I tell you what, Riley West has had a very good 4 or 5 minutes here.
He has. Just in the pocket, Riley.
So Wheels now goes as hard as he can, right to the line, offhand through for behind.
It's your worst result.
That is selfish.
It needed to be 20 out or into the pocket.
10 points the margin. Blakey with the ball. Swans have to be perfect. They've got about 60 seconds here to make the most of this possession. What can he do? Down the corridor he goes. He goes looking for his best player, Heaney. In front was Mills. Terrific stretch. Great mark. Lays it off to Goulden. Can find his man. Does find his man at half forward. Super quick. Hayward wheels. Hayward goes. You got to go McLean. He does and takes the mark. Now it's your moment, Hayden. Go back. He's got to take 1 minute. He can't take too much time here.
Australian through and through. This is a crucial moment.
Must kick the goal and give themselves something to work with. In comes Hayden McLean, one of the biggest kicks of his life. It's on the way. He's hit the post.
That was crucial. It was everything. It was the ball for Maccas, the McWings. It just would not go through for the Swans.
Didn't look comfortable in the drop.
He didn't.
No, dropped it fairly close to his knee.
It was cramped on it.
Yep.
So Dale plays on, runs his full measure, thumps it long. Up goes Grundy, can't mark, caught one in the back of his head. West gets the footy, Wicks drives him to ground.
He's had some big moments, West. I felt like that shot needed to be to the top of the 50, but top of the square.
Grundy smacks it forward. Brilliant gather by McInerney. Gives it to Lloyd. Top of the square. No one can mark. Ball hits the deck. Savage stuff. Hayward comes through. Brilliantly gathered by
Johannesson.
It was Johannesson. Thumps it up towards half forward. They're all getting numbers back now. Mills, Cunningham, Francis. Time ticks. Goulden over the top. Blakey's played hurt. Wheels out of traffic. There it is. The end of one of the best games of Aussie rules football you could ever ask to see.
Well done.
Total of 201 points. That's a good game of footy.
That's a game of footy. Yeah.
Western Bulldogs prevail 16-9-105. They beat the Sydney Swans 14-12, 96. They came from unusual sources throughout the night. Joel Frazier kicked 4 for the Western Bulldogs. What a role he played. 3 to Darcy, all in the first half. 3 to Norton, all in the first half. 2 to Kennedy, 1 crucial one in the last quarter. Singles each to Bontempelli in his 250th. West, Harms and Bramble played a significant game for them. 5 goals to Heaney. Yeah. He just couldn't find it in the last quarter when they really needed the finishing touches. 2 to Papley, singles to Warner, Grundy, Rowbottom, Jordan, McInerney, Buller and Lloyd. But in the end, it's the Western Bulldogs on a milestone game of significance for Marcus Bontempelli, who prevail and win this one by 9 points. It's been a hell of a game of football. Dermot Brereton and Nick Davis for MEGT.
Well done, Murray.
Good game of footy.
What a game of footy. It started off, it was a scrappy old game. There was some free kicks out of the centre. The Swans brought immense pressure and they needed to. The Bulldogs, they had an opportunity to go 30 points in front at one stage, the Western Bulldogs, and the Swans hit back and it was to and fro. Damn, we thought the Dogs would have got to 14 or 5th. The Swans needed 14 to win. They got to 16, the Dogs, and they probably just stagnated at the end. They had an opportunity, but a game of footy, and look, some new stars stood up. Look, we thought Darcy in the first half had kicked 3, Norton had 3, but Joel Frazier, he stood up, he finished beautifully.
What a game.
And then Brodie Grundy did his best to will the Swans over the line. Isaac Heaney did his best. Errol Goulden did his best.
Do you want me to dumb it down?
Go for it. It was a game of footy.
26 shots for the Swans, 21 for the Doggies.
25.
No, they were rushed.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Yeah.
Shots at goal, so
okay, yep.
16-9 is 5 scores, is 25 scores,
point,
but 3 of those were rushed.
Fair point.
So, true shots at the goal, they had them covered.
Yeah.
They just kicked points
Again.
early on.
Yeah, it was early when they probably had a little bit more reward for their effort when their pressure was high, the Swans, and it becomes a bit of a plague. It was last week, and then the first few miss, and then you I don't need to
but
be.
Then again, Hayden at the end, I know that they missed ones. Norton hit the post as well, but Hayden McLean had a chance from 35 out.
Crucial moments.
That gives you a chance.
It does give you a centre bounce to have a shot, but look, I think both sides, their good players play good, and their next level. If you're power ranking that's a better game than 8th v 13th.
I reckon these two teams probably would have knocked over 10 other teams, definitely 10 or 12 other teams.
Agreed.
They'd probably put them, that gives them, say, 4. Yeah, there's probably 4 teams, 5 teams who might have won this if they were playing against either of those two. So it was such a good game, and they were both up for it. They both played really well. Pleasure to watch. Tackling was good.
Strong.
The Doggies didn't tackle as much as the Swans. The Doggies kicked it better than the Swans, and then the Swans won at stoppage. Well, they belted them up around stoppage after quarter time. They played completely contrasting games.
It's one of those ones, Dern, where you get the heap of stats that you get, and we won that, but we lost that. We broke even here, but we lost there, and
And you tell yourself, what's more important?
What's more important? Well,
and today it was kicking.
It was
kicking at goals.
And for every other game that I've seen of AFL football, Dan, since I've been alive, it's the scoreboard that counts at the end, and that's kicking straight.
So 12 goals kicked in the third quarter between them. And then there were 4 goals kicked in the first 10 minutes of the last quarter. And then there wasn't another goal kicked. So talk to me about the fatigue.
Yeah, it's a fatigue thing, and then probably the third quarter is your pure footy, and then in the last quarter you've got 2 teams that are thinking about the scoreboard in the back half of that last quarter.
It's the grind.
The grind of it. You got one team that are just trying to hang on, and one team that probably go into a panic mode. The Swans, they probably just didn't need to go that hard.
So Bondi's getting chaired off now, and he's a little lopsided. It's a bit uneven. You got Liver on one side and Aaron Norton on the other. One's 5'11", the other's 6'5".
What I reckon that Bond would be one of those blokes who you'd think, I'll pick him up, and then you go, because he's actually a bit heavier than I
He's
thought.
no
the best player. And he's your best player. Beveridge is definitely. Please don't drop him.
And well done, Swannies, who went over there.
It's good recognition. I think it's something that's big in the game. I think a lot of clubs now understand, social media brings teams and people together. Players know each other. The respect amongst the teams now is spot on.
Did we get any binoculars on Aaron Francis shaking hands with Rory Lobb?
That was on.
That was on for you.
It was on.
That was unusual. You don't often see players.
It was
chaos and control.
They didn't like it. They don't like each other.
It was isolated. It was random, and it was like it's ice hockey. Everyone just left them.
It is a little weird when the ball is in general play inside the centre square and 2 blokes are rolling around on the ground in the goal square.
We've got an unusual situation. We're off at 5 to 11 here. We're going to be handing it over to Finey. So we want to get down to the rooms for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives every day of the year. The Bulldogs have gone out to their scattered supporters here with the footy sign. It is now approaching 10:30.
I wanted another
They might
quarter.
be on the ground here for another 20 minutes.
I wanted another quarter. I thought that's the best game of footy I've seen this season. It was, Dan, we said it, each team had their own parts, and the sum of the chaos and
paper, scissors, rock.
It was the sum of all made it such a great game.
Yeah, the Bonders run out to the middle now.
Yeah, there's a sign down here behind the opposite goals. A loyal little group of supporters, but I don't reckon he can be stuffed getting down the whole way there.
He's just too tired to keep running.
I think
down
he
there.
is.
So I'm going to have a look.
I reckon he'd have his family be up. That's the Steve Law room up there. I reckon that'd be his family. It'd be underneath that scoreboard over there.
So no Pat Cash moment where he climbs into the crowd.
It's pretty high, and he looks buggered.
Yeah. Bond,
he's been chaired off, and now he's gone back out. Do they have to pick him up again?
Yeah, they chair him back on. 18 disposals, 10 handballs, 8 kicks,
He had 5 minutes, Derm, when English was down in the rooms getting his ankle looked at.
Needed a target
and he went forward and he marked one and he set one up. It was a big 5 minutes.
Contested possessions out of the 18, 7. 1 goal, as we said. Goal assist 1, score involvements 3.
Yeah.
So it wasn't his 329 metres gained. It wasn't his biggest.
He was impactful though.
Yeah, he had his moments.
It wasn't through a sum of possessions or the moments that they needed him. He stood up like the captain that he is.
I tell you, one fella I've been looking at him for a while and think, yeah, he's a fair player. He won me tonight. The boy Fraser can play. I'll be looking at him a little bit differently from now on.
Yeah.
If you're in a footy club, you have to be across everyone. But we're in the media and we scan our eye wide and far every weekend, and it doesn't let you intrinsically
27 games, 28 games. I thought Bramble was very good. He
gave them good run and
68 games
off the back.
You look at their list here, and it's they've just started to. Like Rory Lobbs played 190 games. Kennedy's 130. Riley Sanders is building up. He's starting to get to the 30s. Darcy's just under 50. They've just got a profile of a list that they're in a window, and this was a game. If they lose this, they sit outside the 8 for the rest of this round, and everyone's like, oh, how are the Bulldogs going? Now after that win, you're like, oh, okay.
And this lets them believe a little bit again.
That's a credible win.
Yeah.
That's not going. That's not beating a normal, you said it, Derm. That's not a normal 13th place side. The side that the Swans put out tonight.
Yeah, they're better than that.
So they're part of the big North Melbourne celebrations next Thursday night at Marvel, of course, the centenary celebrations of the Kangas. They'll rest up well after this. So if a 5-day break, they get a game like this, it takes them right to the wire, and they'll be feeling it. There's no question about that. But
they had to play. There was a 36-minute quarter.
Yeah, that's right.
Quarter.
Yeah.
Well, 12 goals will do that.
Yes, it will.
I'm not complaining. That was
some sort of game of footy. We've had games this year that haven't spawned 12 goals for the entire game.
So they head down to the rooms where we'll hopefully be able to hear the song.
The Swans back up next Sunday. They've got the Dockers.
It's going to be hard for them now, isn't it?
Well, it's another side that's going to be in that 7-8 spot.
And 3 games outside the 8.
Yeah. Now.
Yep.
Gold Coast have got a game that they can probably win.
James Shorten
can we get
another
down there?
one.
No, we can't get down there, right?
Gets another scalp. James Shorten kept Ed Richards to 16.
Yep.
And only 9 kicks, 7 handballs.
So there you go. So they're exhausted. They have just got enough energy to punch out a song. Hopefully we'll be able to...
Jono's in there. He's smiling as always.
Little Brady.
Yeah, look at him.
Is he?
There he is.
He's the nicest bloke in the world, Brady Johnson.
Yeah. There's no one on the planet that says a bad word about him. So we'll be able to get...
That's a win. That's a win. That counts. Anyone that had a question mark over the Dogs, that one counts.
Right, let's start working our way through the various bits. But we'll get down to the Bulldogs rooms. Hopefully Joel Brooks, our EP down there, that'll be a happy place for Brooksy to be. One of the most passionate Western Bulldogs supporters going in. He might be too busy getting you'll be too busy getting selfies to organise an interview for us. Toughest of the day for Truckline, your truck and trailer parts. Visit truckline.com.au.
I'll give that to Brodie Grundy. He just we gave it to Will Hayward in the first half because of backing in, but I'll give that to Brodie Grundy. He physically did a number on Tim English tonight.
So outstanding. There were some Warriors out there tonight. They weren't there. There were some really, really good players. So we'll get down to Riley Sanders as soon as he's ready to go. Is he? Let's go down to Riley Sanders right now. A young man finding his way through this game and into this league. Hey, Riley, we have been sitting up here tonight just revelling in what you two produced for us tonight. Thanks for joining us on AFL Nation, mate. Did it feel like as good and competitive a game of footy out there as we observed it being up here?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously the Swans, aren't in the top 8 on the ladder, but their side tonight was pretty much the side that played in the grand final last year. So it was definitely a game that, even though it's 8th first, maybe 13th or 14th, whatever they're on the ladder, it definitely felt like a finals type game. Like I noticed even compared to most of the other games I played this year, it just went up a notch. Like they obviously brought the physicality and the pressure early on. And I was like, yep, it's on. So it's always good for everyone to play in, but I feel like especially us young boys to get that exposure, hopefully before a finals campaign is always good, yeah.
Riley, Nick Davis, congratulations on your own performance, 25 disposals. There were some big moments there in the last quarter. You had one down on the half-back flank. Riley West had a couple. It just seemed like it was a sum of all for you guys. It wasn't just one person. Darcy had his moments in the first half, but everyone, when it was their moment in this game, they really stood up.
Yeah, definitely. We're big on just preaching, like playing your role. So, like just running your patterns and doing the work rate. I guess like sometimes you have games or quarters where you get more of the ball compared to others, but as long as you're doing those team things for the team to win, then that's all we preach. And it starts with, the likes of Bont and Dart and Ed Richards and Libba. Like they all do it. Like obviously Ed copped a hard tag tonight, so he couldn't just go about his business like he usually does, but he's doing roles for the team to benefit us. So it just shows how selfless they are. So if they're doing it, then it makes us younger players want to do it too, yeah.
Have you got any idea, Riley, why Aaron Francis and Rory Lobb were trying to punch on all night? Have you spoken to Rory and said, what's got into you, Rory?
Yeah, mate, I've got no idea. I was obviously on the wing, and then I just the ball was bouncing, and the crowd was going crazy. I was like, what is going on? And then I looked down, and Lobby's just on the floor like UFC wrestling bloody Aaron Francis. I was like, what's going on? Oh.
It was UFC. It was ice hockey where everyone just lets these two people go. It was fancy. But you talk about role players, someone that has probably maybe improved their role in the game. Joel Frazier, 4 goals, 23 disposals, 12 kicks, 11 hand passes. What a game of footy!
Yeah, mate, he's an absolute star. It's been pretty cool for me and him to kind of play together this year because we obviously got drafted together, and he's probably, other than Adam Treloar, he's probably my best mate at the club because when you get drafted together, we're very like-minded. We love doing the extra stuff, like extra touch and extra recovery. So he's like my training buddy. So we've done a lot together in the mornings, doing extra recovery, and I'm kind of keen to hopefully, grow, with him at this club and hopefully become leaders and drive the club forward once the likes of Bont and Libber and stuff finish up. But he's a special player, he's a special talent. His size, the way he can run, and he just played such a good game, and proud of him.
That's good to hear because games like this, you don't fluke them. They come from hard work. They come from those early mornings, and you never know when it's going to be that breakout game. And he certainly had that. Look, AFL players, I know we're not that smart, but we're smart enough. You knew where you sat on the ladder. That was an important win for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I guess every game, for the rest of the year is important because we obviously understand how important it is to finish top 4 because we kind of learnt last year. We were in pretty good form, but we played Hawthorn, who were in great form, and they just rolled us, even though we felt that we still had a bit more left to give. So hopefully if we can set ourselves for the top 8 and then try and get into the top 4.
So, Riley, let's delve into this a little bit more. Your best mate is Joel Frazier.
Yeah, and Adam Treloar.
Yeah. So, at your age, what's the game of the moment you're playing digitally?
What's that? On PS4.
What are you playing?
I'm not really a gamer, I don't really
Good
do
man.
much. What's that?
Good man. Good. Don't be a gamer. Get out, take your dog for a walk.
Yeah, that's exciting. Imagine going for a walk with Andy Murray and his bloody cavoodle. So you don't do any of that stuff? Do you guys?
Do you golf for Riley?
Do you love your music? Do you play golf? What do you do? What do you two do?
I'm pretty simple, man. I guess being from Tassie, I just like the simple things, just like catching up with mates and going for a walk or something. Love when my family comes over, spend lots of time with them. But I love kind of I live with Adam Treloar, so just hanging out with him and Kim and their little girl Georgie. I'm pretty lucky to live with them.
They're lucky. You're living babysitter. You're lucky. Adam Treloar's probably went off a break. But speaking of breaks, a 5-day break for you guys. You take on North Melbourne next week. There'll be a well-earned rest. There'll be definitely plenty of recovery for you and Joel this week.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you.
Good on you, mate. Riley Sanders down there who...
Got to go to a meeting.
It sounds like he played a hell of a game tonight.
We should all get pats on the back. That was a great game of footy.
He did all the bits and pieces, didn't he, tonight? He was...
that was the best I've seen him finish a game in the heat of the moment.
I think so too, for what it's worth. Yeah. Yep. I think he was... he's just enough... If he can develop now to the level that they want him to get to eventually.
That's the level of player that's going to make the difference. Bont's not going to get any better.
Yeah,
he's a good player. Libber's not going to get any better. But it's these guys
but you don't want to develop him too much for Tasmania.
It's Bramble and guys like that.
He'd be on the whiteboard, front and centre.
You can't pay all these guys.
Joel Frazier, just for what it's worth, we've just seen him in the rooms stand up alongside Marcus Bontempelli. Now, according to the records, it says that he's 191, Bontempelli 194. When you see him out on the ground, he's sort of low to the ground and a bit punchy.
No, he looks... the way he runs. No, he's a big kid.
He's tall. Will Day sort of style. It's that style of midfielder now. It's, there. And to go forward and to kick, and he just finished beautifully. He had a snap in the pocket. He finished from outside 50. The variety of his finishing work.
The thing is with a player like that now with Frazier is that I remember when he first came in, I saw the most of him last year and really got to know his name as a footballer. He was playing on the back flank, and he was quite quite comfortable doing the hard and heavy things. So now he's a non-baller. He's got the tank, obviously. He's capable of running with players who have bigger, higher reach and bigger body mass, which is an absolute weapon for the coach, because it means that you don't, if Bonapelli's out there and somebody's getting off the chain of Cripps or someone like that size, you say, Joel,
off you go.
He's yours.
See the move they made tonight. Harms going into midfield was a big move. When they needed
robust
that
player.
Grundy
after Grundy took over.
Riley Sanders, by the way, is going to take home a Temper pillow. You're going to have a lovely, nice sleep. They have good pillows too, the Temper pillows.
Oh, you clearly you scunged a few.
Good enough to get. I was lucky enough to get one, I should say.
And your wife got one for your wife too. Don't make out you just got
I did not.
one.
No, I only got the one.
Mate, you worked for 2.5 hours today, took an hour's break, and now you're scunging stuff off our sponsors.
A great night's sleep with Temper. The difference is Temper. Night after night after night. Dermot, that's the difference. The difference is Temper.
It is a good product.
So we've done the... why don't we get a break out of the way? We've got a whole lot of other stuff we have to get sorted, but then we've got to hand it over to Finey and got to catch up with the great man at some stage as well. So let us clear our final raft of commitments. We'll come back with the various bits and pieces. Who's doing the 3-2-1 today? That is not going to be easy. Who's got the... Derm, you got the 3-2-1. So we'll get that out of you.
This should be a rarey. I'm going to tell you, this is a rare one.
Don't give too much away just yet.
Well, I'm going to give him at some stage. I'm not giving him the stuff about surprise.
No, we want to build we like building the crescendo with the 3-2-1. You're not one of these people who gives the 3 first, are you?
No,
good. I like everything about that. Let's get a break out of the way. We'll come
first.
I'm back with our various bits and pieces. It's been a hell of a night here. A hell of a night. And what a game of footy it was. A very, very big win for the Western Bulldogs. We'll come back and wrap it all up on the other side of this. We've been here for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food, and Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win.
The Beaumont Tiles Goal of the Day. Beaumont's massive range of tiles, all on sale.
Bramble. He's got time and space to size it up towards half forward. He goes, it's out the back. Darcy needs a bounce. He gets the bounce. He on the right foot. Don't you dare! Oh, this man is ridiculous.
Oh, wow.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Time to gear up. Truckline's end of financial year sale is on now. Stock up on quality parts and accessories for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Make sure your fleet is primed and ready for the new year. Don't wait. Gear up with Truckline's end of financial year sale. But it must end June 30. Shop the savings online or find your local Truckline store at truckline.com.au.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Which song best sums up my life? Private Universe by Crowded House. Quite often being quite a private person.
I'd say the Beach Boys. I just wasn't made for these times.
Don't worry, be happy. Try and not stress the small stuff.
James Taylor, that's why I'm here. I'm here to help wherever I can.
Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
This ad is about neighbours Ryan and Jack. Ryan's home has been affected by recent damp weather, with mould appearing all over his walls and ceiling. Meanwhile, Jack is relaxing in a mould-free home. That's because Jack installed a Panasonic air conditioner with 24-hour Nano EX air purification and mould-inhibiting technology. Jack's Panasonic air conditioner means he enjoys clean, fresh air in a mould-free environment. And you can too. Search for Panasonic Air online to request a free quote today.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
Rev up your weekend at the Melbourne EV Show. This Friday, Saturday and Sunday at the Melbourne Exhibition Centre. Discover over 100 cutting-edge electric vehicles. Take a free test drive. Explore the latest charging and battery innovations. And hear from industry experts in live seminars. Melbourne EV Show. Be part of Australia's #1 everything EV showcase. Tickets at Ticketmaster.
You're listening to AFL Nation. For Elders, open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20. Try Domino's meat pie crust with 4 and 20 pies.
Right, back at the SCG. Finey standing by. We'll get to him very, very shortly. Let's just get through these. The tackler of the game for Bar Crusher Boats, Australia's ultimate fishing weapon.
Absolutely are that. James Jordan with 10 did a really good job there.
Has anyone got a game-sealing moment for Loctite? Fast, strong, reliable adhesives go beyond the bond.
Oh, I thought it was Fraser's last goal there in the pocket. The game there was plenty of opportunity, but yeah, they just finished better, the Dogs.
Derm, have you worked out how to do the player rankings yet?
No.
Okay, so the player rankings, the leader out on the ground was Brodie Grundy with 137, Errol Goulden 124, Aaron Norton 121. So they were the.
He would have doubled his disposals, Errol Goulden, from 15 last week.
They were on the podium.
He got 30.
Give us a forever young player of the day for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives every day of the year. One of the old boys who's still going beautifully.
Oh, Brodie Grundy.
That'll do.
43 hitouts.
Most kilometres for the night for OMF. Sleep deeper, recover faster, perform stronger, wake up refreshed, energised and ready to dominate every game. Who was it, Derm?
Well, do you want...
Give us for the match, you idiot.
Sammy Davis got 15.5. Another ex-Richmond boy who got away.
There you go. It's true.
Had a few get away.
It's true.
Yeah.
And we've got to break our play tonight for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life.
Well, I think Riley West has arrived, but I think that
Fraser?
Yeah, well, I've got some votes for him, so...
you can get more.
Yeah, okay, we'll go Fraser. Yeah.
That'll do.
Yeah.
So hold on to your 3-2-1. I can't wait for this
tonight.
Your
2-1-3, however you're going to do it.
I suspect Finey's still going to have some tortured Carlton supporters.
We've got a bit of locked-on vision here.
Here we go. Okay, hang on. Oh, yes. We're looking at the TV replay now of the Rory Lobb, Aaron Francis dust up. That was good.
There you go. Soft kill, bang. Rory doesn't like it, bang.
Finey, that was, I don't know what you thought, but gee, we were engrossed in that tonight. That just felt to us like a really good and proper game of footy.
Great game of football. G'day, boys. And that third quarter was as good as it gets. That's how what an amazing quarter. We've got Fraser kicked 3, Heaney kicked 4. Bramble had the best quarter of his career. He had the best game of his career in a quarter. It was a fantastic quarter of football, and the last quarter was tough. No quarter given. It was a really good game, and the Bulldogs wanted a quality scalp. The ladder didn't say it was, But believe you me, when you got Heaney kicking 5, Goulden back playing great football, that was a quality scalp. So it's
that
was
the
exactly
first
what
thing
they
Riley
wanted.
Sanders said to us in a post-game interview. They understood that was a nearly a grand final strength side for the Swans.
Yep, 100%. That's not the Swans that have played most of the season. Guys, I just want to run something quickly by you, and that is, and I don't knock umpires. In fact, I'm umpiring tomorrow. So, down in the lowly VAFA social third 11, but I'm umpiring because I love doing it.
Good man, good on you. 11? What do you mean third 11? You're umpiring cricket?
Yeah, I've got the cricket on my mind because we're going to the West Indies at midnight. No, it's an 18. You'd think it was 11, but no, it's 18. Nothing frustrates supporters more, I believe, than interpretations that changed during the season. And what happened to the 15-metre kick that was so hotly policed in the first month of the year? And we were sure that we had a new form of, it really reset the bar and the game was going to be different. And tonight we're back at 10-metre kicks.
It was a crucial call, wasn't it, too, against Matt Kennedy? The one that goal.
Mills.
Yeah.
And that was only one of 10. There were some dinky little kicks all night. That supporters just don't want these interpretations to wildly vary. We've got the out of bounds that tends to vary a lot, but once, I don't blame the umpires, but I do blame the policing of the umpires.
Now, Mark, I've got one question for you tonight, and we've had a great game.
Hang on, Jeremy.
Yeah.
You've always called me Finey, and you've just called me Mark. And when my wife is really angry with me, she calls me Mark.
Trouble? Yeah. No. Oh, okay. Finey.
Oh, good.
We've just gone through one of the best games of footy for the evening. Will your first caller be praising this game, or will it be attacking Carlton?
Off the text machines. Machine.
First one up?
No, there's just one here that I read. Are these two teams playing the same sport that was played last night?
No, they're not. No. So good luck tonight, Marcus. It's going to be fun listening, mate. Hopefully you get enough people who want to talk about the good version of Aussie rules as opposed to what we saw last night, because this one gave the purists of the game, who love the game at its best, plenty to enjoy. So, mate, good listening, and let's hope the Australians can bat for 90 minutes or 2 hours and put the West Indies away before they embarrass themselves silly in this one. So, good show, and we'll be listening, mate. All the best.
Thank you.
Finey, Mark Finey's final siren. So we're just about at the end for Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix. Righto, Doom. 3, 2, 1, please.
Apologies to a lot.
Yeah.
Wonder. It's a weird losing team. Wonder Errol Goulden thought he used the ball beautifully. There were times when the ball, Sydney just were in the game because of his kicking, his ability to find targets.
Switch kick that Cunningham.
Just insane. 2 votes to Fraser. I thought his game was insanely good. Bobbed up with goals when needed be, but we've got plenty of it as well. And 3 votes to Brodie Grundy.
No problem.
On the losing side, it's rare that I myself give top votes to somebody on the losing side, but he dominated the game.
He did
that well. Yeah, I can't look anywhere else.
No, fair enough. I don't think anyone's who watch this game is going to disagree with you. So we've got Super Saturday on AFL Nation, of course, for Toyota, supporting local communities through Good for Footy. Enter the raffle now. Melbourne, any chance against Gold Coast? North.
They both start on 0.
North, some chance against Hawthorn?
No. I mean, sorry. What's North?
They both start
North, no chance.
They are a half chance. They've been going all right. North, but I think that'll be a battle. I think the Hawks will win, but I think it'll be a struggle and a battle.
West Coast, any chance against Collingwood?
No, none
0.
whatsoever.
Absolutely.
In fact, I haven't seen a $12.50 on a team in AFL for quite some time.
No, that's pretty grim, isn't it?
Yeah.
So all the very best to the West Coast Eagles against the Maggies under the roof tomorrow. That's right. That's tomorrow.
Yeah.
You two, we've all been a bit lucky to be here tonight, haven't we?
Yeah, that was a treat.
That was a treat.
Thanks to Joel and Keithy for making it all possible. To Eddie back in the studio for keeping us on track. It's been a hell of a game of footy. Bulldogs frank their form, take a stronghold on a spot in the 8.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 125 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Kick off your tool collection with one of our 3, 4 or 8-piece tool value packs. Or grab a battery starter kit and choose the tools you need. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15 millilitre serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. That is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Time to gear up. Truckline's end of financial year sale is on now. Stock up on quality parts and accessories for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Make sure your fleet is primed and ready for the new year. Don't wait. Gear up with Truckline's end of financial year sale. But it must end June 30. Shop the savings online or find your local Truckline store at truckline.com.au.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. New Farm's been there for Aussie growers for 100 years. Through prosperity and heartache, drought and flame. Through the unprecedented and through innovation. New Farm's high-quality crop protection products are formulated right here in Australia because Aussie growers are tougher together through choosing Australian. New Farm understands local conditions and the importance for Aussie growers to have the right products at the right time. New Farm, Australian through and through. To learn more, visit newfarm.com.au.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off floor stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. End Sunday at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Jane loves flowers, but her allergies don't. Bless you. So it's lucky that Jane can now enjoy the benefits of Panasonic air conditioning. With its allergen-inhibiting Nano EX technology, Jane's now floating in the freshness of pollen-free, clean air. Come home to your perfect environment. Search Panasonic Air to request a free quote. Results from Nano EX are not instant, and Nano EX is not available on all models.
Super end of year sale deals now on. Get the 1.9 deal. Visit Allen Mann
nissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
The Bulldogs have got that big win that they have been craving for most of the season and project themselves not only as a top 8 contender, but very much as a side that can contend all the way. It was a great game tonight. Sydney may not be lofty on the ladder, but with the returns of Papley and Errol Goulden over the last 2 weeks, and Errol Goulden after a quiet returning week was fantastic tonight. 30 possessions, beautiful ball usage, showed how much he's been missed all season. That team had echoes of the side that played off in last year's grand final. So for the Bulldogs to get over the line after being well and truly challenged on a couple of occasions in that second half and surrendering what was at one point looking like a comfortable 28-point lead in the second quarter, they certainly can walk away saying that they have got a type of win that will make others take notice, and more importantly, build up their own confidence. Now, we tonight are here for an hour of power because at 11:55, SEN heads to Barbados for this fascinating first test between Australia and the West Indies. The West Indies had a 10-run lead after the first innings, all out for 190 in reply to Australia's disappointing 180. And Australia again aren't faring all that well with the bat, 4 for 92. So an overall lead of 82, and we'll be there live with the call team of Adam Collins, Adam White, Bharat Surendarasan, Andrew Mason and Bryce McGain from 11:55 to take the first ball live at midnight, which means we've got a big hour of power. And most importantly, brought to you by Alan Mance Motors, Footscray, Melton and Bacchus Marsh, because their end of financial year sale is coming to the pointy end and they are manning the phones over the weekend for some fantastic deals. Stephen Peake is in the studio. He'll let you know more about that in detail. But seriously, if you are in the market for a new car, these are the few days to take prime advantage of the Alan Mance deal at Footscray, Melton and Bacchus Marsh, because they are mouth-dropping, seriously, even jaw-dropping. 1300 736 736, 0433 98 11 16 via the SMS. We're going to play the quiz tonight. It'll be a 2-question quiz on this abbreviated program, but the prize remains the same, no abbreviation there. A Signa Power Boost Bank valued at $44.95. Best on ground tonight. It was a close-run thing. It could have gone to Joel Frazier. Fantastic game. 4 goals, match-winning performance. It could have gone to Isaac Heaney. 5 goals. Had they won the game, I think he would have been crowned best on ground. Or maybe Brodie Grundy, who after being led a bit of a merry dance in the first 15 minutes by Tim English, absolutely got on top. English then suffered some form of injury, but by that stage, Brodie Grundy had absolutely taken the game by the scruff of the neck. Really fantastic effort by Brodie Grundy. So I'm not quite sure who best on ground was, but I know who worst on ground was by a country mile. Worst on ground was the ground. This cannot continue. That portion of the ground to the left hand of your screens when you were watching on TV, half-forward flank, forward pocket, is unsuitable for AFL football, dangerous, at times comedic, unfair for both players and umpires alike. I saw the umpire go over at one stage. And if it was a one-off, if it had happened tonight out of the blue, you would say, well, it needs to be attended to. But we have spoken about this previously on this program, and it has been spoken about at length throughout the season. So I can tell you this much, the AFL, once again, need to get off their hands and on with the business and make sure the next time football is played at the SCG, it is not on a surface that is substandard. Substandard for the premier sporting competition in the country, as they like to see themselves. Well, you won't be seen as that if you play games on a shit heap like the SCG. Let's go to our callers. Brad is in Kyabram. Good evening, Brad.
How you going, Viney?
Good, mate.
Yeah, Dogs are okay tonight. I think they can win the flag.
Well, of course, they will have to continue their good form, but they've got the firepower, they've got the manpower. It's about putting it all together for 4 quarters. They are a threat, no question about it. They're certainly not favourites at the moment, but they offer a genuine alternative to the team that's on top of the ladder and those chasing in second and third. They could certainly mount a challenge, Brad.
And just a very quick one. I did call you Good Friday, and I did say if you're a North Melbourne supporter, you'll go straight past Carlton, and you laughed at me.
I don't think I laughed at you.
Do you remember the phone call?
No, I don't. But I don't remember laughing at such a suggestion, though at the time it certainly was a fair way off, remembering that the first time that Carlton and North Melbourne met was that Good Friday game, and Carlton won comfortably. So at that point in time, I certainly would have refuted the suggestion that North are going to go way past Carlton. Carlton are in a bit of a tailspin at the moment. No question about it. No question about it, Brad.
Anyway, go Bombers.
Good on you, Brad. Yeah, interesting call.
Interesting.
Footscray will win the flag. North are better than Carlton. Go Bombers. The man's got a finger in every pie, Stephen.
Well, they have, but look, the Bulldogs are in top-notch form, and they've got a great list, pretty good list. So got to keep the form up though. You're going to need probably 13 wins with a good percentage, or 14 to make it. They're 9-6, so they're certainly on the mark. They get 55% of the wins from now on, and they're there.
Has to be
statistically.
Has to be done.
Got to be done, yeah. Yet to be done, of course.
You've got to complete the task. I mean, for the Bulldogs, I guess a lot of positives to take out of tonight's game. Most positive was the 4 points.
Yep.
But they would be disappointed with 28 points up in the second quarter, and really, they had the foot on the neck, didn't they?
They did. They
had the foot on the windpipe there.
They did.
And within 5 minutes, the lead had disappeared. So they do need to show that ultimate professionalism. And I'm talking about the sort of professionalism that takes you all the way in a season.
Yeah.
That when you have a team at your mercy, you don't let up. And certainly don't bleed 4 goals in succession. So
it isn't good, but was that Sydney's best effort for the year? And they had 19 grand final players in there tonight.
Look, it might not have been their best effort of the year, but it was a very good effort. And it was a team that looked much more like the premiership side, because, of course, you can talk about numbers of players in the team. Well, that's okay. Numbers of premiership players or grand final players or final players.
Recent, yeah.
But, more importantly, are the 5 or 6 key figures in the team playing. And they are back together at the moment. And we speak in the Swans. When it comes to the Swans, we always look first at the 3 power midfielders come forward. Heaney, Goulden. He's a good player, Goulden.
Yep.
In a high pressure game, even in that last quarter, the extra step, the beautiful disposal.
Works hard, and you can't.
And of course, Chad Warner. So when those 3 are playing, it becomes much closer to a premiership team. So it's not the numbers of the grand final team. It's not the numbers of the players that played in last year's grand final. It's having the top end players. Throw Papley back in the team.
Who electrifies them.
And of course, for them, do they point to the late withdrawal of McCartan as the reason they lost? Probably. You'd say so.
He had an effect on it, for sure, because he's their best defender.
And Norton kicked 3 and Darcy kicked 3. So certainly, it would have had an effect on them. But, of course, Bulldogs have got players out. They lose Treloar again. So I'm not taking away from the win, but I'm saying if you're looking at Sydney at full strength, you probably had McCartan and we're getting close. Let's go to Brad in Perth. Good evening, Brad.
How are you going, Bonnie?
Very well, thanks.
It's good. First of all, tonight's game, I think Fraser, absolutely outstanding for a young fella. But he had a really good game, and it was like a really high-class game to watch.
Oh, he was fantastic, Fraser. You know what was interesting? I think it was in the second quarter. Fraser got the ball twice. They were 2 of the worst kicks I've ever seen. One was an attempted pass that just went straight in the ground and put his player under pressure, and then the ball sort of came back to him, and he kicked it out of... It was just two terrible kicks in a row. And he put paid to that with four of the most beautiful shots of goal. He's a good kick, but it happened that he was just involved in a couple of bits of play where he barely made contact. And then in the third quarter, he's kicked 3 absolute rippers and capped it off with a match winner in the last. Back to you, Brad.
Yeah, I thought he had a good game. And then, but just on my Kangaroos tomorrow, I told you last week we had a chat about Colby, how he was been playing very well, and then I thought he had another standout game against Carlton last week. So did a lot of the other boys.
Yeah, so you're talking about McKercher?
Yes, Colby. Yes, yeah, Colby McKercher. Yeah. Which I thought he had another really good game last week, kicking a couple of goals, just breaking lines, which was really good. Yep. And maybe our chances against Hawks tomorrow.
Well, it's a really tough game. You're down in Launceston. Hawthorn present as a team that is top 4 aspirant. They go down there. They love playing down there. North Melbourne have been so good in the last few weeks. I couldn't be more impressed with not only... I mean, their game last week was fantastic, but they just fought out the game so well against Freo, and that was, in just about as hostile a territory as it could be, if that was a home game for North Melbourne. So they'd been over in WA for a couple of weeks. They're up against Freo. Freo are looking for an easy kill, and they couldn't get it against North. And that's what I'm looking tomorrow, Brad, for your Kangaroos against Hawthorn. That if Hawthorn think they're in for an easy game, I think North Melbourne are made of sterner stuff now, and they will not give them that easy game. Now, I don't believe you're going to win. If you force me to tip, I tip Hawthorn, but I'd love to see you make another top team really earn the 4 points tomorrow, Brad. Yeah, that's what I'd like to see from just that. The effort that we put in for the first 3 quarters last week and the 4-quarter effort we put in against Freo. If we see that again tomorrow, I'll be, very happy. It just shows we're not going backwards. Absolutely.
You're not doing that, they're going forwards.
Yep, they are going forwards. Thanks a lot for the call. Let's go to Neil in Port Melbourne. Good evening, Neil.
Hello, Finey.
Very well, thanks.
Look, I guess great win by the Doggies, but when I look at how deep their midfield goes and how deep Sydney's go and how deep, even last night when you saw Port Adelaide playing, and in Collingwood's midfield, as a St Kilda supporter, I just wonder why we are looking at the Conies or Ruckman when Matty Rao was available. And I read an article this morning that St Kilda actually didn't even make an official offer on Matty Rao, that there was talk that they had asked what sort of money they might offer, but nothing official was done. And I'm just not sure why. I'm wrapped with the team. I think they're going as well as they can with the players that we've got, and they're banking on the youth. But we seriously need a couple of high-profile midfielders to make this team be even competitive over the next few years. I mean, what are your thoughts?
Well, that's correct. They desperately need midfield depth. When you consider that midfield is one of the worst in the league, and they've got McRae, who's north of 30. They've got Steele, who's not quite 30, but has the body of a 31, 32-year-old. Yep. He's a bit banged up. They do have some youngsters that have shown something, and Philippou, of course, has had a no-show this season, which is disappointing because he looked ready to step in the midfield. But there's a player that has been on St Kilda's radar, and his value goes up every single game. And I can't say that Tom de Koning's value goes up every single game. Now, they played against each other last night. He's Miles Bergman. Now, that player's been moved into the midfield. He can go head-to-toe with a player like Cripps, not only beat him, but kick 2 goals and sort of knuckle-dust one of the best players in the competition. I have no influences over at St Kilda, either do you, Neil. But if the will of the supporters was anything, whilst it would be great to get to Conning, and if he is gettable, get him, but put him second or third behind a midfielder and a key defender. So, you know, get a midfielder, and they desperately need a tall defender, Neil. As much as they're trying to develop a couple, and they tried Caminiti, they tried Keeler, and they've certainly got hope for showing makers. Taru is the big one, but he'll only be a great player if he's allowed to be the intercept mark and not the big defender. So he's not the one. He will be great in defence, but with a tall defender. So, Neil, you and I are on the same page, my friend.
Thanks, mate.
Good on you, brother. We're going to take a break. When we come back, the Duke of Spruik, the mouth from the south, north, east and west, the man that talks cars with the very best, Stephen J. Peake, will tell you all about the deal of the year, maybe the deal of the decade, maybe the deal of the century, because phones are being manned tomorrow and prices are being drastically dropped. Hear about that after this.
Super end-of-year sale deals now on. Get the 1.9 deal. Visit allenmansnissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Are you ready to kickstart your career? Choices Flooring is offering paid training for new flooring installers. A Choices Flooring apprenticeship pays you an income while you complete your accreditation in one of Australia's highest paid trades. Work alongside experienced flooring professionals and earn while you learn. At Choices Flooring, our Certificate 3 apprenticeships cover both residential and commercial floor covering installation. To join the team, simply visit choicesflooring.com.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Time to gear up. Truckline's end of financial year sale is on now. Stock up on quality parts and accessories for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Make sure your fleet is primed and ready for the new year. Don't wait. Gear up with Truckline's end of financial year sale. But it must end June 30. Shop the savings online or find your local Truckline store at truckline.com.au.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
Rev up your weekend at the Melbourne EV Show. This Friday, Saturday and Sunday at the Melbourne Exhibition Centre. Discover over 100 cutting-edge electric vehicles. Take a free test drive. Explore the latest charging and battery innovations. And hear from industry experts in live seminars. Melbourne EV Show. Be part of Australia's #1 everything EV showcase. Tickets at Ticketmaster.
Super end-of-year sale deals now on. Get the 1.9 deal. Visit allenmansnissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am so excited. It's the last days of the end of financial year sale at Alan Mance Motors. Massive savings on every car in stock. That's every car in stock. Tomorrow and Monday, get to all the Alan Mance outlets at Footscray, Melton and Bacchus Marsh. Just the best of everything at the end of year sale. No free accessories, no free iPads, no free service and no bull dust. Just the best drive-away deals in the Southern Hemisphere, including the brand new 25 Triton Outlander ASX. Check it out at Alan Mance before 30 June. 13 big brands, 3 locations, 150 used cars as well if you're heading down that track. Don't lose your shirt. Don't lose your pants. Don't take a chance. Go to Alan Mance. And remember, Alan Mance is driving satisfaction.
Baby. I spoke to Alan Mance and he made it very clear.
Yeah.
When he gives the inquirer the price, that's the win.
Yes.
No promises about this, that and the other, no frippery, no
mucking around.
No mucking around. And that's what you want when you're buying a car. You want the best price.
You want the car.
You don't want the True Coat.
You don't need the extras.
No, I'll throw in True Coat. I think that was from Fargo. The movie Fargo.
That's right. Yeah, but
I don't want
a good car.
I don't want the True Coat. No, they just want the best price for a good car.
A good car with what's already in it, right there for you. But they've got to do it quick because there's going to be a lot of people there, and this is the time to get in.
Yeah, I mean they're clearing the decks for the end of financial year.
They've got to clear the decks.
Correct. Let's go back to callers, 1300 736 736. As I have alluded to at the top of the program, we're here till 11:55, then to Barbados for the SEN coverage of this fascinating first test between Australia and the West Indies. If you're listening on SEN Fanatic, on 1170 SEN, SENQ and SEN Gold Coast, they'll be heading to day 3, the first test, at about 11:30, I believe. So we will be jettisoning some of our listeners early, but the rest will be with us right through until 11:55, and that means a chance to play the quiz.
Yes.
The Finey's or Lenny's Fine Food Quiz. But back to our callers. Let's go to John in Donald. Beautiful part of Victoria.
Hello, mate. What's happening?
Oh, I'm very well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very good. When I was a kid, I played for Seymour. Okay.
Yes.
And we used to go to the old league was called the Warringah North East League. And in the under-16s, we used to go to Mansfield, which was a wonderful place to play football because the score at the end of the day would be 1 goal, 5 to 7 points because it was that full of mud, and you could see the snow on Mount Buller, and they were like Collingwood. They had cold showers. So then I went to Melbourne. Melbourne boys wanted me to come down and train with them. So I went to Melbourne and I played a practice game against Dippy Domenico, and I kicked 6 goals on him. And in those days, Dippy used to stutter. I don't know if you realise that, but he was a stutterer. He used to stutter all the time. So we went out and had a few beers. But they didn't pick me up because I wasn't a Catholic. They wouldn't pay the money. All they had to do was pay $1,000 for me. Dennis Crompton was there at the time. He was the guy who kicked the winning point in the Collingwood in Melbourne when they beat Collingwood.
Neil Crompton.
On a 64?
Yeah,
Froggy.
Neil. And he couldn't believe that I wasn't picked up. So anyway, they sent me out to play in the Diamond Valley League. which was an experience in itself because the grounds out there were absolutely atrocious, you know. And so I was playing for Templestowe, and I was playing against guys like Graham Jerker Jenkins, Dennis O'Callaghan, Jeff Clifton, and all those sort of guys. But that's all a different thing to what I'm getting back to. That ground tonight was a disgrace. Like, we used to play in mud piles, and we knew we were going to play in mud piles.
Now, I'm just going to have to move on because we've got to take a break, say goodbye to our listeners in North Queensland, and there you go.
Super end-of-year sale deals now on. Get the 1.9 deal. Visit alanmansnissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Power up your business with Makita's cordless outdoor power equipment. Built for professionals who don't mess around. Whether you're a groundskeeper, hazard reduction specialist, or roadside contractor, Makita's XGT, LXT, and Direct Connect platforms deliver the runtime, power, and performance you need without the noise, fuel, or fumes. Go cordless. Get more done. Makita. Rule the outdoors.
Are you ready to kickstart your career? Choices Flooring is offering paid training for new flooring installers. A Choices Flooring apprenticeship pays you an income while you complete your accreditation in one of Australia's highest paid trades. Work alongside experienced flooring professionals and earn while you learn. At Choices Flooring, our Certificate 3 apprenticeships cover both residential and commercial floor covering installation. To join the team, simply visit choicesflooring.com.
If you're in the market to make a move, my mates at Brighton have put together something special to make your dream build that much better. The Brighton Answer deal is here with a discount of up to 30 grand off your new home. That's right, folks, a massive 30 grand back in your pocket. But you better be quick. Drop into your nearest display home today and bring your dream home to life with Brighton, Queensland's #1 builder. G'day, Merv Hughes here. New Farm's been there for Aussie growers for 100 years. Through prosperity and heartache, drought and flame. Through the unprecedented and through innovation. New Farm's high-quality crop protection products are formulated right here in Australia because Aussie growers are tougher together through choosing Australian. New Farm understands local conditions and the importance for Aussie growers to have the right products at the right time. New Farm, Australian through and through. To learn more, visit newfarm.com.au.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off floor stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. Ends Sunday at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Time to gear up. Truckline's end of financial year sale is on now. Stock up on quality parts and accessories for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Make sure your fleet is primed and ready for the new year. Don't wait. Gear up with Truckline's end of financial year sale. But it must end June 30. Shop the savings online or find your local Truckline store at truckline.com.au.
end of year sale deals now on. Get the 1.9 deal. Visit allenmansnissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
Welcome back to the Final Siren here till 11:55, and then we'll head to Barbados for live cricket on 11:16 SEN. Stephen J. Peake in the studio. Your calls on 1300 736 736. Don't forget that end of financial year deal. The big sale is now on, but you've got to get... I would say that the weekend is when cars are going to move, tomorrow and Sunday. So it's not just a matter of getting a great price. If you want the best choice of best cars, get in early tomorrow. Now, we had to take a break. The break that we took previously is sort of a timed set break because some of our listeners were leaving us to join a half-hour preview of cricket heading into the day's play in Barbados. So we had to finish that segment right on 11:25. If John from Donald wants to call back, by all means you can, because off the text was loving This Is Your Life, then you cut him off. Well, I didn't cut him off, and it was This Is Your Life. It was a fascinating story.
Yeah, it was, and I heard about that. He was leading into the Sydney cricket ground with big problems.
Fascinating story.
Fascinating, very fascinating, because he missed out when he sounded like he should have made it, but...
Well, I don't know if the story would have stood up to cross-examination, to be honest.
We put his information on the table of information which you could dissect. But it sounds like he did miss out. You've got to have managers.
Yeah, well...
managers are so important.
Well, he may call back. We may find out more from John in Don. He has called back.
There he is.
That's very exciting.
It is. I want to talk about that ground.
And by the way, to the person who texted, this is John from Donald, not Abe Simpson. Back to you, John.
Yes. So where was I up to?
Well, that's
the mud up to your neck.
I think when we left, you had just joined Templestowe in the.
Yes, I went. Oh, yeah, that's right. I went to Templestowe.
Yes.
And I was an 18-year-old full forward. And you know what the Diamond Valley League was like in those days? I think 1979.
Yeah, I think the best word to describe it would be willing.
Willing, and
I didn't realise that I'd been knocked out so many times until I looked back on that situation. But anyway, we played Greensboro one day, and Clifton was playing full back. He was playing on me. Jerker was in the ruck.
So Clifton, the ex-Collingwood player.
Jeff Clifton.
And, yeah, Jerker Jenkins was in the ruck. And Bob Johnson was coaching him.
Not the ex-Melbourne Bob Johnson.
Have to be.
Yeah, it was Bob Johnson. Yeah, he was coaching him.
Big Bob Johnson.
Yes.
Yeah, he was coaching Greensboro at that stage.
Yep.
Anyway, Jerker took me home that night, and because I'd been knocked out, but he kicked a left foot goal to win the game. And he took me home and he delivered me to my sister and he said, listen, this guy is a really good guy. He's had a really good shot, but he's just too small to play in our league.
Oh, do you?
So that was the story. But then I went on and I went up to Marimbula and I played in 3 premierships in 4 years.
Yes.
And won 3 best and fairest. And that was after not playing for 4 or 5 years. In between that, I played with the ANZ Bank for a couple of years, and I won every time I played there. I won the best and fairest.
You played footy with them.
I'm trying to spook myself, but what I'm saying about is the ground.
Yep.
The grounds. We played on shit grounds, but what they served up tonight was crap. You know, these guys are used to playing on really good grounds, and you know, that's the way they are. They're total athletes. They're not footballers. They're athletes. And what the Sydney cricket ground served up tonight was an absolute disgrace.
100%.
And I don't know how they can get away with that.
100%. And it's not, as I said, John, had it been a problem that surfaced during the week, if they'd had, let's say, a concert last weekend and they weren't able to get the ground up, disappointing, but in a way understandable. That's not the case. This has been a problem for most of the season.
Yeah.
It's not like it just reared its ugly head tonight. We've been dealing with this for a number of weeks. At worst, it's dangerous because a player can lose his footing, turn one way, do a knee, break a leg. We've seen it happen at the old AFL Park in Waverley, or VFL Park, where the Carlton player was O'Sullivan sued the AFL, or the then...
Turf and grass.
Yep. We heard tonight on the commentary, I think, Jonathan Brown saying that Brad Scott broke his leg on a similar dodgy piece of turf in 2003, cost him a spot in the grand final. So it's a serious matter. These players are highly paid. There is a duty of care and there is OH&S to be regarded. And these are matters, these aren't sidebar issues that one sort of says, oh, yeah, bad luck, you fall over, bad luck, mate. No, we're talking about a $1 billion sport with multi-million-dollar athletes.
Yeah.
It just cannot continue. John, thank you for the call. It was enjoyed by many. And just a couple of texts that have come through. John from Donald, better than Coleman, they reckon. Sorry, he reckons.
There's others.
There are others, but hey, it's late night radio, and that's what it's all about, folks. I loved it. It was a bit of a journey.
He went on a journey. There's no doubt about that.
I think ANZ Bank used to play in the amateurs.
I think they might have. I feel sorry for people like that who may have been pretty good but didn't have management around to direct them to management.
Well, he may have been good. We don't know. So, but ANZ Bank used to be in the amateurs. I think the State Bank used to be in the amateurs. Like a few of the banks.
Yeah, the State Bank of Victoria.
I can tell you this much. If Westpac were in the amateurs, I'd start playing football again just to play against them so I could knock out a few of their players. Imagine the banks playing now.
You wouldn't. Wouldn't put a team in. A recipe for hospital visits. You can see it happening.
Imagine lining up at full forward for Westpac or Commonwealth Bank.
There'll be 8 stretches out before half time.
You bastard! Knock back my home loan.
That interest rate's gone through the roof. What are you doing to me? You're ruining me.
Bang! Let's go to Gary in Carnegie. G'day, Gary.
Morning.
Oh, how are you, Bomber?
Not too bad. I listened to that bloke who's talking about Froggy Crop, and there's my under-19s coach at South Melbourne, actually.
There you go.
Great man.
Yep.
And a good cricketer too, Froggy. Now,
yes.
ANZ Bank are now called Albert Park and play in the Middle Park Career Club Oval.
Oh, right.
They're still going.
Okay.
I think
brave.
The other banks were incorporated in the Glen Ira Footy Club. They've got about 15 different clubs involved in their mergers. So, anyhow.
Yeah, I'd love to, like I said, I'd love to go after a couple of those banks. They wouldn't want me umpiring, Bomber.
Their name would be in small print on the jumbo.
Now, all I'm going to say is we lost, but fantastic game of footy. And to watch stars going around like Bont and Teeny and everything, you do love the game when you watch blokes like that and a good scoring game. So the only blight on the game is the 50-metre penalties. It's just an absolute raffle. And a 50-metre penalty nearly ends up in the goal either way for whoever it is. It's just a joke and got to be stopped. The Ammos used to have the 25-metre rule, and I think that's fair. The only way a 50 should be paid, if someone takes a mark and you smash into them, that's a 50, but not for going a minuscule bit over the mark. It's too harsh.
Well, that 50-metre penalty against Callum Mills, in the rules it was a 50-metre penalty, but the problem wasn't the 50-metre penalty. The problem was it was a 12-metre kick. And they kept paying under 15-metre marks tonight. I mean, why? Where's the not even consistency, where's the integrity in coming out at the start of the season saying we are now policing 15-metre marks far more strenuously, and tonight throwing all that in the rubbish bin? No wonder Callum Mills made a mistake, because he didn't think it was going to be paid a mark. Now, you got to play to the whistle went, but I have great sympathy for Callum Mills in that situation, Gary, because, well, I was going to say, the one thing I was going to say is, having played all season, he would have been confused. But, of course, he hasn't played all season because he rarely gets on the ground. But he's watched all season. So that would have been very confusing.
Should it be a 50?
Well, it shouldn't have been a mark. So,
but should something like that be paid a 50?
Well, under the rules, yes. But in reality, I mean, I have no problems with 50-metre penalties being paid. But as you say, I mean, the one against Sam Darcy was utterly ridiculous. He did absolutely nothing. He just went there and stood. He never moved. I mean, and then there's other ones where players are said to encroach on the protected area. Well, they're in there and they're trying to get out, or they're running through what they consider the safest line. I mean, in those cases, when the player with the ball doesn't even realise somebody's encroached, why would it be a 50-metre penalty? It's stupid.
Yeah.
So many of them are very frustrating, Gary. I agree. Bomber, thanks a lot for the call. I hope you're well and stay well, and we'll speak soon.
We will.
Thanks, mate. Let's go to Steve, actually. Are you there, Steve? No, sorry, that's a text. My mistake. I'll read it out. John from Donald is now my all-time favourite caller.
Oh, there you go. He's won some friends tonight, Johnny.
It was an interesting call.
Yeah.
The one
interesting journey.
I don't think Melbourne didn't sign him because he wasn't Catholic. That doesn't ring true, does it?
Well, look, he was surrounded by some quality people who could play football and...
What, at Melbourne in 1979?
Well, you had... well, hang on a minute. Bob Johnson, he was 50s, the one he's talking about.
No, but Bob Johnson was coaching. He said he said he was at Melbourne...
Yeah, they weren't too strong then.
In the late 70s.
Yeah. They weren't very strong at all, actually.
They were hopeless. All right. Let's go to Ray in St Kilda. Good evening, Ray.
Guys, how you going?
Going up.
It's great to hear you guys back on the radio, and I'm rapt about that. Also, the first call, I think it was since I've been listening, his name was Brad. I think North Melbourne will win tomorrow. I think they'll beat Orford. The other guy, I think his name was Neil. I think the Saints will beat Fremantle. So just to let them have a bit of confidence for the weekend. Our game tonight, look, I think Brody Granny was unreal, but I think his name is Brambles for Western Bulldogs.
Lockie Bramble, yep.
Oh, mate.
What a third quarter.
We got some taggers now too, but we should have tagged him in that last quarter. He was amazing. Like, I reckon off the half back line, he was unbelievable. But in all fairness, look...
You know what? Yeah. He played one of the great quarters of the season, the third quarter, until Aaron Francis nastily, sniperly, savagely punched him from behind in the ribs and the guts at the end of the third quarter and brought him to a dead stop. I really hope he gets suspended for that, Francis, because that is... And they let players get away with just punching players in the gut.
Well,
but
punching's different to slapping, so punching's got to go.
He punched him full on behind play.
Okay.
And it was caught on camera.
I thought that was in a tackle.
No. No, the ball was being contested about 15 metres. Those two were in the goal square.
Oh, then they had the big fight.
No.
Wrestled?
No, that
not that incident.
That was Francis Lobb.
A Lobb and Francis. Yeah.
No, this was Francis just belting Bramble in the guts.
Bramble, yeah.
No, I wasn't in the play, Ray.
Yeah, another couple of things I can say, if you don't mind.
Yeah, quickly.
Now, I went to the advertiser there in, I think it's Lenny's Fine Foods.
Yes.
Beautiful place. But whoever runs that place, can you do me a favour?
Sure.
Can they put some table and chairs out the front? Because I went there with my daughters to have lunch and there was no table and chairs.
So I run the place and we applied to the Glen Ira City Council for tables and chairs, Ray, and they are very difficult to deal with.
Well, just let them know that it's a bloody good place. You've got some great food there. Look inside and I put my daughters where you can eat.
Yeah.
Another thing, if you don't mind, just before I go, because I've got to work tomorrow, and my lovely partner Penny, she's waiting for me. So Penny, I'll be there very soon.
I think the penny's just dropped.
Have a lovely night, guys. I love listening to you.
Good on you, Ray.
Passing out messages.
Yeah.
Across the show.
Yeah. A penny.
The partners.
A penny for his thoughts. The old penny arcade.
Roy Orbison.
Penny ante.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to take a break, but when we come back, load up, folks. It's a 2-question quiz for the Lenny's Fine Foods quiz. As you heard, it's a great place to eat. Well, it's going to be a great quiz. So when you come back on 1300 736 736, your chance to win a Signet Power Bank, and there's only 2 questions and very gettable indeed.
Super end of year sale deals now on. Get the 1.9 deal. Visit alanmansnissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
If you're thinking of building, my mates at Brighton have put together something special to make your dream build that much better. The Brighton Anza deal is almost over, with up to 30 grand off your new home, plus a top-of-the-line luxury appliance package. And one lucky person will win an extra 100 grand off their new home. This offer must end soon, so don't miss out. Hurry into your nearest display home today.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 125 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Kick off your tool collection with one of our 3, 4 or 8-piece tool value packs, or grab a battery starter kit and choose the tools you need. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito, only at Bunnings Warehouse.
This ad is about neighbours Ryan and Jack. Ryan's home has been affected by recent damp weather, with mould appearing all over his walls and ceiling. Meanwhile, Jack is relaxing in a mould-free home. That's because Jack installed a Panasonic air conditioner with 24-hour Nano EX air purification and mould-inhibiting technology. Jack's Panasonic air conditioner means he enjoys clean, fresh air in a mould-free environment. And you can too. Search for Panasonic Air online to request a free quote today.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose Visit sheengroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
Rev up your weekend at the Melbourne EV Show. This Friday, Saturday and Sunday at the Melbourne Exhibition Centre. Discover over 100 cutting-edge electric vehicles. Take a free test drive. Explore the latest charging and battery innovations. And hear from industry experts in live seminars. Melbourne EV Show. Be part of Australia's #1 everything EV showcase. Tickets at Ticketmaster.
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
Super end-of-year sale deals now on. Get the 1.9 deal. Visit allenmansnissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
Hear ye, the town crier is back to alert you to all the big end-of-year sales at Allen Mance this weekend. The biggest and the best in new and used car deals over 13 different brands, all on sale there tomorrow, including Chery, GMSV, Chevrolet, Hyundai, Isuzu, Jeep, KTM, SsangYong, Kia, LDV, Mitsubishi, Nissan, Ram, Renault and Suzuki. So don't pontificate, don't procrastinate, don't hyperventilate, and remember, Mance Mania has got a hold on me. Yeah, baby!
Good on you, Peaky. Now, time for a health update for Temper. The difference is Temper, and Carlton's Adam Sard suffered a concussion in their loss against Port Adelaide. Big ruckman Vicentini delivering the bump there. And Tom Papley suffered calf tightness and also a dislocated finger during the game tonight against the Bulldogs. Tom McCartan was a late withdrawal with illness. That health update for Tempor. The difference is Tempor. Time now for the Lenny's Fine Food Quiz.
Every time I'm out, why she stressing me? You call her Stephanie, I call her Heavenly. I don't open doors for her. I just want the neck, nothing more. Shorty, make it clap, make it applaud. When you tired of your man, give me a call. Like bitches talking out they jaw.
That's Stephanie. The Clooney remix.
Is that, what would you call it, hip-hop or reggae hip-hop?
No, that's
dance party music.
Deep House beats.
Oh, Deep House beat, okay.
Deep House mix there.
Ooh.
Some rockin', some beats there.
Yeah, a few beats in that. Yep.
Deep House, we'd call that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, look, I'm not fully over that genre.
Oh, it's the best.
Okay, well,
that's the best type of dance music there is, mate.
Okay, well,
back in the day, of course. All right, time for the quiz. Let's go to Adam in St Kilda. Good evening, Adam.
Hello, Barney.
How are you, Ed? Okay,
fine, thank you.
Good.
Cold weather.
Very cold indeed. Frigid. Unlike Penny. Let's go to question number 1. The Sydney had 2 players tonight off their 2025 rookie list playing in tonight's seniors. So 2 of their players were off their rookie list this year. Who were they?
Were they Aaron Francis and Chad Warner?
Well, you got one correct, which was pretty good. You got the hard one, but not Chad Warner. Would have been odd if Chad Warner was on their rookie list this year. Imagine last year. Look, you've had a great year, all Australian. We're dropping you to the rookie list. But Aaron Francis was correct.
That's a very good get. I think I know what he actually meant, but I won't say it.
I don't know what he meant. Let's go to Luke in Mount Martha. Good evening, Luke.
G'day, Finey.
How are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm going well, thank you.
Do you know the other player off the rookie list?
Was it Joel Hamling?
He's on the rookie list, but he didn't play tonight. Bad luck. I'll give a clue. Let's go skiing. Steve is in Seaford. Good evening, Steve.
Mate, I wouldn't have a clue.
That was cruel. Okay, let's go to Wayne in Sunbury. Good evening, Wayne. We've got Aaron Francis and another player. The clue is let's go skiing.
Yeah, the big blonde bloke. I can't think of his name, mate. The young fella.
You're right. It is the big blonde boy, the young fella wearing a fairly famous, or should I say, a number that is at the same time both famous and infamous. You don't know who it was?
Yeah, number 39. Far out.
No. You're thinking of Robert Farout, but he wasn't playing tonight. Now, our mate's back, John in Donald. How are you, John?
Boy.
What's happening, boys?
Now, do you know who the other rookie was tonight?
No, I've got no idea. I just rang up to say good day and have a good night.
Same to you, John.
Squandering time. Good time there.
I'll tell you what, it's been a heck of a night. Okay, we've got to get to we're running out of time.
Yeah.
Steve in Seaford, do you know who it is?
I've already said I don't know who it is.
Well, we keep ringing you and asking you. You still don't know?
No, well, one of them's Aaron Francis, but, well, I don't know.
Well, bad luck. Let's go to Dave in Perth. Dave, do you know who it is? Correct. Now, the final question, quickly. What surname is shared by a player who played for Sydney tonight and a member of the West Indian 11? Playing tonight. No. I'll give you a clue. No, I'll give you a clue. Braden
Campbell?
Correct. Braden and Con Campbell. Good.
Super end of year sale deals now on. Get the 1.9 deal. Visit alanmansnissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose Visit sheengroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. Also that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off fall stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. Ends Sunday at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Hi, James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals. In Australia, prepaid funeral funds are often exempt from the asset and income tests for government benefits, making them a viable option for many. So when you pre-plan your funeral with us, you can have peace of mind knowing it won't affect your pension. Your family won't be left with all the decisions and costs of planning your funeral, and you get to decide how your life is celebrated.
Find out more and get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Jane loves flowers, but her allergies don't. Bless you. So it's lucky that Jane can now enjoy the benefits of Panasonic air conditioning. With its allergen-inhibiting Nano EX technology, Jane's now floating in the freshness of pollen-free, clean air. Come home to your perfect environment. Search Panasonic Air to request a free quote. Results from Nano EX are not instant, and Nano EX is not available on all models.
Sunday morning rain is falling.
Point of View with Yox and Hardy, Sunday mornings from 8 on SEN 11:16 a.m.
Henley Breakthrough Collection. Built from only $227,900. Look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo and buy Australian made. Live from the Caribbean, Australia and the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
All right, I can now welcome in audiences across Australia for the first time today. After the footy coverage, the first ball about to be bowled on this third morning here at the Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados. 4 for 92, Australia will resume on Travis Head to face the first ball on 13. There with Bo Webster on 19. The pair put on a useful stand that took them last night from 65 to 92 after they lost wickets. A couple in a hurry, the West Australians, Inglis then Green. They held firm across the last 45 minutes of play to open up an opportunity on a beautiful third day. I'm Adam Collins, and with me is former Australian spinner Bryce McGain. The Leeds 82, low-scoring game. This should be thrilling stuff.